All right. Shout out to everybody around the world. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let's get the mic check going on in here. We're off to a very early start right now with this UFC coverage, right? That's the way I like it, right? We're going to start off early. Who knows what we're going to talk about from this point on? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of great fights to look forward to. But we got a poll up right now, right? Who wins this main event? Do you have Fluffy or do you have Robocop? What is your reason? And let me know in the comment section below. Um, let's see. We're going to talk about UFC, talk about some current events, just wherever the road takes us for this one, right? No particular direction other than, of course, the fight in and of itself, which, by the way, starts off in 2 hours. So we got ourselves a 2 hour situation going on right now, right? We're going to spend the 2 hours building content out of this, some audio content, whatever it is that we're going to talk about, and then from there we're going to move on to to the show, which by the way starts at 2 p.m. So man, yeah, it's going to be an awesome time, man. So all right, what are some important topics that are being talked about in the news right now? Obviously, the Tupac case is going on right now. I tell you what, right? Let me just okay. So I guess we could start off with the first conversation here being about the Tupac murder case, right? The Tupac case update, which is what we are talking about right now. So what I noticed is that there's not a lot of coverage for the Tupac case, at least the way that I would like it to be, or the way that I remembered, let's say, O.J. Simpson back in the days, right? If you remember the O.J. Simpson trial back in the day, everybody was tuned in for O.J. Simpson. Everyone, okay? And there's a reason for that. Obviously, back then in the 90s, you had cable TV, you had regular TV, and that was the only choice that you really had as far as media consumption, right? You didn't have the internet, you didn't have 1,000 or 1,000,000 different channels out there giving you their input on the subject. You had a trusted source of news, whether that was your local news, and oftentimes affiliated with a big syndicate such as NBC, ABC, CBS, you name it, right? CNN, and they were covering it, and it seemed that everybody was watching it, especially the housewives that were at home during the time. Victory, shout out to you, my man. He says yes. He says hometown hero goes at it tonight. Um, Fluffy Hernandez, yes. So here's the thing about Fluffy Hernandez, right? Obviously, you guys know that I know him personally. I've been in the same card with him. This is no disrespect to him in any kind of way, right? Now, I understand the proximity, okay? But Duggan is not Duggan, or I don't know what the name of his town is. See, I don't even know the names of these towns outside of Sacramento, right? The point of the matter is he's not a real Sacramento guy, okay? Now, for example, Victory, you are from Canton, Ohio. Is that correct? Is Canton a good name for your area or within that vicinity? Now, put it like this, right? How many people do you know that are from Canton that claim Cincinnati, but are really from Canton? Okay, people that claim Cleveland, but are really from Canton. He says, yes, you have a good memory. Of course, bro. Listen, obviously, I know about your gym. Victory is located in Canton, Ohio. So, I have looked at, some pictures and photos of your gym and the guys in it. I seen you in there train too. I spotted you from, from one of the team pictures. I believe you were like kneeling down on one knee. One of those team pictures that you do when you're kneeling down on one knee. I remember seeing you in there. I was like, okay, that's Marty right there. That's one of my moderators for sure. So yes, this is what I mean, right? Like, how many people do you know in Canton that claim Cincinnati, that claim a very prominent city in Ohio, rather than actual Canton itself, right? So obviously, Woodland, California is not going to have a Golden One Center, right? Not the Golden One Center that you see in the background behind you right now, right? There's a picture of me. I mean, I'm in this space multiple times a day. I am in this arena multiple times a day, and I let you guys take a guess on, well, like I said, right? I never tell anybody what it is that I do, who I know, and what I got going on. But rest assured that this is an arena that I see every day, right? And I even thought about, you know what, should I do this preview show at the arena? And I said, nah, you know what? That would make sense if I was, like, let's say, a traveling blogger or a traveling YouTuber or something like that, and I've never been to Sacramento. But Sacramento is my hometown, and so, you know, it's kind of weird to, you know, I guess just go there for the sake of a UFC event and then being that it's probably crowded. But nonetheless, just 5 minutes down the street from me, not the furthest thing ever, right? You know, I could just go drive down there. You know what? Maybe, I don't know, maybe later tonight I could go drive down there. Like, let's say when the main event is over, right? Let's say when the main event is done, maybe I could go take a drive right onto downtown and see what is going on outside of the arena. Maybe we can do that, right? Let me know if you guys think that's a pretty cool idea to do. Just drive around in the area and this and that. Yeah, you know, never really thought about getting a ticket for this one because I knew I had some other prior obligations today, and I wasn't even sure if I was going to do a live stream on this one. But I decided, I was like, you know what? Why not? Let's do that anyway. Okay. Anyways, so obviously the Tupac murder trial that's going on right now, it doesn't seem to get a lot of traction, right? Because like I said before, there's a lot of people that are interested in multiple things. Okay, for example, there's a new generation of rap followers, rap listeners, and hip hop audience, right? Now they're into Lil Durk, King Von, which, by the way, Lil Durk is set to have a trial right now. They're in the jury selection process of that particular trial where he allegedly created a murder for hit in LA against one of his oppositions, which is interesting, right? You don't normally see a Chicago guy order hits in Los Angeles, right? And then having to actually go do missions in Los Angeles. I mean, that is a different level of criminality, because I tell you what, man, the average gang member in California is not doing that. Yeah, maybe they'll get down and get into some conflict with some guys down the street, but I mean, you're talking about the other side of the country. That's a whole different level of gangsterism. But once again, you know, everyone is innocent until proven guilty, so this is all alleged, right? But if that was the case, and that's what really happened, man, you know, yeah, Vaughn and Dirk were nothing to mess with. But anyways, there's a trial going on for that. There's also a trial going on for this woman that had, well, I guess, accidentally, you know, unalived her child. And so the controversy behind it is that there's a lot of women out there that are very much supportive of this woman, right? And the controversy is, well, if that was a man, rest assured that he would not be getting this kind of support or that kind of mercy. So you would imagine there's a lot of human interest behind that story. So overall, it's not really going to capture people's imagination regarding, you know, the Tupac case, which, by the way, is 30 years old. Everybody seems to think, everybody that at least knows about the story seems to have a definitive conclusion behind it, right? As far as like, okay, well, you know what, the definitive conclusion is that Keefe D had something to do with it, and nothing more, nothing less, right? Keefe D had something to do with it, so let's get at him, and it's end of story, or so we thought. But now they're actually charging Keefe D or at least attempting to convict him, at this point. Now 5 days into the trial, okay? So I'll tell you what this trial reminds me of, right? So a lot of the witnesses that are involved in this, right, many of them have podcasts, right? Reggie Wright, the former police officer who was involved with Death Row Records, yes, this may come as a shock to a lot of you, but Death Row Records was paying off cops under the table in Compton, which, by the way, was kind of the reason why the Compton Police Department was stripped and converted into a sheriff's office because of the rampant corruption that they had going on. And by the way, many of that corruption was under Suge Knight's will and manipulation, paying these guys, putting them in security services to be the bodyguards of rappers and things of that nature, right? So, yeah, that's Reggie Wright for you, right? He has a podcast going on. Bob James, who's been in the witness stand, he's appeared in several podcasts. They had this one woman who I believe was the alleged witness, right? Her name is Anvil, right? So her and her homegirls at the time ran across Tupac in the strip just minutes before he was shot. And right in that same location of that traffic, allegedly, a witness, or at least was around the shooting, so she says, right? Obviously, she said that she didn't see anything because as the shots went off, everybody was ducking, and she didn't have a very good visualization of what happened or who did what. But then 30 years later, it all comes to. So they got a podcast, right? And by the way, the podcast that she has going on has absolutely nothing to do with the Tupac thing, right? So it's just all these people that are in the rap industry that are somewhat involved in this case are all of a sudden coming together as finale of some sort, right? The season finale of what do you want to call it? The season finale of the trial that was never solved. So yeah, some very interesting stuff going on in in that world. Nonetheless, let's see here. Let's see here. Just kind of wanted to switch up the view here real quick. Okay, here we go. All right. So there you go. Yeah, just kind of wanted to switch up the view right there. Showing different sides of Sacramento and what have you. So let me see here. Let me see if I can try and invite more people in here so that. All right. So, okay. Speaking of which, yeah, this woman that talks about how she ran across Tupac during that incident, right? This is under the dialogue, the Art of Dialogue TV, right? After 30 years.
If you got hit, even if you were
that's
not
what it's called.
driving,
after 30 years, woman
you need to try this.
Because if you confesses to seeing Tupac, you could be owed unaliving. Okay, so here we go.
Insurance companies are trying to remove a viral social media video that claims people involved in a car accident in the last.
It's because it's the playground of LA at the time. It's still the time. But it was my best friend and another friend, Shalane, and then Tanisha, and then another friend of ours who was a friend, but not like best friends like the rest of us were, Lauren. I don't know how we decided to go to Vegas because there was always a fight going back in the day because that was Mike Tyson's era. So one of the managers, the coaches for Mike Tyson is a friend with one of our friends. And so we were going to go to the fight. So I was like, okay, we rented a car. I was off for the weekend. We decided to drive up to Vegas. And that's literally how it all started, like probably that Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure. We might have got there Saturday morning, maybe. Yeah.
Did y'all actually go to the fight?
We were going to go to the fight. But being girls, four of us in one bathroom that day. We just took some time to get ready. So by the time we decided we were going to make it and get there in time, we decided to, you know what, let's just go. As we would call in LA, the let out. So we knew by the time we got there, everyone was coming out and we could find out what's happening tonight. So we could see what our plans would be for the night because we were still planning to go out and hang out somewhere with whoever.
So take me through that night prior to the interaction y'all had with Tupac and shit.
So earlier that day, I think we hung out at Caesars. They have a little shopping mall, I forget what it's called, where you have restaurants eat. So we were hanging out, meeting people. That's what you do when you're 24. We were hanging out there. We met some guys. I think about 20 of us went to lunch at Planet Hollywood. We all hung out and had fun. And then which is one of the reasons we got back late to figure out what we're going to wear. And we got ourselves together, got all cute. And then we went to MGM because that's where all the fights were happening back in the day. And then from there, we got out. We saw our friends. One of our closest friends.
Okay, so for those of you that are listening to this right now, let me just make sure that you
got out. We saw our friends.
Okay, good. So you are able to hear the audio. Okay, perfect. Okay, so all right. I'll tell you what I like about this interview, right? So if you look at this woman right now, obviously the visualization is not in front of you. If you want to see the visualization of it, it is on the Art of Dialogue channel. Okay, it is called 30 Years After the Woman Saw Tupac Seconds Before His Death Breaks Her Silence. That's the title on the Art of Dialogue, right? So I'll tell you what's really significant about the story she's telling right now, right? Right now, if you look at her, probably right around her 50s. From what I remember, she said that she was 24 at the time this happened, so she was the same age as Tupac. And I know at this point right now, Tupac would probably be around his early 50s, right, or close to mid 50s and what have you, right? Being that it's so long ago. Either way, it was a different time for her, right? Talking about what you did when you were younger. I think that it's nostalgic to kind of listen to this, right? Because this is the path that everybody takes, right? When you were younger, imagine what you did when you were younger, right? I'm talking about for the people that live in the Western world. I'm not talking about people, or even people that live in, you know, the Islamic world as well, right? Because there's a certain level of social gatherings that you attend to at a certain age that you just don't when you get older. Right, when you were a kid, maybe you went out clubbing, maybe you went out to the cafe, which is what the majority of men in the Middle East sort of do, right? Instead of the bars, it's the cafe. But either way, right, a place of social gathering. So with that place of social gathering, obviously, you know, this is what young people do, right? But then when you get older, things change a little bit. Maybe it's less frequent. But here it is, this person that did what anybody else in their early 20s was doing, and then she runs across something that is somewhat of a historic case that is going on right now. Okay, I'm going to get to these comments right now. Victory says, I can't wait for you to watch The Mayor of Kingston. Man, you've been given some good reviews about it. Yes, I can't wait as well. I could see you playing the role of the main characters. He's kind of a fixer that tries to keep the peace between all of the gangs of police and guards. A race whisperer, if you will. You know what, man? Yeah, that sounds like a very, very intriguing plot that you mentioned right there. Peacekeeper of some sort. Am I sort of a peacekeeper in a way? You know what? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, right? Look, I never really thought about it. And, you know, quite frankly, this is the reason why. Hey, listen, if you know you got a story and you know you got something going on and you know you got something cracking in your life or have an interesting story, go out and tell it, right? But more importantly, not only go out and tell it, but also go out and create content out of it. You are right? I have been in situations before where I've talked to street dudes, I've talked to dudes in the corporate world, I've even talked to people that were heavily involved in politics. Okay, so there's a whole lot of places and people that, you know, I know, and people connected to in some kind of way. So I can see that, right? But the mayor of Kingston, yes, I will check it out. I know you've had, a ton of, positive reviews on it. I can't wait. But for now, all right, let's continue on with Ingrid as she talks about her experience seeing what happened that fateful day on the Tupac shooting.
Friend, he's like one of my best friends at the time, was a Laker. And so we ran into them and find out what they're doing that night, hanging out. And then we saw a few more other people.
I also want you to notice too, right? Another thing that you're going to notice in this section, she's going to talk about she's going to talk about all the people that she knew. Okay? And if you notice, it's very LA-like. Okay? Oh, I know these celebrities, I know these people I ran across, or right, just all of this. You know what? It's not a big deal running across celebrities. We run across celebrities all the time. Okay, put it like this. Think of Ian Gary's wife. Okay? A social climber opportunist, or just a person that happens to be around famous people. Now, I tell you what, right? The first time I came to California, man, I was a little bit in culture shock. Like, wow, all these famous fighters, all these famous rappers that I've seen on SoundCloud over the years, right, on MTV, and now they're right in front of my face. And then after a while, you start realizing, man, you know what? These people really ain't shit. But then you realize, okay, you know what? If you get a degree in, let's say certain studies or certain courses that sort of put you in positions of, let's say, public relations or becoming a music exec or working under a music exec, right? You have a good chance of running across these people, especially if you go to a California State University, like I did with Sac State, right? Who, by the way, fellow alumni of that is Tom Hanks. So, if that isn't any proof that California is one of the best universities to go for when it comes to trying to get into the entertainment business. But on any regard, yes, that is normal in this part of the world. But there are people like myself that just see this as like, okay, if this is an opportunity, I know different people of different, backgrounds, people who have different skills, different type of networking. Okay, maybe I could use it for that reason, right? But then there are others that use it for clout chasing reasons, or Ian Gary's wife Wag situation, or what have you. Okay, so let's get back to the witness that saw Tupac get gunned down seconds before his life ended.
And pretty much when you go to the MGM after a fight, when it's the let out, it's like a club. It literally is a fashion show club. Everybody's hanging out, talking. It's a great vibe. It's like going to the Citrus Club Sunday night after they let out. Talking, hanging out.
If you're struggling with depression and not feeling the comfort and peace that you need, I invite you to meet with Mckey.
Okay, shut up with this ad. I gotta get YouTube Premium.
Yeah, I heard a lot of stories about how insane the environment was at the MGM Grand back then.
It was fun. It was fun. It was a fashion show. It was literally a club with money and slots and roulette and everything else. You don't know who you're standing next to. You could be standing next to anybody. It wasn't the kind of era we have now with like the Kardashians and all the reality stars. It was literally a lot of sports athletes. It was a lot of.
You know what? That's a very interesting take that she just said right there, right? She said it's not the era of reality show stars like the Kardashians. And being that she's a little bit older, you could add the Logan Paul streamers of the world as well, because now they're considered celebrities, right? Back then, celebrities seemed like they were far-fetched to meet. They seemed bigger than life. But then in this modern era of the internet, man, I'm telling you, they're humanizing everybody. Okay, they're making everybody look bad. They're exposing a lot of things that many of these people can just easily, hide behind public relations back in the days, right? Again, going back to the public relations field, one of the biggest challenges modern public relations agents deal with nowadays is how to fight social media, right? If you are a public relations journalist in the modern times today, you really have to know how to fight social media, okay? Because the minute you have no understanding of social media, how it works, right? Like Ian Gary, for example, that's an example of that. Now, him turning off his comment section, I mean, is that a strategic matter in a way? Well, I tell you what, man, a lot of you don't know, but turning off your comment section really hurts your algorithm. Okay, the more engagement that you get, the more that the machine picks up on the fact that, hey, you know what? This is a formidable channel to get into. This is a channel that is getting traction. Let's see if we can bring more people into it, right? But long story short, different world it is today than it was back then. And obviously, the difference was that it was a world of mega celebrities, right? In order to be a celebrity, you either had to be an athlete, you either had to be a person of importance, or you either had to have some sort of status that deems you famous. Like, what are you famous for? Nowadays, people are just like, all right, I'm famous for being a streamer. You're not famous for being an actor. You're not famous for being an athlete or a singer or a rapper. You don't have any of those skills, and you're just famous for the sake of being famous. But nonetheless, let's continue on.
Major movie stars and celebrities. It was just the normal kind of thing you saw all the time.
Did you know that Pocket Shit was at the MGM Grand prior to the fight?
No, like I know from now, after everything happened, there was a fight. I know all that stuff, but no, I had no idea about any of that, to be honest. I didn't see them until later on that night. I did see them before the incident, but I didn't see them anywhere in the MGM that I know of.
Tell me about the first time you seen Pocket Shit that night.
So we got in the car. I mentioned earlier, one of my friends had mentioned the Lakers, they were all going to this other spot to hang out. So that's what the initial plan was. So we had got back in our car. We had rented a convertible Sabrine, being cute girls. We rented a convertible Sabrine, had the top down. And then we decided, to head up to where they were. Now, I could not tell you where we were going at that time, but I remember that's where we were going to where they were. And when we passed, I think it was close to where the MGM was, we see the famous BMW, Suge, and Tupac pulled over on the side of I think could have been the MGM, by the cops. And I was I have different eras in my life. In that particular era, it was a couple of years past Malcolm X, and I would.
Yeah, the no snitching era where they had no trust with the police. I mean, it's kind of similar to that nowadays, but nowadays those codes are loosening up in some sections of the minority community.
It was all into Malcolm X. I was all into police brutality and all the stuff that was going on in LA. And so I was, I'm not going to say what I would have said, but I was very angry. I was like, another black man put on side street talking. I was literally talking shit out the window, but not enough where they could hear me. So. But that was my own thing at the time. I was very upset about that image. So that was something I definitely remember 30 years later that I had saw that. And that was just so odd to me. Yeah. And it just was crazy that I saw them twice that night again, a little crazy.
So prior to y'all having that interaction with them, y'all seen them getting stopped by the cops?
Mm-hmm. They got stopped by the cops. And it was, I didn't notice anybody else. My vision was more tunneled back then, which we'll get up when I tell you more about the story. I didn't necessarily notice anything else around, but I noticed them pulled over. And I noticed the cop was, I believe, talking to them. And I noticed the cop was, I believe, talking to them. But
Sorry about that. We're back. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. One. Sorry about that. Okay. We're back. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Problem. Because I'm sure, I mean, it was a good vibe. We were hanging out. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew that another black man on the side of the road was getting pulled over.
And one of your friends already knew Suge, right?
Yeah, that's the second part. So we drove around and did stuff. I don't remember exactly what. Like I said, it was 30 years ago. And so at one point, we were on the strip, not the side of MGM or anywhere that way. We actually were on the strip. And my girlfriend said, oh, here, there goes Suge again. Pull up to him. Lauren knew Suge. Of course, being in LA, you see celebrities all the time. So I have seen Suge before, and I had seen Tupac before. Around about, I think when my girlfriend was on In Living Color doing something, we went to the episode of Living Color. He was there, that kind of thing, but no interaction. Like much less maybe a picture or something like that, silly. But she said, pull over, pull up. I want to talk to Suge and see what they're doing. And so Shalane was driving at the time. I was in the passenger seat. Tanisha was behind me, and then Lauren was on the driver backside. And so Shalane pulled up past the car, their car, and she said, hey, Suge. And then Suge, I don't know, I guess we were driving slow. We weren't stopped, I don't think. But we were driving slow, and she said, hey, what y'all doing? And she started talking, interacting with Suge. I paid a little attention to it, but not very much. Not gonna lie. I looked over like Tupac was leaning, and he wasn't leaning out the car. He was on the passenger side, like I was, and then Suge was driving. And so she spoke to Suge, and while we were just, looking around doing whatever kind of thing. We never spoke to Tupac, never said anything. We just all kind of smiled, like, what's up kind of thing, and that was it. While she said, what are you doing? He said, we're going to the club, follow us. And the club, in hindsight, I remember now, but I know it's area code. And I had been there before for another event. And so I was like, oh yeah. So he said, get behind us, follow us. And so he went up, Shalane slowed down, and we got behind. Shalane slowed up, to get behind him. And so we start following them.
Grainger offers professional-grade products, easy ordering, and next-day delivery, making them the go-to play for everyone keeping arenas game day ready. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And that's when it got crazy a little bit, because when we were following them, I didn't realize there was a whole entourage behind us. I had no idea, because she just talked to Suge. He said, get behind us. We got behind him. That's it. I didn't know. And Shalane didn't either. And so people kept trying to get around us. So we're behind their car, and then another car kept trying to get in front of us. And we're like, what the hell? What is going on? So this happened for a good 2-3 blocks before we got to the street we were going to turn, before we got to Flamingo. And so at one point, we got to Flamingo, I was getting sick of it. I was like, I'm obviously a little bossy, but I was like, I'm getting sick of this. So when we turn, let's not get behind them anymore, because I know where I'm going. I've been to that club. And so, like I said, I had no idea there was a whole entourage behind us. And so once we turned Flamingo and start going down Flamingo, once we got past that first light, I think at the time, Bally's was right there on your right. And that was a light. And once you got past that light, which the next light would have been where everything happened, we were still behind them. We were moving over. So we moved over and got on the next lane. So there were 4 lanes. One was the turn lane, I believe. There was that lane. Then there was the second lane. Then there was the inside lane that turns, right? And so we were behind them on that third lane. And so we moved around them to get to the second lane. And we were a little ahead of them. And at that time, I decided, you know what? I'm going to drive. I'm a better driver. Shalane is unsure how to do stuff. And I was sick of telling her, stop, let people go. So I said, pull up, let me drive, and then I'll drive. I have a good sense of direction, so it would have been normal for me to take over, that kind of thing. And I'm a more defensive driver. So we pulled on the other side, and me and Shalane's right here in the driver's seat. I'm right here. And me and Shalane were turned down. I was unbuckling my seat just like that. And Shalane was doing the same. And then we hear all hell break loose. That's when we heard the gunshots. Don't know how many, but it was enough. And, I know what a gunshot sounds like. I can't tell you what kind of gun, but I know there was a gunshot, a bunch of them. So when we heard that noise and we're bent down, we're like, what the hell? And so Shalane was freaking out. I'm freaking out. I grabbed her and I was like, Father. So I'm pushing her head down, right? And then I think they were still shooting. And then since my head was down, I was like, Shalane, try to get the hell out of here. And so I put the car in drive and it was like, go, while she is down, right? And so she puts the foot on the gas and then we almost bump a white car. Turns out that's the car. We almost bump it. We almost literally ran into the other car.
All right, so imagine that, right? They bump into that car, which, by the way, allegedly is the car that was supposed to be the ones that were involved. Okay, so a lot of conflicting stories about this, right? Another thing that I kind of noticed about this woman, right? Everything is just, oh, about me, and this and that. And then she talks about how, the police officer that she reported to in 1997, like flirted with her or something like that. Now, look, I'm sure there is some genuine reality towards that story, right? I mean, sure, right? That happens. That's a possibility. But one would also have to ask, what is the purpose and the point of you bringing up this topic, right? Is it for self-grandeur in some kind of way, right? These are things that you have to look out from people whenever they tell a story, right? You always have to understand, right? If a person is telling a story, are they telling this story to be self-serving? Are they telling this story to be serving towards you and your needs of whatever it is that you need to know about? Or are they just doing it for self-grandeur, just to big themselves up, right? That's another thing that a lot of people miss whenever they have conversations with people, right? These are just aspects that they don't think about. Sometimes they don't often notice, but it is worth noting and important to know that, yes, this is the quintessential reality of people whenever they open their mouth. So, yeah, so she mentioned back in the days, there was this no snitching policy going on. I mean, still is today. Obviously, if you live that kind of life, then yeah, you would have to abide by those rules in some kind of capacity. But the one thing that you have to understand is that I think she was a little bit conflicted here, right? A little bit conflicted. She said that she didn't know or seen who the shooter was. Later, she found out that that white car was that. Okay, maybe there's some plausibility in that, right? But who knows, right? Just kind of giving you guys a heads up of how you should look at these situations and trying to decipher what is true and what isn't.
I never looked up. All I saw was this much of the white car because I'm too busy trying to stay down and focus. And literally, I'm putting the car in drive. I literally almost took my foot and put it on the gas pedal. That's how far I was trying to get away. And so that car we almost hit it, and they go on and they turn. So I'm like, go, go, go. Sorry, my language. And so I turn, right, and we're turning on the street. And I'm like, at the same time, I feel like the car in front of us we almost hit was like, trying to do something with us. I couldn't feel what was going on because I didn't know what was happening or what I just missed, but I knew it wasn't
More than likely, it was Keefy D and, and the Southside Crips trying to get away. So, I mean, a white car, or it could have been another white car. I mean, remember, that white car was very prominent back in the days, the white Cadillac, right? I still see those out today, by the way, in that same model of that same year of the 96 Cadillac. AR says, blessings and greetings. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks. Walaikum salam to you as well. AR says, hi, Kyrie in chat. How are you? Like and subscribe. YWNA. What is YWNA again? Please remind me what YWNA is again for the old man in the chat here. Please remind me what that is. Thank you.
Good thing. So I was like, turn. There was a street coming up to the left. I was like, turn down that street because I still feel like they're shooting. So we turned down the street and we're freaking, which my energy is going like this because, of course, I remember we're all freaking out and we're in shock and coming from LA, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So it stands for You Never Walk Alone. Are you a Liverpool FC fan, AR by any chance? Let me know. Let me know if that is yeah, if that's who you are. You're a fan. By the way, vote on the section below, right? Let me know who wins tonight, Fluffy or Robocop. I'm going with Fluffy. Let me know what you think.
Going to clubs or restaurants or anywhere else, a freaking picnic. There's always something happening. There's always something much about. So I'm used to a little violence, a little bit, not necessarily that close to me, but around me. So we kind of pull off and we kind of breathe and we just looking around, make sure no one is following us or no one is coming after us. So I'm not exactly sure how long we sit there, but after we sit there for a moment of time, we just start driving anywhere, everywhere. We could have went to the airport. We could have went to UNLV. We just start driving till we calmed down and was trying to, what the hell just happened? So after quite a while, couldn't tell you how much that while was, but after quite a while, being a good citizen that we were at the time, I didn't know what happened. So I wanted to go back to the scene and see what happened to make sure everything was okay. In hindsight, why did I do that? So we went back, and when we got back to the scene, there were police everywhere, right? And there were tapes. I don't remember where the car was. I don't remember a lot of bits and pieces, but we pulled over and we said, what happened? We were just here and we heard something. And so the police said, pull over. We want to ask you questions. So we pulled over. They made us get all out the car. They made us sit on the ground. And I was really pissed because I was cute. I had on my black new Versace's. I was a girl in retail fashion. You know, I had my cute jeans and my girlfriend had her Gucci on. I remember us too. I remember the rest, what they were wearing.
All right. So as she's going on about her fashion sense that she was pushing during the time, a couple of things I noticed about that, right? So they could have gotten away. Obviously, they didn't do anything. They didn't need to be there. You didn't commit the crime. You didn't even see the crime. I don't know who would believe that or how plausible that is, but sure, that can be, you know, admitted in some kind of way. Sure, okay, you didn't see anything. Why go back, right? Obviously, curiosity has something to do with it. Curiosity is a big part of it. On top of that, also knowing the fact that that somebody had got hit. Yeah, there's some curiosity. There's some curiosity that goes on with that. But then the police officer pulls you over because maybe one of the witnesses corroborated, an anonymous witness corroborated the idea that, you know what, there were a few of these females that saw the incident. This is what they looked like. One was wearing a Versace, one was wearing Gucci, as she's describing right now. So they corroborated that piece of information together. The cops saw them at the scene and realized, hey, you know what? Maybe you are somebody that we need to talk to about this. And so they go on and elaborate from there. So,
but I remember we were wearing, because I was mad, we had these clothes on. They have us sitting on the ground like we're common criminals. And then we start thinking, if there was a shooting, they could come back and we don't know what they look like, but they can see us talking to the police. So then we start getting more nervous. And
so there you go. If you're nervous about the fact that they saw you talking to the police, then maybe you should have not gone there, right? See, there's this point where you realize that, you know what, neither the cops or the criminals involved are your friend, okay? Because the cops are going to try to pin you on that situation or put you in a very stressful situation by just detaining you, even for that short moment of time. But at the same time, man, I don't know, man. It's yeah, very strange, indeed, right? I think you know, the old saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, right? So their curiosity of what happened and them going back to the crime of the scene is what led them to this right now with what you're hearing in the audio, the following.
And then we were like asking questions. I'm like, well, there's a building garage across the street. Where's the camera? Why can't they see what just happened? I watch TV. There's cameras everywhere. There's a gas station. Where's the cameras? Why are you like not doing that kind of stuff?
That's a very good question, because back then in 1996, of September 1996 in Vegas, when all of this happened, there wasn't cameras like that back in the days, right? I remember even in just the mid-2000s, England was known for its quote unquote surveillance state, right? Having the most sophisticated surveillance state in the world, as they say. Well, is that any true comparison to today, where now everybody has a camera? Now you got flock cameras everywhere, you know, like taking down license plates off of illegally parking somewhere, right? I know because I've had plenty of experiences in that. But yeah, nonetheless, interesting that she brings up cameras in 1996, right? But obviously that was not the case. Nothing was caught on. But all right, let's continue on here.
And I was probably the most vocal one, I think, that I remember. And then from there, they were like, we're going to take you downtown and ask further questions. And we're waiting for the police van to come. Now, at the time, I don't remember who else was with us. I just remember that. And so me, Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren got in the paddy wagon is what I'm going to call it. And I think there might have been another person or two in there with us, maybe another witness. So we got in the van and we're all freaking out like we're in a police van. What the hell is happening with my life right now? And then the next thing that I remember that was distinct in my mind that kind of threw everything off for me, we asked what happened, who got shot, did someone get shot, like what happened, right? Because we weren't getting any information, just they wanted us to be a witness statement. And one of the cops, of the two Caucasian cops, said, yeah, he said, yeah, Tupac, I think that nigga's dead. And I was livid. And I was like, you know.
AR says they are trying to control everything and micromanaging everything. Yeah. Police and security are an absolute joke. Facts.
Back then I had not a lot of patience. And I'm not like this hard girl, you know, whatever. But, you know, I have my moments where I don't like injustice or I don't like, you know, I'm a proud Black woman. So it kind of threw me off and I was just shocked. I mean, I was pissed and shocked all at once. And I was like, oh, F them and be nicer. I'm not saying shit to y'all. I was trying to be good and help. And then this is what you're saying. So no, how are you treating them? How are you treating everybody else if you're treating us like this? And you're saying words like this, what else are you doing? So we just kind of quieted down, sat in the van and didn't say nothing else. And when we got to the police station, I don't remember much, but I remember I wasn't cooperative after that point. I know when I went to the grand jury and talked, they asked me, why did you come back if you weren't going to talk? And I was like, because when I was trying to be cooperative to figure out what happened and how I could help, I got treated like that.
So today, as you notice, right, what the cops and the FBI try to do right now is, you know, community outreach, right? This is a big thing that police officers try and do. Now, why is it that they do that? Obviously, it's not because it's part of their job description or anything like that. I mean, it's nice, right, if, you know, the police officer of your local city looks out for you and things of that nature. But the reality is this, right? The reality is that they don't always look out for you, okay? And then depending on the kind of community you live in, right? For example, if you lived in a community where there's hostility towards police officers or, you know, let's say, you know, they had a Derek Chauvin, George Floyd situation going on, right? That community is naturally going to be hostile towards the police, okay? That's going to be a natural hostile environment for the police. Let's say you live in Beverly Hills, okay, or somewhere prominent. More times than not, you're going to have good relations with the police because they are there to save you. And oftentimes, whenever there is a robbery going on in a small town, you better believe the cops are going to be on it faster than, let's say, the cops in the city of Sacramento, right? I'll tell you this, right? Speaking of Sacramento, since we are in the subject of UFC Sacramento and the coverage of that fight today, here's what I will say, right? The cops in the city of Sacramento, for the most part, don't really bother with the smallest things, right? Like they're not going to bother, like rarely they will bother somebody for speeding unless it was so prominent that they just have no choice but to do it, right? Yeah, there's not really a lot of force or enforcement upon these you know, upon, like, for example, I got caught with a seat belt situation going on. You're not going to get that in a city. Like, they could care less if you're wearing a seatbelt or not, right? And it's really not about your safety or anything like that. But yeah, in a small town, you will get something like that, right? So, long story short, depending on where you are and depending on your environment, okay, sometimes your relations with the police may vary. And this example right here of her saying that, hey, first she was going to cooperate and help with the police on the Tupac murder trial, when she sees how the police were treating people as suspects and certain people that didn't need to be talked to or treated a certain way. She had a change of heart towards the police. So let's continue on and hear what all that means from this point.
So I shut down, and then I was like, no, I want to figure out what's more going on before I say anything else. Not knowing that I'd be talking about it 30 years later, not knowing what had happened, and then that Tupac, was in the hospital, and I didn't even know at the time that Sugar got shot. I knew nothing. So that is the height of it. And after that happened, they released us and took us back to our car because we didn't give much of a statement. And then we quietly got in the car, and since we didn't know Suge, definitely didn't know Tupac, Lauren, who did know the reason we got in this mess, he said, oh, hell no, we got to leave. I know Suge, he doesn't play. We're getting out of the situation. We're gone. We don't want to be snitches. We're not saying nothing. I was like, okay. We packed our crap and we got the hell out of it. I literally drove all night. I literally drove back home all night. Me and Shalane, I think, all night. We got home and I had to be to work the day after. I literally did not sleep for 24 hours after that. We were still in shock. I didn't really know what exactly had happened.
So notice how she talked about how scared she was that Suge Knight was involved.
I didn't really know what exactly.
Right? Notice the fear. Notice the fear. Oh, well, oh man, I heard Suge don't play, and I heard he's involved. I better not say anything. All right. So nowadays, in the California gang politics of it all, nobody is scared to snitch on black gangs anymore. At least not black gangs in particular, right? Hispanic gangs, on the other hand, oh man, listen, people come up missing. You snitch on somebody in the barrio, you snitch on somebody from La MA or anything like that. They will really, I'm not saying, look, there's a code in the streets where there has to be a certain action that has to be taken based on what it is that you did, right? But at the same time, man, it is it's not for the faint of heart. There's people out there that really do something about it, and then there are those that don't. So back then, Suge definitely garnered that kind of reputation.
It happens still.
For you personally, how was that week when Pop was in the hospital fighting for his life? I'm sure that had to be hard for you when he passed away, right?
I didn't see it. I left. I was on vacation. My family's from Texas, so I was in Texas when it happened. I wasn't even there when it happened. When he died and passed away. My nephew told me because he thought I knew. I was in Texas with my family. We're in the country. I'm in the country with my family. And after, I'll say this to go back. When we left Vegas, it was real Vegas. We didn't talk about that shit. What happened in Vegas stayed in Vegas. We made an effort together to discuss this. We're not talking. We were still scared of that whole snitch thing, even though we had nothing to snitch on. I didn't see anything. But we didn't want to make sure we thought we saw something, because that's why I'm like, you had to sit on the ground. We were freaked out. The people could have saw us on the ground who did it and passed by and say, oh, those.
Sovachi Financial says UFC in Sacramento. Yee, that's right, man. And before all that, because Tupac was so instrumental in shouting out Sacramento in his home, California love, yeah, we're going to talk about the Tupac trial before the actual event starts.
The girl saw it. We didn't know. We didn't know a lot of things. When you don't know, you stay away. And that was our thing. We didn't talk about that for decades until we found out later that we were in a book and they want to talk to us. We were like, what? It shocked the hell out of me. I had no idea that we were anywhere. People talked about it. People had read our police report. I didn't know. And neither did Shalane. We haven't talked to Lauren probably the next year. The last time we probably talked to her, to be honest. When we got back home, we didn't talk about that at all, forever. None of us, not together. It was more of a dream. It happened. We all had a mutual dream. So I didn't find out he died. So I was in Texas, and my nephew called me and told me he died, and it hurt. Obviously, he was a legend. Like, obviously, it was painful, especially knowing I was like,
Hey, thank you for that, AR. He says, you're a real one on YouTube. Thank you, my man.
right there when he was last time he was his full self.
So no one tried to get in contact with y'all after the shooting.
Workplace retaliation happens when an employer fires, demotes, refuses to promote, or otherwise take.
Once, the Hollywood police went to Shalane's mama house. He went to her house and contacted her. And Tanisha didn't even live here, so she was out and she wouldn't talk. So since they went to Shalane's mom house, we didn't want our parents involved. They had my dad's address. So we went to the Hollywood police, and a year after that, 1 year later, which is 97, we talked back to the police. That's that. After that, nothing. Crickets till whenever the murder rap book came out.
Take me through that. I was telling you.
Oh, I do remember the cop was trying to kind of flirt with me. I didn't even realize.
So there you go, right? This is what I was telling you guys about how she was saying that the cop was trying to flirt with her. Look, I'm going to tell you, man, a lot of women lie, right? To make themselves look good. I don't know if there's some reality to the fact that a cop actually flirted with her or not. Look, I'm not trying to like dissect this person's personality, but I think it's kind of important to kind of get the full spectrum of what it is that she saw and how she communicates her message, right? And just the profile that I get out of this woman, this is a person that is highly dependent upon how she looks, right? A lot of how she looks is dependent about how she feels about herself, about her day, and things of that nature, right? So I don't know if that was an important thing to talk about, or even bring up, but she is bringing up the fact that there's no trust with the police there. Yeah, just a whole bunch of just trying to kind of dissect with where her head is at right here. Scandabigo says Birmingham's new mayor has lived in the UK for 57 years and can't speak English. He has pledged allegiance to Pakistan in his speeches. UK is effed. You got to be kidding, right? That can't be real, Scandabigo. Is that really real? AR says everyone is fake on YouTube and trying to sell or buy. Keep up the good work, Kyrie. That's right, man. That's right. That is true. That is true. Yes, everyone in YouTube is fake and does try to sell or buy something. But yes, I mean, in a way, what am I trying to buy or sell? Nothing really. I mean, most of what I buy or sell is really outside of YouTube, and what I make on YouTube is what it is, just based on my work here. But yeah,
Until later that he was, I guess, trying to get something out of me because we weren't talkative at all. I literally said the exact same thing. I think my statement was a page and a half. I said we were getting dressed, we were hanging out, we went to lunch with some people, we missed the game, we missed the fight because we were getting dressed too late. I mean, literally, it was very, very generic. It was less than I'm telling you. It really was probably a page and a half. And I think, which is funny now, I mentioned, I think in my police report, I think my girlfriend behind me saw more than I did, which was a snitch. I did not even think about it. I was a snitch to my friend. But yeah, I didn't really say much, to be honest. I was kind of innocent back then, but you don't know. But yeah, I didn't say much.
I know you was telling me, and I want you to speak on it a little more in detail about how people is out here pushing a narrative that y'all say on Tupac.
Oh, absolutely. That's the reason I'm speaking to you now, because I want to have my voice out there. And I'm going to speak for my three other.
AR says Birmingham Zakir Chaudhry. He said Kashmir is Pakistan. Kashmir is half Pakistan and half India. I don't know about all that. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Pakistani nationalists that are going to vehemently disagree with that.
The friends who were in the car who were literally about to speak. Me and Shalane have done more interviews, but everyone has spoken and they edit our version of the statements to fit their own narrative. So yeah, we do our interview, And then when we see the production of it, it's a clip bite that says different things. One of them I heard it was saying that we called Tupac. We never said Tupac. We never even spoke to him. He knew Shug, but that's a huge narrative. And
Well, the reason why that's a huge narrative, right, is because that kind of corroborated with the story of what Keefe D was talking about when he said that a bunch of women were yelling for Tupac, saying, "Hey, look, it's Tupac!" Right, like making a little girly voice as sort of mocking them, right? That kind of corroborates with the things that Keefe D is saying there. AR says India and Pakistan have been fighting for years. Look at Imran Khan; he's been in jail for years. Yes.
that narrative turns into, oh, they set him up. Oh, them two girls. Oh, them girls. What hood are they from? When you look at the internet and see this stuff, it's I go down a rabbit hole because I get so frustrated and I don't have time to sit there and why waste my breath? People are gonna create and think what they want about you anyway. So I don't care in a sense, but if it affects my livelihood or affects my name or anything else I want to do, then of course I'm gonna be a little concerned because you want to be authentic, and I'm a real person. I'm loud sometimes. I'm shy. I was shy, incredibly shy.
And of course, she has to like bring up, I'm loud, I'm an independent woman, I'm loud, and no, nobody ain't nobody trying to hear all that. Talking about I'm loud, I'm an independent woman, and nobody's trying to hear all that. Shut up. God dang. Shut up. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that. Oh, I'm in the bed. I'm loud. Yo, first of all, isn't it annoying when a woman like claims how loud she is and oh, I'm difficult. Ain't nobody can handle me. Yeah, bitch, that's why you lonely, 60 years old and all that. He says women are very attention seeking. For the most part, right? The ones that, grew up vain or the ones that were taught to grow up vain, that has a lot to do with it. But yeah, I mean, if you look at this woman right now, obviously she looks like she's in her 50s and 60s, right? You would imagine that she was probably, yeah, very arrogant in her younger days, right? When she was a little bit of a fresher melon and what have you.
Shy all my life. So I've come to my own and I embrace that, but I also want people to see me as I am and not narrate me to their own story. And so the murder rap I felt was narrated to fit his book, which wasn't fair. I've talked to them about that. And then
AR says, I married back home. Did you really? Okay. I'm assuming you married back home in Bangladesh. And if so, what is that like? Was that a good choice for you to make? Do you feel that there's any cultural differences there? Or do you think that it was the best decision of your life? Let me know in the comments section below, AR, if you can, please.
the other documents I did, they helped a little bit, but the best one was when we, like I said, did Benjamin Crumb's interview. But the whole point of speaking to you and speaking is
Yeah, Benjamin Crump, obviously the guy that is involved in the Nolan Wells case right now, known to be what many people perceive him as a bit of a race hustler and what have you, right? So yeah, let's he says I have a wife from every Muslim country. Scandabigo says. Isn't the internet beautiful, Scandabigo, right? We can be whatever we want to be. We can live in any fantasy that we wish to live in. Sure. Okay. AR says, I want a housewife. She takes care of me, mom, and family. I love how you spell mom with a M-U-M, right? Instead of M-O-M, the way that Americans, pronounce it. Oftentimes, from the outside English speakers of the world that I noticed, they would say um, that Americans eat their words when they speak, right? They eat their words, like basically a strong pronunciation to everything that they say, right? Punctuation and everything, right? Um, that's why, I think the American language is most superior when it comes to understanding, whereas with English, Irish or Scottish English is just all over the place. It sounds like you people have rocks in your mouth. No offense to the UK, but you know what I mean. But yes, okay, my mom and family, I can't stand UK women. Yeah, what's up with UK women, right? There's this stereotype of them having Botox. It's like this, woman, hot girl UK starter kit, right? You have like um lips, you got fake lips, you got fake nose sometimes, you know what I mean? Overly tanned, that's like the thing, and overly maked up. Those are sort of the criteria to be like a hot girl UK person, I suppose. But yeah, all right, back to this woman who was a slag 30 years ago and is a slag till this day. And she just happens to be famous because she ran across the Tupac murder right in front of her face.
Those conspiracies are just, they're stupid. I don't know how to say a word that doesn't involve a lot of cursing and adjectives that are not proper for it.
Well, honestly, you probably don't know a lot of words because you're a stupid woman. But anyways, yeah.
For anyone else to hear, especially a child. But the whole point was, we did not call Tupac out. We didn't know him. We didn't even speak to him that night. We just saw him. We may have said hello when we drove on the side of him. You know, it wouldn't be rude. I loved his music. I appreciate him. I was a fan.
So this is how you know she's lying, right? The story goes that they yelled out for Tupac. Now, why is she lying about yelling out for Tupac, right? For two reasons. Number one, they mentioned how they don't want to look like they set up Tupac, right? And that's understandable because Suge was a very scary guy. And if they thought that you had anything to do with that and you were responsible for that, he was going to hold you responsible for that. So help you God, right? So that's one reason why she's lying about that. The other reason why she's lying about that is because maybe she doesn't want to come across as rather desperate or some sort of a fangirl, right? That's one of the worst things when it comes to women, right? They hate to lower themselves, and sometimes lowering themselves is over complimenting you, right? So she didn't want to do that. But if you look, there's a lot of mix-ups in her story here. She said they didn't yell at Tupac, yell out for Tupac, but she also said hi to Tupac. But think about it like this. If you are a female in Las Vegas in the mid 90s and you are out with your girls or out with, even if you're just out with your homeboys and, you see somebody famous like, oh, snap, there's Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Oh, are you going to react? Oh, oh, and sometimes, you're going to react in a very, Ric Flair type of excitement, like, woo, it's Tupac, woo, it's whoever that you see. So, there's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of corroborating stories there that don't match up on her part. AR says UK women ass done plastic surgery, a lot of work. UK women, blonde hair, lips, makeup, tanned, tight clothes, showing off arrogance, divorce, teeth done, chin done, cheek done, and showing off. Yeah. The women is confusing, and that woman is confusing and strange, like like a lot of women in the Western world, right? And it's great to finally give her the mic so that hey, talk, so that you can show your stupidity to the world. Okay, display your stupidity to the world and your inferiority of speaking. So there it is. By the way, guys, after this, we're gonna get to Wack 100's reaction to this, right? Because obviously Wack 100 was very instrumental in the death row days, at least in the latter stages, right? He wasn't there during the Snoop Dogg days, the Tupac days, or any of those prime days, but he was there right at the very end. We're talking about like 1997-ish, 2000s, when Death Row Records was sort of on a decline a little bit. But all right, let's get back to Ingrid Johnson is her name, the witness of the Tupac murder in 1996. AR says, if Tupac wasn't famous, these women wouldn't care about him. Is it Tupac or Tupac? So very good, right? AR, if you're not looking at what AR wrote, He asks, is it Tupac or Tupac? Meaning, is it spelled Tupac, or is it Tupac with the number two written out with PAC? So that's a good question. Tupac is obviously with the letter 2 and the PAC. That's sort of like a symbol. Also not just a symbol, but also a trademark of his, right? Tupac is how his real name is spelled. Kind of like me. I have Kyrie as my first name, but Kai is my nickname for short because there's some derivatives behind it. So it's kind of one of them things. So very good question. Very good question. The question is, how do you pronounce Tupac, right? If you're a square white dude, at least back in the 90s and even till now, they would pronounce Tupac as Tupac, okay? But if you're like, really hood or Afrocentric or want to be very correct in how to pronounce it, it's Tupac. But I hope that answers your question. And to answer your question, with a lot of these women, Scandabigo says Tukai. There you go. There you go, right? And then Scandabigo says, if Tupac wasn't famous, would these women even care about him? You know what? What's crazy that you said that? Tupac has actually mentioned that in a song, right? He mentions, would you even care about me if I wasn't, famous or, something to that degree. He's talked plenty of times about that in many of his songs. Now, obviously, Tupac was a very conflicting person, which, by the way, is the reason why he was able to bang out so many bangers. Okay? Tupac, listen, let me tell you how influential Tupac is, and you're probably going to notice that tonight at the UFC event, right? There's not a fight where at least 5 fighters, and maybe I'm exaggerating by the number, but at least 1 fighter every event, right? Maybe even more, maybe even more than 2 or 3 per UFC event that doesn't walk out to the Tupac song. If they're not playing a Tupac song in between the fights, the DJ in the arenas, okay, they are walking out to a Tupac song with one of the fighters. Okay, that's how influential Tupac is. You go to any gym in the world, I guarantee you somewhere in their playlist, there is a Tupac song. Never fails every time. Right? Let me know if you guys, anybody who's trained at a gym before, how many times you hear Tupac in your gym. So AR says Tupac. Yes, that's how square white people pronounce it. Right? The white people that are not too in tune or inclined to hip hop. That's how they would pronounce it. It's Tupac Shakur. Tupac Shakur. Tupac Shakur, guys. Tupac Shakur. Yeah. What up, homies? All right. Anyways, enough about mocking white people and their misunderstanding of urban culture. AR says, yeah, what's your favorite Tupac song? Mine is Changes. Mine is Ambitions as a Rider. Ooh, that's a hard one. Trading War Stories is good also. When We Ride on Our Enemies, When I Get Home. That's featuring Gaddafi. The Outlaws song Made N-Word. What else? Hail Mary is pretty good. Smile is pretty good. What else? What else is a good Tupac song? A little bit of some early 90s stuff. I Just Don't Give a F. I mean, man, he went at the CIA. He went at Marin County sheriffs. He named names on that one and got a little bit racially inflammatory on that one on some, real Black Panther, vibe to it. But yeah, Changes was a good one too. Obviously, he mentioned, it's evident we ain't ready to see a black president. Yeah, well, we have a black president, and he was probably one of the worst ones. And when I mean worst ones, I don't mean by economy-wise. I mean in the way that he fought Muslims. Okay, because Obama, man, he bombed the living heck out of Iran. So I don't know. I think that if Tupac was alive, I think that he would oppose Obama in some kind of way, even though that he prophesized or at least, hinted that we would never have a black president. But apparently we do. AR says Caucasians are funny about street culture and streetwear. It's everywhere nowadays, and they're copying the culture. Um, you know what, AR, right? Since it is unique to your situation in the United Kingdom, I think that it is worth noting that there's probably more wiggers in your part of the world than there is in the United States, right? Because I think that the urban hip hop culture attracts, a certain people of a certain class, right? People of a working class background, of an urban class background. And even if they make it out of the urban class background, they sort of take that mentality with them to the suburban environment, right? Oftentimes, let's say you see a rapper or an athlete that comes from the hood and then they live into the suburbs, they end up just playing like loud music. I'm the same way, I guess, in that regard. But yeah, you know, um, Scandavigo says Tupac hit him up. I like that as well, right? Let me tell you, right? When it first came out, to be honest with you, I wasn't all that comfortable with it in the way that I am now. Okay, I wasn't comfortable with it the way that I am now. Let me tell you why. Back then, the reason why I wasn't comfortable with it is because I felt like anytime that you mention somebody who's that big or something into that stature, I don't know how much we can relate to it. Now, let's say if you made a song about hitting up the ops on the other side of town and there's no particular name to it, there's a universal feel to it, right? It just feels like, okay, we're going to have this song played and we're going to go slide on the ops on the other side of town, listening to a guy named Tupac go after a guy named Biggie, right? I kind of like the songs that were ambiguous when they talk about sliding on people. But yes, that was hard hitting. It was obviously indicative of why West Coast guys are one of the best diss artists when it comes to that, right? Kendrick included. But yeah. Scandabigo says Tupac hit him up. Yep. AR says UK loves street culture and streetwear mixed with US and UK. Yup. Yes, they do. Posh English kids wear and act street. Really? Is that a thing now? Are there a lot of posh kids that are heading into that direction? AR says I don't like UK grime and UK rap. I like some UK rap, right? Like Bugsy Malone is one of my favorite ones. Obviously he's a Manchester guy, right? I'm a fan of Manchester City, football club. So I'm a big fan of Manchester overall, right? Tom Aspinall, he's also a big Manchester City guy. Ricky Hatton was a big Manchester City guy as well. So there's Bugsy Malone. Who else do I like? Dutch Belly. That's a good one. Central C was pretty good with Khabib. The song that he did with Khabib. Yeah, there's a lot of passion in that one. What is that? What is that white boy's name from Brighton? What's that white boy's name from Brighton? He's got some pretty good hits as well. White rapper from Brighton, UK. What is his name? He had some bangers. UK white rapper from Brighton, UK. Who is that guy? H and H? No. RD. Real name Riley Jason Davies. Yeah, he's RD. He's got some pretty good raps as well. He's got some pretty good raps. So yeah, man, I like it all, man. Obviously I'm a West Coast guy. I'm into West Coast rap. That's my thing. That's what I do. But I appreciate music from around the world. Remember, before the internet, I was already into French rap because I traveled the world, right? Back then, you couldn't just run across UK music unless you were in the UK. So I was on the house music that you had going on, like Bonnie Bailey back in the days, some little house music that I used to listen to in the Philippines. Obviously, Oasis, big around the world. Craig David. Craig David was really big around the world, right? And obviously he broke through in the world scene. Craig David in the R&B scene. Who else? Mac Morrison. A lot of people don't know, man. Mac Morrison, Return of the Mac. Yeah, Return of the Mac. By the way, if you notice, that beat has a very West Coast derivative to it, right? It's very West Coast derivative if you notice. Okay? So Mark Morrison was going to get signed to Death Row Records. So you imagine that Death Row Records, a West Coast label, having all the West Coast local stars that they built, from Snoop to Dre to Daz Corrupt, and and Tupac. You could add from the Bay Area, and then coming into LA, becoming an LA Blood, sure, but now they wanted to branch out in the East Coast. They had the Outlaws. They wanted to go as far as the UK, and they were going to sign Mark Morrison. So Moses versus Herkovich. Who you got? Moses. Moses Otama all day, my boy. All right, back to this lady.
And he's one of the greatest, so he was in my top, So
Thank you, Princess. I got my sexy back.
get your smile back with clear choice permanent. That part bothers me. There's a whole guy who created a YouTube page dissecting my grand jury testimony. The whole hour and 7 minutes dissecting my grand jury testimony.
Yeah, he was dissecting your grand jury testimony because you're probably a lying ass bitch. I mean, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean lying ass bitch in a way that you're trying to prevent yourself from snitching or pleading the fifth. I mean just overall. But anyways, yeah.
Word by word. And analyzing. Everyone below it start analyzing. It was like, are you freaking kidding me? If you want to call me and ask me a question, that's different. But to sit there and analyze and say what I thought and felt, oh yeah, that I had to nearly step away because it's something I didn't expect. I definitely did not want, and it's not fair to me. It's not fair to my family or anybody else. Because one guy on YouTube put my address out there, my dad's address, and my Shalane's mother's address on there. He had their full address on there. It might have even had Social Security. I had to get YouTube to take it off. I mean, privacy is crazy. I'm not a celebrity. I don't like, if you're a celebrity, let's come with the, hey, you want to be a celebrity, you're out there. That's not what we were doing. We were just trying to be helpful and tell our story. So I get a little worked up because I get very frustrated and I got super angry because we were trying to be helpful. And I'm still still paying for it to be helpful. I think I'm still paying for it because I'm still having to talk about it. I definitely can't wait for the trial to be over. He won't be brought back. Nothing will ever, justice can never be exactly served because it should have never happened. It should have never been shot. We never should have been in that situation. But it did happen. And the only way I can get now is to have someone held accountable for it. And that part is the reason I want to talk about it and why I wanted to go to court. Not because I want to be in court. Dear God, I do not. But I think it's my duty as a fan to speak on it and tell my truth.
So you actually, for the people that don't know, you're testifying this upcoming week. How did that come about? Reaching out to you.
The DA, when they asked me to do the grand jury, they talked to me because I guess me and Shalane's story were similar, they said. And so I guess I must talk too much. And they asked me to come to the grand jury. So people had talked to the DA, and they had called me back and asked me would I testify. I don't know if I had a choice, but I did. Like I said, I didn't necessarily want to, but I knew I had to. Even though people were saying I shouldn't, because you're going in court, you're going to face him. I'm like, but I didn't see him. I can't point him out. I saw an edge of a car. The only thing I'm going to do is tell what I saw and what I heard and what I felt. And that's speaking my truth, so they can't be wrong.
After Tupac got shot, the police has you in handcuffs. Do you recall who else was on the scene with you?
Honestly, on the curb, I remember us because I was shocked. I kept asking questions. I guess I watched too much Law and Order and those kind of shows. I was asking questions and stuff like, okay, what about that? What about that? And what happened? And they were pretty much ignoring us. And then I think I was just complaining about being sitting on the ground. And I'm like, I'm little, but dang, I'm like, seriously, I'm wearing black pants. I think
AR asks, Hey, Kyrie, good question. How do you think society is going, good or bad? I would say bad, right? I mean, considering as a Muslim, we all know that uh, Judgment Day, Yawmuddin, is right around the corner, and I think that's just indicative of the times, right? I think that's just what it really comes down to. It's indicative of the times and what we got in front of us right now. So yeah.
I was complaining about trivial stuff, not knowing someone was in the hospital dying. You know, we didn't know. But we're complaining about our clothing and stuff. And why they're treating us like this, we're trying to be helpful. Like, I should have stopped. Like, I should have remembered what I just saw earlier when they pulled him over. I should have kept that in mind. But I was not taking it. And we were trying to be helpful because of who was in the situation. We knew someone around there, something happened, you know? But I do remember seeing who was on the ground with us. I think, if I'm correct, and like I said, this is maybe from 30 years ago, on my left side, a little further down, I think more of my people might have been over there talking to the police, I think. And then in the van, there might have been more people. I think 2 more people may have been in the van, maybe a girl or a guy. I know when we went to the police station, one of my girlfriends was nervous because she kept seeing a guy with a hat. And she kept talking to this guy with a hat. She goes, I hope you don't think we said anything. I was just like, remember that we start getting scared of things. We're thinking that people think we're snitching and saying stuff. What if he's with other people? Like, we don't.
Yeah, so back then, I want you to imagine, right? Back then, snitching was a very serious matter, okay? In the black community in particular, okay? And by the way, I have a theory as to why snitching is now so prominent in the black community, okay? For one, let's say, for example, Atlanta, okay? Right now, Atlanta is known to have a lot of snitches, okay? They have a famous rapper out there named Woody YSL. He ended up snitching, but for whatever reason, it wasn't career ending for him in any kind of way. I mean, look, snitching for Takashi 69, if you think about it, was not career ending in any kind of way, right? Back then, if you got caught snitching, okay, you probably were to never be heard of again. Okay, in terms of either you got unalived for it, got sent to witness protection program, or or you just ran away on your own. You can't come back to the hood anymore, and now everybody knows that you are dirty, that you got caught snitching, and so yeah, and if you were a rapper back then, yeah, probably no one even spoke of you ever again because it was such a seriously shameful act to be a part of. Okay, nowadays it just seems somewhat accepted. Okay, and I have a theory for that. Okay. I think the reason why snitching is a little bit more prominent in Atlanta, okay, is because if you think about it, you look at the police officers in Atlanta, right? Everybody is black. The doctors are black. The nurses are black. It is what they say, the essence of black culture in America, okay? Atlanta. So a police officer comes to you who's from your community, right? And I would say maybe a good portion of Atlanta police officers are black, right? So it's easy for them to snitch. It's easy for them to relate to somebody who looks like them and say, "Hey, you know what? Maybe snitching is not such a bad idea after all." Tupac, on the other hand, let me tell you, man, that guy would never snitch. Okay. And let me tell you why. A lot of people give Tupac a lot of flack for being a Black Panther, right? They're saying, well, you're supposed to be a Black Panther. Why are you pushing Pyru? Well, the reason why he's a Black Panther who's pushing Pyru is because he doesn't like the government. He has no trust in the government. So therefore, a guy like that is less likely to snitch than somebody who has a little bit of a better relationship with the cops. But anyhow, let's continue on with this.
We don't know what happened, so we don't know if someone sitting next to us was the people that shot somebody. We didn't know anybody got shot and what happened, so we got a police van. And we started getting more and more nervous, like, oh my God, people got shot, people are like dying. Because when we heard, like I said earlier, he was like, that is dead. From there, then we shut up, and then we just start, my girlfriend's super nervous, so then she's like, who's there, who's watching, who's talking, so I got nervous. But to this day, she goes, I swear that guy in the hat saw us, he knows something.
Scandabigo, what is Maza L2 Isatar murdercide? Please explain in context what that means if you can, please.
That's the kind of paranoia. How do you say it? Paranoia that we were experiencing that night. After a while, it started creeping in those thoughts, and okay, they saw us, and we're snitching. We're still gonna think we saw something, we're gonna snitch. He probably wanted to figure out his own. He probably, all these things start bouncing in our heads, and we start getting more nervous. And so, some guy was probably a witness. It could be anybody, but my friend was like, that guy in that cowboy hat, he was looking at us. He saw something. He might know it. And so that paranoia kind of freaked us out more. And so, right before we spoke to the police, that part was in our mind too, besides what they said, besides the way they treated us. All those things made us least likely to talk and give them more details. Not that we had much more details, but somebody saw something. Had to. There's some people there. But evidently it took 30 years to get some kind of justice. People weren't talking, so that's the sad part, unfortunately.
He was wearing a cowboy hat?
Explain to me why she would say, well, 30 years later, people aren't talking, but then she said, yeah, back then, I was into the whole, non-snitching code thing, and I don't know, man, just seems to be a little bit of some contradictions there, but let me know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I think so. And I told you my friend, she was super nervous. She probably was drinking too, so that could be part of it. Because I was the one, I wasn't drinking at the time. Shamil wasn't drinking, driving. And my girlfriend's in the back. She probably was drinking and relaxing. So that's the thing she fascinated on at the police station, which is a weird little tidbit, but that's to give you an idea of the atmosphere. And it could not even be a cowboy hat. Like I said, she might have been a little, she might have been, well, yeah, we were having fun. We were seeing our friends, a few friends, we walking around, we're gambling, from a gambler. We were having a good time, we were enjoying the night. And we were going to go with them to that club, but they were not going to stay there. I was like, we were going to go to other clubs. Like, that's what you do. You go around and see where things happen. That's the part of the age 24.
Well, no, it's more like, you're going to go to the club with the dudes with the biggest clout. And at the time, who had the bigger clout than Tupac in the 90s?
In the 90s, and enjoying life in a convertible, in Versace and Gucci. I mean, we're just having fun. That's all.
And you been to clubs too.
Okay, Scandabigo says it's an oral Sora like the Talmud. Okay, that's nice to know. Thank you.
It's 6'2" before, right?
I went once. So Summer League happens in Vegas. And at the time, one of my close friends worked for Magic. And he had an event there. This was years prior. And I went. So I knew I missed that big because we went there. We didn't stay long, but we went there because my friend who worked there. And that's what's going to be my club. So that's why I knew what the club and knew how to get there. I think it was a straight shot you should go on, I think. But I knew how to get there at that time. Our memory was good enough back then to get straight back. Get to the club. I said we can meet them there. So that's how that came about.
And you was a Tupac fan, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I was a hip hop fan. Women and all that. Like I said, I had met him prior. I lived in color because my girlfriend had worked there. We went to an episode taping. And I think I have a picture with him, like back in the day, because I was a fan. People, when being a fan in LA and seeing celebrities is different than anywhere else in the country. To be honest, maybe New York, may understand. And different, like locals, like Atlanta has their subculture, like the TIs.
Yeah, no, absolutely right about that, right? Obviously, out here, it's so like prominent that it almost like it really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like it just doesn't matter really. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. There's a celebrity here. What's the big deal? There's another yeah, it's just people here are used to having celebrities around them. By the way, stay tuned. We're gonna have Wack 100 on in a second.
those kind of people. You see them all the time. The same kind of thing in LA. There's a culture where I'm driving down the street, I'm next to Justin Timberlake, or I'm next to, like, I used to, in high school, I used to take the bus from school because I was a senior, and I'd go see Michael Jackson. He was in the hospital. Like, I'm like, I'm saying Michael's here. I would take the bus up to the hospital and say, oh, I'm going to see Michael. I wouldn't talk to him, but being around celebrities is kind of a thing that is not a huge, big deal, to be honest. And a lot of people who aren't familiar with that time don't realize that.
So wait a minute, it's not a big deal, but you went out of your way to go to your mom's work at the hospital where Michael Jackson was at. But yeah, not a big deal, right? Okay.
So it wasn't like, the rumors that we were like, them girls, and I am sick of being called them girls. I'm a freaking lady. I'm black, female, woman, strong woman, not a lady, not them girl. I mean, I'm a lady, I'm always a lady, of course. But I'm not them girls in the car who called Tupac. Never, ever called Tupac next to our car. We were talking to Suge. Well, she was, I wasn't, because I didn't know him like that. I'd seen him once or twice with somebody. And they have said hello or I sit there, but never. It wasn't even like that. We were just having fun, relaxing, trying to enjoy our night. That was it. Yeah, I was a fan, absolutely.
When you met him on set, I was like,
oh my God, yeah. I think we were taking a picture. He came in, hugged us on a picture. Oh no, it was a cool vibe that night. Like I said, I don't really say hello to him. I say hello kind of thing. That would have been the most of our engagement. But lean back, cool. He was relaxed. We were relaxed. We were having fun. Like I was saying, I think very deep. It was a bigger kind of thing. We were just enjoying ourselves.
if you were in a car accident recently, do not guess what your case could be worse. Great interview. Very insightful. I can't wait to see you take steps. Before we end the interview, let us know what you got going on, where your client, before we join.
Well, so that's fine. I appreciate your having me on, and I hope you can tell me your listeners can tell that this is me. I hope you can see I'm not such a complete person. My challenge, okay? I try to speak my truth and really genuine, talk to it. I'm not stitched, but I just try to be open and honestly, like I said, always I'm do this and do else because I'm part of history and I'm not semi version. Especially someone else came wrong with what I said, but that's the worst part. Me and my focus, I say this from this, my next time, obviously 30 years, so long 30 years. We created 205 on these podcasts, so we created COVID, and then about talking to Greg and my story because we're sick with person. And my office, and my hey, just know that's the plan. I'm doing homework. Not girlfriend, no husband, no homework forever. So that's my goal. I'm good friends. That's because I'm a personality, it's not that, telling me, you're the kind of girl that they're not married. So they're not dating, they're not friends with me, they're open and chance. And, so for me, just hoping we find that tough story. Now, this is my podcast, so we but we had never talked about you. So we will talk about you. When we talk about you, and you have a resume now, because we want to make sure that this is not for us. Everybody's like, we'll talk about it. Nonsense, we'll talk about it. Listen, we want to make sure that we want to make sure we love first before we put that version, our version story. And then from there, we have other things because, this world is we all have a short amount of time. And we're trying to do as much as we can before it's gone because obviously he was gone way too early. And none of us know when the next day is going to be ours. So we're relaunching our podcast. So I'll give you information when we do that. You can obviously look it up and maybe we can have you on our podcast. You never know. But I do appreciate it.
All right. So basically, that's just her now talking about her podcast or just throwing. Okay. Anyways, yeah. Let's get to Wack 100. Okay. So Wack 100's response on the whole murder trial. Let's check it out.
People gonna go, what you think? Dare to do what he gotta do for death row. Should pay the homies how he paid the homies. And that payment came in many ways. Whether you living in a condo, driving a car with a check you got every month for $2,000, 3,000. The biggest thing that Suge was paying for niggas back then, a lot of you niggas don't understand because y'all was scared, was a nigga's cell phone bill back then. Cell phone bill was $2,000, $3,000. This is a fact. Niggas told me got to the fact. And 3 of y'all living in this condo, y'all got different change, I'm paying your bill, and I'm putting $3,000 in your pocket. Nigga, move and don't play what I tell you to. And that's just what it was. So, Reggie's not worried about what the street security was doing because the street security didn't take orders from Reggie. Half the time they tell Reggie, straight up. Hey, but that's not how Reggie was funny. Correct me if I'm wrong, say, but he just say like,
All right, so let me explain a couple of things that Wack 100 is talking about here, right? Like with most rappers, they have two types of securities, okay? There's the professional security, and then there's the security that is things that law enforcement and regular security can't do. Let's just put it like that, right? All right, but let's continue on. Let's hear what he has to say here.
He brought the street security. No, he never said he brought the street security. Street security told you we want for sure. We power. Yeah, we know Reggie. Reggie grew up in our neighborhood. Right back here. But the sound is all over. So hey, so right, so we listen to dates before I see you. And you gotta remember, bro. I know what Reggie was gonna take to stand. I know what they was gonna ask you, what they was gonna ask my dog for the other day. But niggas gotta understand is like, bro, like even with me, like I have my moving is legal security on all of me. They gonna kill you right. Security on it. To report. What's around me is probably about 70 years of penitentiary. They ain't writing no report. They just gonna go get a bill and wait for the bill and the attorney fees. So that has nothing to do. One has nothing to do with the other. Reggie had a legal business called right bill and wait for the bill and the attorney fees. So that has nothing to do. One has nothing to do with the other. Reggie, wait security. Should have the homie. When a nigga parole, you report to death row, you get your chain, keys to a car, you need somewhere to stay, he'll assign you one of these penthouse if you got somewhere, and he'll get you a check. Nigga, pull up to the road, be here every morning, 6 a.m. until I pay you to leave. And that's what it was. So, like, I got a two-part question. Part one is, do you know if it's true that Snoop Dogg not to go? And two, do you think that it's possible that if Pac had not died, that Snoop.
Okay, so think about how awesome that is, right? And if you're a street dude, that is the position, that is the dream position that you want, right? Where you got your homeboys, in a penthouse. You got them at, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Khabib's team, right? Khabib runs his team in the same similar way, right? He houses everybody. He gives cars to all of his fighters. But the only requirement is be there on time. You heard what Wack 100 said, right? Be at the office at 6 a.m., until I tell you to leave. And, that was the same thing with Suge Knight. I mean, with Khabib is the same concept, right? Yeah, that's the position that you want to be when, when you want to bring others up, right? And I think Suge Knight sort of had that same thing. But all right, let's continue on with his take. Because remember, Wack 100 was around death row, at least at the latter stages of it. He wasn't there at the prime death row days, just right at the end of it, probably around 98 in the 2000s, right? So, yeah, right around there. All right, let's hear more what he had to say about this. Very interesting stuff that Wack 100 is talking about here. Very interesting stuff.
Would be nothing. We gotta remember, it's because of Snoop that Pac even came to death row. That was Snoop that went to Suge and told Suge, nigga, you need to get Pac. Snoop was already who he was. Secondly, he ain't tell Pac when not to go at all because they wasn't talking because he was mad at Snoop about it.
Let me answer that question there. Let me answer that question there. RAF. So Marab versus Triple C. I'm gonna go Marab on that one. I know Henry was a former Olympic champion, right? But RAF is your RAF champion. I'm gonna working on your wrestling longer, but yeah, I'm going with Marab on that one.
If you're a street. his interview in New York saying he ain't got no beef for Bad Boy. They wasn't even talking. Snoop did his interview in New York saying he ain't got no beef for Bad Boy. Niggas, they wasn't even talking. Snoop did his interview in New York saying he ain't got no beef for Bad Boy. Y'all acting like you want to do something. This nigga ain't talking. I know it's gonna be 100 of you niggas out there. I'm a crip. I'm not. He's smart. If he did go, he's supposed to go with his people. So he ain't telling nigga what to do or what not to do. He just told him what he wasn't doing. I won't be there. He did right. And been many a times I done told a motherfucker, hey look, bro, I got a gut feeling, I ain't with it. Go to sleep, wake up, get shot up, 2 niggas dead, everybody went to jail. Just what it is. He wasn't supposed to go. He was friction at that point in time. Nigga, you supposed to be riding with us. Hey look, nigga, I ain't got no beef with Puffy or none of these niggas. That's your shit. That ain't got nothing to do with me. These niggas is cool with me. I'm cool with them. Got nothing to do with me. These niggas is cool with me. I'm cool with them. Got nothing to do with me. These niggas are cool with me. I'm cool.
All right. So imagine hearing that, right? It's like you have beef with these guys, but he tells you, well, I don't got no problems with them. How do you think that would make you feel? I'll tell you how that would make me feel. It would vary for different people. Now, look, I have friends who are friends with or know people that I don't like or have done business with people I don't like. To be honest with you, I don't hold it against them. Okay? Because I know why they're doing business with that person. I know why they're associated with that person. I also know why they can't disassociate with certain people that I don't like. I get that, right? But sometimes some people handle it differently. They're like, well, you know what? It's either you ride with us, handle it different. You either ride with us or collide with us. And Tupac had that mentality. He's like, if Snoop Dogg's going to be my homie, I expect him to ride with me and F everybody else, right? F what everybody else is talking about. There's people out there that are like that. I am to a certain degree, but there are times where, all right, I'll let it slide. I can understand why he's friends with this guy. And then sometimes it has nothing to do with you at all. Those guys have been friends way longer than you've been beefing with either of them. Right? But yeah, just thought you'd know.
Now, whatever y'all do on the mic, do it. But we all knew, Pop, you full of shit. Pop, that ain't got nothing to do. But didn't give a fuck. We all knew, Pop, you full of shit. Pop, that ain't got nothing to do. But didn't give a fuck. Just riding the controversy to sell the records. He didn't give a it was a lie or the truth. Whatever sold the records. Just riding the controversy to sell the records.
After 27 years, right? A lot of this shit been on the net. All these interviews is done.
30 years.
Yeah, 30 years, right? So we here now because of what? Keefe D interviews or what?
Yeah, Keefe D put himself there. Keefe D said, everybody involved is dead. Big Zip. Big Zip is dead. Baby Lane is dead. Pac is dead. It's only 2 niggas alive that can tie shit in, which is Jimmy Henchman and Suge Knight. This nigga went over here because he thought he had immunity when he tried to tell the line up Zip in the late 90s, early 2000s with Greg Cadence in them. He thought he had immunity, which you did when it came to LA County. But when you start going around saying, I passed the gun to the nigga that killed Tupac, this case happened in Nevada. Nigga, like, that's another jurisdiction. And then when you did it, you broke the agreement of your proffer, which is why you're going to see Greg K. And then when you did it, take the stand. You get what you're going to now see the officers who couldn't talk now get up there and talk because you broke the agreement of the proffer.
So can you imagine this guy? All he had to do was keep his mouth shut. This was within the confines of what everybody wanted to do in the LAPD. All right, not the state, uh, not federal. Now he made it federal, and that's what's interesting about this, right? Like he made it federal. Like he was in a very unique position, and then, man, he blew it. Man, he blew it.
They're gonna play the tape of TPD telling on everybody. This way and this. And they can use the pop because he's still about to say hello. Like this, there you go. And you see you passed the gun to the nigga that killed Tupac. You passed the gun to the nigga that gets triggered. That's accessory. That gets your life. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I don't know what made him think it was okay to go up and interview. He's a dummy. He wanted some attention. This camera, this clout is worse than cocaine, my nigga. You put, man, this shit I got on camera, I ain't never let go. I done put cameras on a nigga and these motherfuckers, I tell you it does something to them. They just want to say some shit. They say the worst of the worst. Man, shit like dope. That shit is a high. Hey, but what does the clout actually get you though? Like, it don't really get you, like, you know. Hey, but what does the clout actually get you though? Like, it don't really get you, like, you know. Hey, what does the clout actually get you? You sound like a dude that came up, probably played some sports. You might have been the captain of the team, was a ball player, and you probably always was one of the dudes. Hey, my nigga, hey, good shit, right? Okay, you're not gonna understand that. Take the mindset of the nigga on the sideline that never got no attention, and now when he says things, he gets attention. This is, I'm giving it. See, me, I don't give a. I've always been the captain of a football team. I ran my clique. I ran my team. I ran the yard. That shit don't mean nothing to me. But to a mom who never had that attention and sat on the sideline and say, I want to be that, that's what it gives them right there. That's all it is. No different than your woman at home not getting your attention, but when she get to work, her supervisor notices everything you don't. Yeah, they gonna pay attention to it. Yo, you mean, bro. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, no, that's a good breakdown, though. I get what you're saying. Everybody ain't gonna understand it, especially those that always been have some type of light on them. You get what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get it. Don't make sense. I would say it's like niggas that been through a lot. A lot of niggas just want to tell their story, man. Niggas want to be known for what they did. And like, that's what I'm saying. You ain't gonna get it. Don't make sense. Somewhere else, I would say, you know, everybody don't like Suge. Suge is good at making up stories. And he know he can do it because y'all don't know when he lying or not. This is why he get mad at me. Niggas like Reggie. We'll come out and be like, nigga, you lied. This how it happened. This how it happened. You ain't did this, that. Nigga, matter of fact, you was broke by 06. I had to bury your mama. You want me to show you the vein? Say another word, nigga. And I showed the wire. I paid for the dress, the casket, the plot, the repass, everything. You was broke. Be quiet. You went to jail in the pickup truck. See, when we get to popping that shit, he know we know his secrets. So then he'll run into the hole and you won't hear nothing from him. Right? So, you know, niggas that got real story, they ain't gonna tell you everything because they know to put them in and get their ass in trouble. Hey, that's your man's though. Who? Nah, I ain't sugar. I ain't sure that, but that was your man's, right? Nah, Suge ain't nobody man's. We deal with Suge how we gotta deal with him, but we all know he's a snake. You know, we know the nigga. You know what I'm saying? We don't, you know, the tough guy shit. He ain't never did nothing. It was the niggas around him that was doing the shit. He just got the credit for it. So how we deal with Suge and talk to Suge and handle Suge is totally different than how the world sees it. I see. So that was a trust move. Yeah, you got. Yeah, I mean, end of the day, the nigga called me. It was really a business move. He called me. I know his mama, I know his daddy. Growing up. If y'all remember, all his attorneys was quitting because why? They wasn't getting paid. But niggas is so caught up on Death Row. Sure, nigga, Death Row has never dropped an album in the digital era. Death Row been gone. He lost Death Row in like 03, 04. That's when it went to Del Row. You know what I'm saying? And then they went and took everything, right? So he been sleeping on the homie's couches. You know what I'm saying? He been, yo, man, could you give me a room at the Holiday Inn for a week? You know, we know what's going on. So a whole lot of niggas like that right now that y'all would even imagine is like that, right? So we don't see him like that. That's why when you hear him telling the story of Bone, when Bone seen him, he got to find his shit up. I ask you a question right now that you've never thought about. Suge got 28 years right now in the penitentiary. Why is Suge doing 28 years right now? I know what you're gonna say, but think about what I'm asking you. Why is he doing 28 years right now?
Because he didn't get out the car and fight.
Niggas gonna say he violated. Money. No, most niggas gonna say, well, he ran a nigga over and killed him, right? No. He's doing 28 years because he was scared to fight. Bone saw him. You was just talking crazy around the corner in front of the police. Fire this shit up. Get your bitch ass out the car and let's squabble. Suge was scared to get out the car. If he would have got out the car and took the fade, he wouldn't have never ran his man over trying to get away. So you're really in jail for being a coward. Let's keep it real.
Damn, bro. He said, you're really in prison for being a coward. That's crazy that he said that about Suge Knight. I mean, think about the reputation that Suge Knight has going on, right? Only for Wack 100 to come out and say, dude, you're a coward. You could have got out, ran to fade with homeboy. Instead, you decided to run him over only for you to violate your parole and for you to be put in the position you're at now. Crazy work.
Do you think he was behind the murder of Tupac and Biggie?
Behind the murder of Tupac? Nah, he ain't. Nigga ain't gonna kill his cash cow off. You don't do that. You ain't. Man, ain't no nigga gonna tell no nigga come shoot the car up while I'm in it. Hey, behind the murder of Tupac? Nah, he ain't. Ain't nobody. Nah, we do that when we set a nigga in the back seat behind the nigga when I make a left blows out. You ain't gonna tell no nigga pull up on the side and spray the car. Nah, that don't make sense.
So, what about Diddy? Do you think Diddy had anything to do with or any of their murder, Biggie or Tupac?
I mean, Diddy had any involvement in anything, indirectly, but know what happened is Biggie. I've always said it. Biggie died by the trigger finger of a West Coast nigga, but by the politics and order of a New York nigga. They know what's happening. That shit was business, wasn't personal. They know, right? So at the end of the day, and that's why, probably why Puff's karma is doing what he's doing. And there's probably some more to come. Nigga done lost his baby mama, he done lost some freedom. A lot of shit is going on. I hope everything else is right, but what you put in the universe is gonna come back 360 every time. It may not hit you, it's gonna hit something close to you. So, Biggie's situation is different. Pop, nah, hell no. If Pop wouldn't have never went and did what he did and they wouldn't have stomped out Baby Lane, Pop would have been dead that day. That was it. Some niggas you can't put your hands on and let get away. You just don't. You can't do it all the way. You let that leg get away. You just don't. You can't do it all the way. You let that leg get away. What Pop? A lot of shit is going on now. And that's why, You know, Pop is not close corner is doing what he's doing. You know, and it's probably some more to come. He done lost his baby mama, he done lost some friends.
All right, so I gotta tell you, that's quite an interesting take by Wack 100 right there, right? He said that P. Diddy had a lot of karma coming back to him. Okay, so really interesting stuff that he's saying here about P. Diddy insinuating certain things. Also, the most important thing that I took from just that statement right now, he said that if Tupac had never stomped out Orlando Anderson, he would have been alive today. And I agree with that. I think a lot of people have different conspiracy theories. Oh, it was an assassination attempt. It was the CIA, right? They could really care less about Tupac, right? Like he was not a threat in that kind of way at all. The man was a rapper, a celebrity. Sure, he was a gang member, but that was contained. Okay. Um, yeah, I just I don't buy any of these conspiracy theories that people have. I don't buy it at all. I don't think that Tupac is in Cuba. I don't think that he faked his death. I don't think that it was anything extraordinary, extravagant that people are expecting right now. Why is it that people are expecting extraordinary outcomes out of this? Well, the reason why is because he is such a prolific artist, human being, talent that Tupac was. And for him to die in such a simplistic way, I think really bothers a lot of people and they want more answers. But sometimes the reality is just much more simpler than you think. He stomped somebody out. They decided they were going to pay retributions as a result of it. And here we are.
You know he coming back. You know a nigga gonna kill your mama or spray your house. You know that he's a killer. Every neighborhood, every city, every state, got killers. And people know that's what they do.
All right. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. Okay. All right. Let's go back. Mic check 1 2.
They kill nobody. They needed each other to sell records. You're not getting it? So what's up with Brown and this check situation or this check that never got received or sent or what's up? Because Brown was like 3 different stories. Like, where's the check at? What's up? Because Brown was like 3 different stories. Like, where's the check at? Yes, that's the question. He got Kuse. This is coming out of KCD. All kind of shit. As movie did. Go watch his Vlad interview. He's a character. You listening to Charles? For me. I don't know. Yeah, you know. You just talk too much. It was $1 million check right here. Listen to me. $1 million in a duffel bag is $1 million check. Ain't no hiding $1 million check. You say it came, they will find that. It's a record of that. This is just keep talking. No nigga gotta give you no million. The nigga life back then wasn't worth number 2,500. Nigga life was worth 2,500. Don't take no million. Is he a rapper? Like, was he like an old school rapper? Like, was he just reminded me of an old nigga that never made it, so he just No. You get it. PPD was moving. Any y'all from DC over here? Any DCs over here? Or East Coast? PPD was moving a lot of PCP and what y'all call dust and DC it up into New York. They wasn't the nigga got money. He was one of the niggas out here that got money. Everybody knew it. Yeah, you can get money, but are you like, he wasn't about it. You like, I don't know, it just seemed like when you get money out here in California and Los Angeles, it comes with it. Like, he wasn't jealous of nothing. He had everything he wanted. So for what? His nephew. We gang banging out here. My boy is from. That's his nephew. Ricky Lane is his nephew. It's his nephew. Tupac was a follower. You know, he over here. He got a flat top. He come down here. He tripping in blood with his MOB. Nigga didn't know what he wanted to be. You know, he wasn't in LA, but he left Portsmouth. He's out here playing. You know what I'm saying? Like this, you know, you can't pop up with certain niggas. A nigga can't get dropped off in the Bronx thinking he better just do what he want to do, and they ain't gonna find his ass somewhere. Somebody told me Big U was on that paperwork too. Supposedly. Big U wasn't nowhere around. There was no mention that Big U name was not set solidified until the power rules did it, and also until we did it. Didn't nobody know Big U. Big U took orders from Eddie Boy back then. They told him where to go ride, what go to keep it. What go Big U back then, it was key to rock. Niggas like that ran the 60 car. Big U had no voice back then, zero. Y'all don't know nothing about a Big U until he corroded on phone. About 06, we put the nigga on. And now one of you niggas can show nothing, or no sign of hearing, in a song, a mention of a nobody tied, a photo or nothing. In the 90s or 80s, a Big U in this game. There was a nigga named Key Rock. That was the nigga. A nigga named Les Black. Them was the niggas that was running that court. Key Rock was at that front. So that's that. It just sounded like it was some messy ass shit that shouldn't have that damn messy. But there ain't no way y'all did all of this over the damn podcast. Yeah, what you mean? You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, they doing all of that. Like, I don't know what. Listen. You talking about the whole thing. I don't know where you from. Okay? So if you go over here, right, and you stop out, baby lane, the chick, the body man, and you let him get up, think about it. Within hours, niggas went way back, regroup, and they're on Las Vegas Boulevard. He ain't wait to say power, wait till they turn the corner. Nigga, there they go. Get out before the trick. Yeah, the way you explain it is not the way that they introduced it. That's why it's so. No, this is how it happened. Look what the nigga done down at. Who was he done down? Las Vegas Boulevard. Las Vegas Boulevard. Niggas don't look. That's just like, I don't like those. Nigga walked in and blew us down with 2 guns in his hand at the bar in front of everybody. Them is killers. Nigga named Iceman. Real killers. Every nigga know, bro, that niggas with that murder band, let that nigga be. Nigga King in the middle of the church house in the courtyard. They killers. These niggas ain't just gang members. These niggas ain't just gang bangers. They're killers. We don't give a where you at. If we get paid to do something, we gonna hit your ass. Really, we don't give a where you at. If we get paid to do something, we gonna ask where we see you at. That's it. It's normal behavior. Is it normal in life? No, but that's what it is. How we see you at. Right now, nigga like for 1,500. You got knock your hoes out your brain. 1,500 right now today out here, no problem. Why I don't live in the hood? I live in a place that if a nigga even remotely look like me is around, I'ma see him from a mile away. Why I don't live in the hood? I live in a place that if a nigga even remotely look like me, that's what the life is. You niggas from Chicago, New York, why I don't live in the hood? Y'all know what's happening. It's normal behavior. Is it normal behavior? No. But you're dealing with killers. You're a killer. That's who, that's who gun Biggie at. Hey, so how much what we had, right? Because you said a couple of things like keep yourself in the movie, right? But how much we had, because you also said he was happy with from. What percentage of the shit we had on Vlad, that people put a percentage on a number that he feel like he can still straight facts? How much is that? Everything he said he did, everybody that was in the car, and it's a few of his homies, hey, we, that's really take the stand on it, even he just don't know it. Like, all that shit real. Him saying, there's no doubt a nigga might have told him, I'm gonna get $1 million to protect this nigga from y'all. Nigga might have told him that, but that check cut and all that, that's some bullshit.
All right, y'all. Let's get right down to the fights. I think the fights are about to start right now, at least the first fights of the evening. So, all right, y'all. Yeah. So, all right, man. Nice little update on all the Tupac trial that is going on. You know what? Listen, not much of an update, to be quite honest with you, right? Everything that everybody is talking about right now, including the things that are being said on the trial, are things that we already had known about in some kind of way, in some kind of capacity, right? Uh, Now it's just being put in the, in the forefront. So, yeah, man, we're really on our way right now to the first fight. Can't wait. I graduated college inside this uh arena that they're gonna fight at in the Golden One Center. I graduated there. I don't know if you guys care to hear about my story about it, but why not? Right? So a lot of people don't know, but I graduated college very late in life. I would say about like 37 years old is when I had graduated college, right? Prior to that, I was in the car business. Prior to that, I was in the Marine Corps. Prior to that, I mean, yeah, and in between that, I was competing in mixed martial arts while I was going to school. So there's a lot of tough journey that goes into going to school while working at the same time, right? This is often the problem that a lot of people who are young right now are sort of dealing with, right? They're like dealing with the dilemma. Should I work and go to school, or should I just go to school and not worry about work. But how do you do that? What are the means of doing that? Financial aid, loans, which, by the way, just does nothing but put you in debt, right? So it's a tough journey. It's a very tough journey, a balance, right? And thank God I got into the car business that was very lucrative. But as lucrative as it was, I also realized that, as a Muslim, you can't continue to do a job where you charge people interest, right? So I transitioned, tried to do different jobs that were a little bit more halal, went into college, got a degree, and got into different sectors after that. So life is a journey. So in that regard, right now, here we are covering fights, looking at the journey of these people as they walk into the octagon in UFC Sacramento, right? So the first fight of the evening, it's going to be Dyer versus who is the opponent right here? Fighting out of London, England is Dyer. Let's see here. Okay, so all right, here we go. First fight, guys. First fight between Dyer and Reed. Reed in the blue and Dyer in the black. Okay, good straight shot. Counter shot by Dyer. Low kick by Dyer. Goes for a front kick, catches it. Very good bounce on the part of Reed. Circling right around. I'm sorry, Dyer circling right around. Front kick by Reed. Good leg kick by Reed. Oh, high kick by Dyer. That was a very good kick by Dyer right there. 1-2 shot. Oh, another good body kick by Dyer. All right, good low kick by Reed. Oh, nice. 1-2 shot. Low kick by Reed. Misses. There's another one by Dyer, man. Very good low kick. Oh, good low kick by Reed. This might be the countermeasure for the fight right here. He connects with a few more of these. I think it'll start getting Dyer's attention. Oh, man. Good combinations by Dyer. That's another good combination by Dyer right there. Ends it with a high kick. Lead leg high kick. That is, they clinch into a tie position right now. Break away. Low kick attempt again by Dyer. A little bit of a slap and then a cross ought to follow up as well. 135 left into round number 1. High kick by Dyer. All right. Good leg kick. Goes for a body kick. Low kick once again by Dyer. About 60 seconds. Ooh, a little bit of a slip there. Oh, and a head kick to follow up with that head kick. Now she's pushing Reed right up against the fence. Good Muay Thai clinch. Wow, man, 100 Muay Thai fights, huh? Oh, good clinch positions by Dyer. Oh, good head kick. All right. By Reed. This might be the countermeasure for the fight right here. He connects with a few more of these. Round number 2 coming up. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Dyer versus Reed. Nice set of high kicks right here by Dyer. Really good. And also circling right around her, using Muay Thai, but not stationary. Ooh, good leg kick. And connects with that one too. Good 1-2 shot by Reed. Yeah, very good Muay Thai on Dyer. Oh, good knockdown. Oh, she's looking to put her away here. Oh, nice. Very aggressive display on Reed. Oh, battered her in. Ooh, there's a series of these head kicks that she's connecting with is Dyer. There's a good Muay Thai clinch right there. Leaning right into her, really putting all her weight. Oh, good 1-2 shot by Dyer. Man, yeah, Dyer's showing some real good Muay Thai. Wow. Ooh, 1-2 shot. Walks Reed down. Dyer walks Reed down. He says, what are you watching? UFC Sacramento, my man. Ooh, good head kick. All right, now Reed is busted up open, bleeding from the face right now. Good 1-2 shot by Dyer, walking her down, clinching her up against the cage. Reed reverses, even though Reed is in a dominant clinch position. Dyer, ooh, trips her down. Dyer trips down Reed. Now in a body lock position right up against the cage, as Reed is looking to do a headlock while Dyer has her in a body lock position. Are you enjoying the fights, AR? Let me know, my man. Are you enjoying the fights right now? Because I am enjoying the fights, lad. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the fights that are not female fights. Okay, but at least we only have one more of this shite. We only have one more round of this shite of a fight. It's an absolute shite of a fight, mate. I don't want to be watching a bunch of ladies fight. All right, the corner of Elise Reed is telling me you got to make it happen. You got to have it. They're asking, do you got this or no? Elise Reed's corner is urging her to take her down. Now, is that a good choice right now? I would say so. He says, waiting for Raleigh versus Lopez. That's right. Hey, listen, when Raleigh and Lopez are on, let me know so that I'll react to it as well. How about that, man? I can multitask. Why not? Why not? I think I can do it. Give me a heads up when it's on, okay? I'll react it with you on this channel, on this stream, okay? Right now, we're getting through the first fight of the UFC's prelims. Reed versus Dyer, headlined by Anthony Hernandez and Rodrigues, Robocop. in Sacramento, my city of Sacramento, baby. A little bit of a sidekick there from Reed. Throwing some 1-2 shots, walking her down. Ooh. Oh, wow. She's holding on to her dear life right now. 1-2, 1-2, walking her down with no answer to it. And it was stopped right there. The fight was stopped. 151, at least in my clock. Two hours and 31 minutes of this live stream. Okay. Yeah, just the unloading of the shots she was throwing in there. Yup, Dyer gets TKO finish versus Reed. Wow, very good fight. Scandabigo says waiting for Larry versus Vitali. Larry Wheels versus Vitali? Oh man, Brandrisk? Dude, there's too many fights going on, bro. I'm just gonna stick to UFC Sacramento tonight. Yeah, tonight I'm gonna be the hardcore MMA guy. I mean, usually there's nights where I would take the casual fights, but I don't know. You know, just for the principle of the UFC alone, I'll just stick to this one. But yeah, thanks for reminding me on that fight as well, man. I forgot Vitali was fighting tonight. Good to know. All right, fight number 2 coming up.
You know what I mean? 'Cause he kept dealing with Zip. Allegedly, they gave Zip the check. Nigga, you kept dealing with Zip. If the nigga owed you $1 million, you would have killed him. You ain't gonna deal with those niggas owe you $1 million and it's just cool. That ain't how that works.
2 hours and 31 minutes.
Wait, hey, State, did that Greg K that you $1 million? You would have killed him. Hey, who's this one too? Yeah, that's Greg K. That's the one that he proffered with. Yeah, so what position he playing? Because I feel like Greg K was the lead investigator. The house I'm standing in right now, he kicked this door in. The house I'm sitting on the phone with y'all right now. Yeah. So what I'm saying is the lead investigator. Why would Reggie be sitting down with the nigga having conversations, be visiting? Him and Reggie friends. Some friends I have, bro. Greg ain't never did nothing to Reggie, bro. Not yet. Well, Greg is retired. What are you talking about? He's been retired 7-8 years. Y'all. Yeah. What that mean? He retired. He can't go up for charges? Like, I'm confused. He's retired. What are you gonna do to Reggie? Well, you telling me what does Greg go to the Reggie? He's retired. He's been retired like that. He hit his case and buried a nigga with KPD. Like, I don't understand. Like, Reggie was at Club 662. The police was in the club parking lot. They see Reggie in the club. He was never at the casino to fight on Las Vegas Boulevard. How do you put a nigga somewhere he was never at, bro? Reggie is not security for Tupac. I didn't say Reggie was at the club, bro. What I'm saying is, questions being asked is tying Reggie into that organization. Reggie, what do you mean, bro? He's a contractor to the organization. Hey, calm down, bro. Hold on. I'm saying, you don't got to tie a nigga to something telling you I'm getting paid this nigga $2-3 million a year, bro. Yeah. But Reggie's saying he provided the street niggas and the. No, he did not. No, he never said that. He never said that. He's never going to tell you he provided the street niggas. He provided the legal security, off-duty police, retired law enforcement. James got up there yesterday and said, we don't work for Reggie. We work for Shug. You hear that? He was the head of the street security. James, see, you ain't from here, bro. So you trying to understand something that we live. James got up there yesterday and said, we don't work for no Reggie. I'm trying to understand the video I'm listening to, bro. I don't care how y'all live, bro. Like, there's a trial right there. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, then listen to me. If James got up there and said, I'm the head of the street, I brought all the homies. Who do you work for? Sure. Who pay you? Sure. How do you put that on Reggie? This is simple math, bro. That's what the head. James, every time they came over here, come through James. And then he went bad and turned Wack. And his brother punched me out, rest in peace, took over. Everything went through James. I understand. And said, nigga, we don't work for no Reggie. Reggie told everybody at the club they couldn't have guns. But James said, nigga, we don't work for you, nigga. We stay strapped. We work for Shug. Shug pay us, not you, nigga. Reggie had a company called Right. Got two different elements. We all operate the same way. I got legal security, and I got outdoor security. We all move the same way, homie. One don't deal with the other. Shit ain't nothing new, bro. It's no right shit. But you listening, open up, huh? Shit ain't nothing new, it's no right shit.
All right. Fight number 2. Let's see. We're at fight number 2, y'all. Mic check 1 2 1 2. All right. Fight number 2. Okay, here we go. All right, fight number 2 between the two dudes that look like each other. McVeigh versus Schultz. All right, so from 6 years ago, they both had long hair going into this fight, and now they both have cornrows going into this fight. Interesting choice. Okay, looking for a takedown from the clinch position. Scandabigo says Larry is a future UFC champion. Meanwhile, here is Schultz right now looking to submit McVeigh. Now they get right back up. Looking to clinch. All right, shooting in. Schultz maintaining this shot right here. Looking to take him down. One-two shot by Schultz. Oh, good hook. Ooh. All right. 2 minutes left into this first round right now. Good front kick by Schultz right there. Oh, nice knee. Oh, my goodness. That was a very good knee by McVeigh. Can you believe that? Wow. McVeigh hit him with a knee. Wow. McVeigh, he hit him with the knee, and that was that, man. That was it. All he needed was to hit him with that knee, and that was it.
Well, he has continued that streak, finished all 8 of his pro wins. Earlier this year, it was a performance of the night submission in round 1. TBD if he gets the extra check, but it's another round 1 stoppage. And everything coming up Kuse. 30-second break back after this.
All right, so far we got two finishes. Obviously, finish with TKO with Dyer, and now McVeigh with a knee to the body. Wow, that was pretty good. Mm. Yeah, first round. Man, what a win by Jackson McVeigh indeed. Wow, he said that was his first loss in MMA, period. The Moose, Jackson McVeigh. All right, nice. A little view of downtown Sacramento they're showing. All right, man. What's the next fight after McVeigh? Let's see. All right. Let me know if you guys are in here. Let me know if you guys are in here. Hold on in just a second, okay? All right, here we go. Fight number 3, y'all. All right, Dorrance and Vale with some good shots right now. Clinch up. Oh, a little bit of a judo hip toss right here. We're just 1 minute in. Yeah, Dorsonville kind of resembles Kevin Holland in a way, huh? All right, very good fight so far. Very exciting fight. Oh, wow, he just rocked him right there. That was a good shot. All right, end of the round right there. All right, here we go. Round number 2, y'all. All right, good swing. Got him clinched up. Young maintaining the dominant clinch position right now, pushing Dornsvale, and then gets out of there. Yeah, showing some good display of speed right there by Young. Oh, good shots. Oh, good shots. Oh, good jab right there. Oh, real good shots. Oh, following up with a head kick on that one. Now he walks Young down. Throws a head kick of his own with 2:40 left into the second round. All right, really good fight so far. Really good fight so far between them. All right, now on to the third and final round. Yo, really good back and forth between these two right now. Ooh, those are some good knees. All right, Young with the body lock position right now, looking to take down Dorensville. Oh, wow, that's a good knee right there. All right, so Danesville takes him down on the ground. It's got him on top position, looking to body lock control right here into 40 seconds into the third round. Has a body lock position. All right, and that is the end of the third round. We're going to find out who won this fight right here. All right. So Dan Ainsbury, how do you pronounce his last name here? Dorsenable or Dorsenavel or the Anvil. Stan Anvil. We'll just call him that. Stan Anvil wins by decision. And now on to Barbosa versus Marcio Barbosa and Ryan Kuse coming up right now. All right, here we go. Barbosa versus Kuse. I believe this is fight number. What is this? Fight number 4? Is it? Yeah, this is fight number 4 out of the many bouts that we have tonight. Fight. And also, the other fights that we're gonna, I suppose, cover tonight. Raleigh versus Raleigh versus who is Raleigh taking on tonight? Teofimo Lopez. Okay, let's add that in there. All right, here we go. Shooting in, knees up, throws a knee right up top. Oh, what is that? What happened there? All right, there it is, man. First round knockout. Takes him out right there in the first round. Very good first round knockout. Was able to get him right there, man. Barbosa with a first round knockout. Look at this, the hook. Right on the top of the forehead. Yeah, he was out of it right after that hook. Yeah, he was out of it, man. All right, man. Barbosa with the win on that one. Yeah, Nasrat is coming up next. That should be a really fun fight, right? Any fight that you got with Nasrat is going to be fun. Chris Padilla, the guy that he's taking on, he's going to be a handful. So we still have some pretty interesting matchups, man. Yeah, very good matchups for a non-pay-per-view, by the way. Roman Dolidze taking on D. Ritter. Sergey Spivac against Vitor Petrino. And then, of course, the main event, Hernandez and Rodrigues Robocop. All right, here we go. So now they're showing Anthony Hernandez and his training regiments that he's doing. What is that shirt he has? Humpy Flowers? Interesting. All right, let's hear more what Wack 100 was talking about with the Tupac murder.
Yeah, that's what we should have did. But I don't know. Yeah, go listen to it. It's yesterday. I'm the head of street security. I'm Mom James from Mom Power. I ran the street security. Who paid you? Should. Who'd you take orders from? Should. And Reggie give y'all instructions. He told everybody that nobody had guns and who did security. Did y'all listen? Oh, no, we don't work for that. Nigga should pay us. How y'all get paid? Under the table. She don't understand yesterday. Reggie got a company called Right Way Security. He deals with the police. They put up your niggas.
All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. Let's get back here. Okay, so let's see what they got going on here. With, Anthony Hernandez. They're okay, showing a bit of his family life here and his family. He's got a lot of kids, man. So I would imagine how much of that really affects his his like life or overall performance as an athlete. I would imagine there is something to that.
Well, he says this will be a thing that he continues to do, going to Las Vegas for fight camps. Really found a home.
Okay, so yeah, man, training with Sean Strickland, I would imagine that does him some good. Considering that Sean Strickland is a guy that has beaten him before. And even Sean Strickland told him, he's like, yeah, dude, this is how I caught you. And, very honest assessment in the way that he, yeah, very honest assessment. So, first Padilla against Nasrat coming up, man. That's going to be a fun one, as I said. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody that's tapped in right now. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because guys, at a moment there, I was contemplating quitting the stream right now. So, give me a reason to not quit the stream. Give me some motivation. Let's get this thing cracking. And yeah, man, let's cover these fights. While we cover these fights, let's also cover the Tupac murder trial and see what is going on in that world, in that side of things.
To the nigga that killed Tupac in the state of Nevada brought charges. There's no statute of limitation to murder. I just watched an 18-year-old man get cooked up for a murder he did 62 years ago. Because the DNA found it. There's no statute of limitations to a murder, bro. You know that.
Just trying to find
There's no statute of limitations to a murder, bro. You know that.
keep it pushing, and it's like
Absolutely right. There's no statute of limitations to a murder, bro. You know that. Know who he is. All that. At the age of 57, he started this run. And by the time he was 60, he got booked. Like, that's what it is, bro.
What are you looking at? Another car accident lawyer ad. Don't feel as...
I mean, with 60, he got booked. With 60, bro, he got booked.
But here's the thing, though. I'm starting to wonder, like, are there other people connected to this shit? Because for a nigga to just come out and start chatting like that, it's kind of like, yo, like, that shit don't make sense.
Dead, homie. Everybody dead, my nigga.
I would have took that shit to the grave, man. You know, like.
But see, he turned informant and proffered and thought he had immunity. But it was stipulations to the proffer to keep your immunity. When he started talking about it, he broke those stipulations. So this is why Greg Cadence is going to be another officer named Dupree. Those of y'all that watch Unsolved, the white dude will be calling the black dude dupers. That's Dupree, right? They are the one that proffered him. Now, because he broke the proffer, they're going to get on the stand and play the actual tape with him informant, right? The state of Nevada doesn't fall under California jurisdiction. The murder was done in Nevada. Where was KPD living at the time they arrested him, bro? In Nevada. They didn't even have to go extradite.
I get the clout shit, right? But also it's still some time in between. So when we look at when we got that profit in 2008, right? And we talking about he went on this tour like 7 years ago, something like that.
It was a proffer, bro. California is not gonna release it. He had a deal.
I'm talking about the reason for it, right? Like when we ask like why now, and you say like we can all agree it's because keep running his mouth. What made him just start running his mouth out the blue and not like at that timing? Because it's been some time since that happened on that.
Man, what you talking about? Unfortunately, bro, we talking about a dumbass gang member, bro.
That'd be the only way to explain.
That's what we talking about, bro. Like I can say it because guess what? I used to be a dumber gang member because I'm a nigga with real intelligence that at one time was gang banging. So that make me dumber than the niggas that have no intelligence, right? So I understand, right, that this niggas is a dumbass gang member, bro. Like, these niggas ain't smart. They get a plug. A Mexican say, I'm going to give you the dope to sell to your people. You tell the people you got the dope. All the underlings say, we want to be with you. We'll keep you safe. Just give us a little money. And now you run the neighborhood. It don't take much. And then you just killing your people, right? So it's really not a whole lot of intelligence. This ain't no Frank Lucas shit going on, right? He's a dumbass gang member, bro. That's what it is. That's why. Why would a nigga 57 run around, start talking about a murder that's a cold case, high profile? Because he thought he had full immunity. He didn't know the difference between if this was the Feds and the Feds gave him immunity, right, on both state and federal level. One thing, that's a blanket. You only had immunity in LA County. His murder happened in Nevada. And now you saying out your mouth, I passed the gun to the nigga that killed Tupac.
Make sure an accessory. So we didn't know that though. So excuse my ignorance. So proffer, I'm not exactly sure how. A proffer with an S? Okay. Mm-hmm. So those are in perpetuity, and I know everybody in here knows what in perpetuity is.
A proffer, listen, and I'm just going to break it down in simple terms.
Okay.
A proffer when a nigga go in there and tell. See, so you going to give us some information, and the shit we got on you, we going to look the other way. See what I'm saying? So when we see you proffered, that means you gave him something to get out of something. You know what I'm saying? So he had a proffer with immunity to what they had on him. LA County only. Which it meant nothing to LA County because the murder didn't happen in California. They ain't got no jurisdiction anyway. We just saying, all right, what you tell us doesn't leave this room. But what they may find out one day, They can book you. How did Nevada find out? They didn't find out from Greg Haynes. They found out because Keefy D went and did interviews on Vlad and every other platform saying, yeah, we killed the nigga. I passed my nephew the gun. I looked shook right in his eyes before the shots rang out. Oh, shit. That's us. Where does he live? He lives in Henderson, Nevada. Arrested. Charging. And here we are today. He's a dummy. That's it. Listen, man, 80% of the gangbangers drop out of school by the 7th, 8th grade, man. This is a fact. And wasn't going to school to learn up to the 7th, 8th grade. Half these niggas, if you gave these niggas a fraction of division, wouldn't know to flip the second factor. This real shit. They can't read, they can't write. I'm telling you. Like, so we give these people too much credit because they know how to shoot a gun sideways. Will they do some crazy heinous shit? Yeah. Will they do it for a little bit of nothing? Yeah, that's the threat. But these ain't real intelligent people that think things through. I'm sorry, not. I come from it. I can't even have conversations with them. Niggas is ebonics and different words and changing letters and all kinds of like, my bro. Listen, when you can talk straight English, call me, bro, and tell you I ain't got no kind, but I'm off the jack. This is why they be mad at me. Oh, bro, you act like I'm absolutely better than you, nigga. Like, you the dope fiend. You don't speak English. You can't read. You can't write. Your motherfucking kids is named after you from the game. Yeah, nigga, I am. And that's what it is. These people are dummies. That's what it is.
I mean, he ain't lying. And when I heard Suge first, I know that nigga had dyslexia. Just off.
Suge can't read or write.
In class.
Man, you know what? I'm going to get ready to release that letter. We got a letter we laugh at. Suge cannot read or write. He like operates on.
All right. So let's see. What do we got here? We got Padilla versus Nasrat right now, very early on. Let's see here. All right, man. Yeah, Nasrat, really a resemblance of Kelvin Gastelum, not just in appearance, but also the way that he fights. All right, yeah, the crowd not too happy with the action right now, from what it seems. All right, there's a jab right there by Padilla. Oh, Superman punch attempt by Nasrat. Yeah, I would have to agree, right? Very even round, not a lot going on. A lot of stalemate situation, I must say, but yeah. Nice high kick by Nasrat right there. All right, a little more action towards the end right there. All right, 5 minutes left into this fight right now between Nasrat. Here we go. Oh, good overhand right by Padilla there.
I've heard it's going on both ways, that there's concerns both ways. I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they communicate about these issues, okay? So, your attorney let me know what's going on. So again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to make communication with the witnesses about not doing any of that. Goes both ways. You have to talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses at all. Okay, perfect. We'll be right back.
All right. So KVD was complaining to the judge about his house being vandalized. Jeez. No, inmate dies after an attack by guards at Sacramento prison.
Management.
Oh, wow. Nasrat just got knocked down, man. Yo, Nasrat looks like he's about to get finished. Is this the beginning of the end for Nasrat? Ground and pounding away right now. Nasrat. Yeah, they're almost done with this fight right now. Ooh, good elbows. Slugging it away in the last seconds right here of the third round. Looking for a standing arm guillotine. I'm sorry, standing arm triangle choke right here. Is he submitting? Oh, is he submitting? No, he's not. No, no. Oh, he put him to sleep. Oh, wow. He put him to sleep. He is out. Oh, my goodness. Wow, that was amazing. Wow. He put him to sleep. Wow. What a great finish. And that is going in as a submission win. Wow. I tell you what, this is why you never miss any fights, right? Like that guy uh didn't think he was going to get that submission until he locked it on. All of a sudden, the referee waved it off, was like, all right, this guy is out. He was shaking too at the end of it, like convulsing. All right, it looked like a convulsion. So credits to Nasrat. He tried to fight as much as he can, but let's see how calls this one right here, or how the officials call this one. All right, so this is going down as a technical submission, by the way. Yeah, real good. All right, on to the next fight. I've never seen a win like that ever before, man. I've never seen anyone win like that. But Kennedy and Jake True is coming up next against Kuniev. Yeah, this is going to be a fun fight right here. This one's going to be fun. All right, guys, we'll see you back on that one. All right, Shamil Gaziev and Kennedy and Jake Shoe coming up next. Yeah, this is a pretty highly anticipated matchup, I'll say. Yeah, Kennedy's the only guy to have beaten Carlos Ulberg. Yeah, that's a very interesting fact. Indeed, yes. All right, here we go. Kennedy and J. True versus Shamil Gaziev. Shamil Gaziev. Here we go. All right, so he does have a smile on his face. What's up with that, huh? What is he got planned up his sleeve right here? It's going to be a very interesting heavyweight fight right here. And remember, Kennedy, the only man to have ever had a victory over Carlos Ulberg. All right. I can feel like there could be an early finish between one of these two right now. Oh my goodness, he just knocked out Kennedy. Oh my goodness. That knockout came out of nowhere. That knockout came out of nowhere. Wow, that knockout came out of nowhere. I told you guys I felt like there was going to be an early stoppage right there. He goes and slips. Boom, straight-handed, and he just goes down. Wow. I told you guys the boxing of Gaziev is no joke. Wow, man, he caught him. Caught him right on the chin. And I got to tell you, that is not a small deal, considering that this is the only guy to have ever knocked out or finished off Carlos Ulberg, the current light heavyweight champion, the weight class down. Look at the facial reaction of Dominic Cruz. All right, guys. There it is, man. Congratulations to Gaziev. Another awesome knockout. Yeah, those knockouts were absolutely exceptional, man. Very exceptional knockout. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Great knockout. All right, guys. We're awaiting one fight before the the main card of the evening. Obviously, we got Jamal Emmers coming up next with who is Jamal Emmers fighting? LaRon Douglas. That's going to be an interesting fight. Yeah, man, 30 fights in the career of Jamal Emmers. This should be a real interesting 145 fight right here. Really interesting fight. Can't wait for it, man. Let me know in the comment section below which fights you are looking forward to in the main card. I mean, for me, it's Anthony Hernandez, but you know what? The co-main event ain't bad either. Mm-mm. It ain't a bad co-main event. Right here, Pretty Boy versus the Gunslinger. Huh? All right, let's get things cracking. Yeah, I agree. AK1, very underrated card indeed for sure. All right, so what's going on here? Seems we have a little bit of some issues with the with Paramount right now. I don't know what's going on with that. So it's not my internet that's the problem. It must be. Yeah, it must be. All right. Man, yeah, they really got to get it together, man. AR says, "Hi, Kyrie in chat. How are you? I'm back. I've missed have missed much regarding the UFC, combat sports, and boxing. You're really a real one on YouTube and social media. Like and subscribe. Thanks. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Really appreciate that right there. Yeah, man. We got the final prelim fights going on right now. All right, so
he finds himself opposite Le'Veon Douglas in the featured prelim. Fighters reside in California, a bit south.
Featured.
Found their way to the capital city of Sacramento. Jamal Emmers, 6 years older.
Okay, so
and the Brazilian Le'Veon Douglas,
featured prelim bout.
Emmers won his collar at 5'10".
Emmers versus
Here once again is Joe Martinez.
Douglas. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Emmers versus Douglas, prelim featured bout of the evening. Here we go. We're picking up a little bit here. He says, I get profiled everywhere I go in the UK. Why is that? Why do you get profiled everywhere you go in the UK? Is it because of the fact that you look Muslim, or yeah? What are some of the reasons? Let me see here. He says, "Assalamu alaikum to all the Muslims and brothers around the world." Thanks. Yeah, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for the kind words on that, my man. Jamal Pretty Boy Emmers, as he's called. All right, there's Jason Herzog right now. All right, here we go. Featured prelims of the evening. Dun 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 dun. Ooh, good leg kick by Douglas.
Yeah, but there's a difference. That one that Le'Veon landed, man, that was hard. The most important is defending it for both of them, because that then sets up the big hamstring.
AR says, I don't know. I look Muslim. Speak the truth, not the norm. Face doesn't fit, and get racially profiled by UK's indigenous people, even if I'm born in the UK. Yeah, that is sad, isn't it? Right? Like, I will say, at least with American patriotism, it's a little bit more reasonable. Like, for example, if you're patriotic to the United States, there doesn't need to be any requirement of being from a certain race or lineage. Whereas with the UK, they're a little bit more serious with that, from what it seems. I feel as though they may take those racial politics a little bit more seriously, as opposed to the United States. It's more about, are you ideologically for the United States? And I think for most reasonable-minded patriots, that would be enough as as a metric of measurement of whether you should be here or not, or by the very least, be considered a hero for your country. All right, so Douglas is walking down Emmers right now. Emmers is circling right around the octagon. Yeah, man. Have been a really rough stream. Not the numbers that I was expecting for this one, but you never know with these fight nights. Sometimes you skip them and you miss out on a huge number of views that you could have got. And then sometimes you don't skip them and you end up, just really bombing. horribly with the views. So, if there's any way you guys can help tonight, that would be marvelous. Good leg kick by Douglas. AR says they do it behind your back in the sly way. Very politically way they speak, look, and act around Muslim and immigrants. Yeah. Yeah. That's unfortunate, isn't it? AR, man, you got to join me on Facebook. Ooh, while I said that, there's Emmers right there with a knockout. Ooh, wow. Jamal Emmers with a knockout. I mean, yeah, that was an upset, really. Yeah, it was a little too complacent there. He got caught. Yeah, just straight down the pipe. He catches him right there. Boom. Right on the nose. Yeah, great counter shot. Great finish, man. We've been seeing some good finishes lately tonight. Yeah, that's a good point by Dominic Cruz, right? Normally in smaller gloves that would not fit. But I'm sorry, in bigger gloves that would be blocked, but with smaller gloves, they go in there too easy. So, great knockout. Yeah, have you ever been discriminated by the UK police before? AR, let me know on the comment section below.
Fireworks in the main event later tonight. Hernandez has finished 18 of his 19 career wins. Robocop Rodrigues, 15 finishes in 19 victories of his own. Two of the middleweight division's most dangerous finishers will clash here in Sacramento tonight, only on Paramount Plus. Make this one official. Joe Martinez. Ladies and gentlemen, competition 3 minutes 38 seconds. Round number 1. Referee Jason Herzog stops.
Okay, that's a round 1 knockout. He says, I'm not on Facebook and other social media. Yes, I have been profiled by the UK police. Okay. Yeah. Jamal Emmers says, man, I'm tired of the disrespect. He's been here for too long. And he has, man. Like, we're talking about 30 professional fights in his career. 30 professional fights of a winning record, by the way. So, said I got a bag of trick for you guys. Wow, man.
He has never been on form quite like he is now with wins in 4 of his last 5.
Yeah, great win by Jamal Emmers, man.
A first-round knockout, the 10th of his career.
Great win.
Jamal Emmers. Worth another look, I think.
Wow, man.
Yep, back and forth, Emmers controlling him side to side, and then straight down the middle. When you saw Le'Veon try to
AR says the UK culture is about having drugs, drinking alcohol, party, pubs, and holiday to Spain. I'm not about that. I mean, hey, I don't mind Spain, but obviously it's what you do when you get to a place, right? And yeah, you're right. Any city that I go to, I basically do the same thing. I go live my life, train, and be healthy, right? But Spain isn't so bad. But you're right. Everything else, that is what their culture is all about, unfortunately.
Rodrigues.
They are trying to break the Muslim spirit. You're right. You're right. That is what they are trying to do. They recognize that as Muslims, we have a lot of discipline. As Muslims, we have a lot of blessings on our side, and they want to stop that. I know that sounds cliche to say, but really it is because when you hear the kuffar and how they talk about Muslims, right? It's in a very positive manner sometimes, almost in a way that is undeniable, kind of like what you see out of combat sports, right? You look at the way they talk about Khabib, the way they praise him, the way they say, well, Khabib is, an unstoppable force. And the reason being is he's got, a really, unbreakable spirit. So how do they do that? They try to break our spirit in the way that you saw the Conor McGregor and Khabib press conference back in the day is an example of what you're talking about in the UK, the way that they try to break you, the way that they try to shame you. Scandabigo says, I'm a 52-0 pro MMA with 48 title defenses. Wow. Wow. Imagine that, right? Who could come close having a real record like that? John Jones, maybe. Um, Islam Makhachev is definitely on his way there, but we'll see. What about John Jones's winning streak? Doesn't he have his own winning streak? I suppose that winning streak is not valid because somewhere down the line he had like a no contest. So I suppose that no contest made it null and valid. So yeah, I don't know. Scandabigo says Mayweather is close. You know what, Scandabigo? What's interesting about that is that Floyd Mayweather actually was never undisputed champion. With all the hoopla and all the things that we praise Floyd for as this, that, and the other, this kind of boxer. I mean, in reality, man, my man has never been undisputed. Can you imagine that, right? Imagine that. Never been undisputed. In all the years that he's been boxing, not once has he been undisputed. But 50-0 is a pretty impressive career, and one can say that 50-0 was orchestrated in a very meticulous manner to get you there. Like very strategic in the way that he came together with these. So look at these main cards that we got, right? Anthony Wint, Terrence Chapman. That's a heavyweight fight. Great way to start the co-main. And then the women's card, no one really cares. And Markel and Mason Jones. That's a fun one. Obviously, Mason Jones, Welsh fighter, but he's trained out here in Team Alpha Male before. D. Ritter and Roman Dolidze. That's a good one. It's almost like a co-main event in and of itself. Scandabeagle says, "How come? How so?" Yeah, he just never was undisputed. I don't know why. Because look, he never connected the belts together, right? You got to have the WBA, the WBO, the IBF, the WBC. Yeah, that's the four belt era, and then IBO is like this fringe belt that's like if you win it, great. If you don't, whatever, right? Um, so he skipped around, right? There were WC belts in his trophy case, WBA, a couple of IBFs, but never all together in the same weight class. Like he either skipped another weight class or didn't fight the other champions that were champions at the time that he was unified champion or had one of the belts. So he was never undisputed. Floyd Mayweather was never undisputed. Manny Pacquiao, I don't think was ever undisputed either. Maybe in one weight class or so, but Terrence Crawford, on the other hand, undisputed in three weight classes. Okay, very difficult to do. It's very difficult to do it in one, let alone multiple weight classes. And yeah, it never happened. Look it up. As a matter of fact, let me see and look up um if Mayweather, I'm sorry, if Manny Pacquiao was ever undisputed. Was Manny Pacquiao ever undisputed? Okay, was he ever undisputed champion? And the answer is no. So you see, he's no. AR says, whom do you like, Crawford or Mayweather? Um, I like Crawford's record better. Okay. I think Floyd fought the biggest names because he was in an era where he had other names, right? He was in a class of people. And when I mean class, like class of, for example, me in high school, 2004, something like that. Um, his class of people, like the people in his generation, the Miguel Cotto, the Sugar Shane Mosley, all these guys, uh, all these guys um were big names during his time. Now, did Crawford have that? You know what? The only real big names that people can really confidently say was a big name out of all the fights that Crawford had won was Spence and then maybe Canelo. But one can argue there were other good names there too. Um, Gamboa is a pretty good name. And Dongo was a pretty good name. Um, I mean, for all it's worth, Amir Khan was a pretty good name, but you could call that a glam fight. Um, AR says, give your salams to family and blessings, please. I would like to meet real people like you. Inshallah, man. Inshallah, one day. When I'm in London and I visit London, I'll let you know and we can rendezvous around town, of course. You can show me around London. I'm sure that would be great. Uh, meet the wonderful people of England, of course. Get some training in MMA and some boxing is always a plus, and that's a beautiful and complete trip right there if you can do that. Get some boxing in, some MMA, but boxing more importantly. But I mean, MMA wise, I would say they're pretty good in MMA. They got some pretty good MMA gyms there. London Shoot Fighters obviously comes to mind. That one's pretty good. I live up north. Okay, yeah, even better. That's where actually all the top gyms are at in MMA is right up north. So that's good to know, man. All right. Is asking, is the UFC card good? You're not watching it by any chance? And then you're asking, what type of food do you like? I don't really have a preference in food. You know what? As long as the food is healthy, right? Anything that has with like chicken, rice, or potatoes, steak, you know, some occasionally I like a little bit of lamb, some sushi. So a combination of Mediterranean and Asian food, I think, is the best way to put it. But yeah, you know what? The card is good so far. And I'm glad that you asked that, right? Because obviously a lot of these cards are heavily underestimated going into it. And now, now I would say it's pretty good. It's pretty good, right? Like always, people always think that a card is going to be horrible prior. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that this card is not going to be good. It's going to suck or this, that, and the other. And then it ends up being actually really decent and being very good. So yeah. What about you? What type of food do you like? What is Bengali food like? Let me know. I think the main card is starting right now. So, all right. AR says Bengalis eat fish and rice. I like lamb, chicken, biryani, and food with flavor and taste. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good right there. Yeah, man. Yeah, all the drunk UFC fans walking into Sacramento right now. He said England isn't good. When you say England is good, you mean that English food is not good? Is that what you're trying to say? Let me know. Hey, you see that bridge that they're showing you guys right now? I drive by there every day and I show you guys this area every day. And here we are now, Sacramento, Fight Town. He says England food and people. Yeah, man, there's a lot of tension in England between the natives and the Muslim population, as you know better than me. Fluffy, he's a tough guy. He's a challenge for me right now. My name is Robocop because I don't have personality and I just sound like this. I sound like every other Brazilian fighter. I have an accent, and because of my accent, I want to sound like I'm taken very seriously. Yeah, Vitor Petrino. That's going to be a fun fight later on. Sergey Spivac.
I'm ready for this moment. I will do everything I needed to get this win. I hold my spot against Gregory to show the world.
Robocop.
So be ready, guys. 2 middleweights. One up to go. 0 brings the downs.
What is England food other than fish and chips anyway? Right? Like, isn't that what the majority of the English food is? Just fish and chips? Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. I drive past by that bridge every day, and here it is in Sacramento. Ah, I love it. I love it. I drive by there every day. I show you guys that place every day in Sacramento. Look at that.
We're live inside the Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. This is UFC Fight Night. Hernandez versus Rodrigues. Closed captioning is available.
Hernandez.
And you can also watch the broadcast in Spanish right here on Paramount Plus. Welcome to the broadcast booth, brought to you by Total Wireless, the official wireless provider.
Come on, guys, hit that like button.
Alongside UFC Hall of Famers and former champions Dominic Cruz and Michael Bisping, I am Brendan Fitzgerald. Proof that you just never know where you might uncover a
The
fighting
bodies
star.
hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Ah! Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Will be sold out to see Fluffy Hernandez fight in his home city. Sunny out here, and he's got the hometown on his side.
Said it's sunny out here. That's right, man. Sunny California.
I'll tell you that. You know, it's nice like this to realize not only do we have one of the best jobs on the planet, but this truly is the greatest sport on earth. Tonight, the fights have just been ridiculous. We've had knockouts after knockouts. The crowd is losing their mind, and the main card hasn't even started. What a night.
Yeah, the main card hasn't even
What an
started.
opportunity at stake between these middleweights in the headliners. We take a look at the meta rankings, 6 through 15. The champ right now is, of course, Sean Strickland. Hernandez's last opponent, Fluffy, went to Las Vegas, trained extensively with Strickland, believes that has leveled him up, and he's ready to take it out on his
Man,
opponent here
wow.
tonight.
Fluffy is a higher rank than Israel Adesanya. Who would have thought, man?
By the current middleweight champion, Sean Strickland.
AR says full English breakfast, fish and chips. Yeah. Although some parts of English breakfast is made out of pork, though, isn't it? That's kind of the only ththing I don't like about it. But yeah.
Is on a mission. He wants to be the champion. He wants to fight Sean again. And tonight he's going to go through Rodrigues. It's not an easy task for anybody. But if anyone can do it, it's Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. Hernandez is leading the division on takedown, but Rodrigues is extremely good with his hits. He's good at stopping his takedowns and forcing these fights on the feet. I think Rodrigues might be the most powerful opponent that Hernandez has faced up to his career now. He has a beautiful top game in jiu-jitsu. I think the person who wins this fight is one who can get the forward momentum and earn that top position in the grappling.
AR says, Kyrie, you are an organized person in your personal life. England fold isn't good. England over us the fold isn't good. Yeah, man. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, man. So we got the main card going on right now. Here we go. Anthony Wint versus Chapman, heavyweight division coming up right now. Yeah. What's up with the Raleigh Romero fight tonight? Yeah, are there any interesting fights in that PFL card or what? Yeah, that's a good point, man. You come from a football background. It's kind of what you do, right? You go out and you study the plays. So, oh, good point, man. You come from a football background. Kind of what you do, right? You go out and you study the plays.
Anthony Wint and Terrence Chapman, your tail of the tape for the first of 6 bouts on the main card. Anthony Wint minus 1,000 as the betting favorites. 1 year older than Terrence Chapman.
All right, here we go. Terrence Chapman.
And did tip the scale at 266, the heavyweight limit. That's 35 pounds more than Wint. Wint has an inch and a half in reach. Setting the table inside the octagon tonight is Joe Martinez. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go! From the Golden One Center here in the capital city, Sacramento, California.
All right, here we go, guys.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are set to go 3 rounds this in the UFC heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. This mixed martial artist is 6 feet and 1/2 inch tall. Weighing in officially 266 pounds in 6 fights. His record stands at 5 victories with 1 defeat. He fights out of Houston, Texas. Here is the answer.
All right, Chapman versus Wint.
231 pounds. In 7 professional fights, he is perfect. 7 victories with no defeats. Presenting the undefeated heavyweight from Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Here we go, man. From Deer Banks, Florida. Okay, Anthony Wint doing a little bow right there. I'm not sure if that's an Islamic bow or a samurai bow.
Let it go. That marinate a little bit. Anthony Wint, Terrence Chapman, each making their UFC debuts. Anthony Wint, Dana White's Contender Series, he's in the blue. Terrence Chapman's in the
Here we go, round number 1.
to an American original tasty drink since 48. Speed of Wint, Anthony Wint.
Yeah, Anthony Wint has some serious speed on him, man.
Takedown. Grew up in Florida, college football player at Florida International University, went undrafted but signed with the New York Jets for the 2 games. Mostly on the practice squad.
Yeah, just circling right around him right now.
CFL over the border as well.
Hezbollah is at the PFL event. LOL. Damn, man. It seems that the PFL has more fun right now than the UFC. Oh, what is this jumping kick that Wint is trying to go for here? But yeah, thanks for keeping me updated on the other MMA right now. Much appreciated, fam.
You're going to want to find some range finders. Get that jab going, use the kick to find out where Chapman is, and then land the heavy shot after. Chapman, get that jab going.
Oh, man. Both connected with some shots right now. Now Wint shooting in for a takedown. Oh, look at this. He's looking for that body lock position right there. Oh, connected. Yeah, that's a huge dude to try and lift up, man.
UFC experience in the corner and in the training returns Chapman Michael Daniel with 50 maintenance in his corner, as is Michael Haswell Jr., the UFC featherweight. Houston, Texas.
Now he gets that single leg takedown.
Technique. Guys, you got to get on those single legs early. It's hard for them to balance. Trying to shoot doubles and body locks they're really used to, but you make a heavyweight like that, standing on a single leg, it's tough. That's good technique. Now on the contender, when he got this position, he uploaded. He was just trying to establish a position. Get to a point where he's got control. One on three.
Oh, he's got one arm held right here. Oh, he's looking to rip his arm out right here.
Chapman made a mistake. Didn't secure the guard. I'll tell you this, Wint is going to work on the technique here because somebody with really good technique from the bottom can use this position and blow his shoulders straight out. It doesn't matter how strong you are. And we're not seeing Wint hit that knee in the guard. He's in there now, but he's making a mistake though by going against the guard. He's giving him the
Magomed fights like Islam and Khabib. Indeed. Indeed. And considering that they're on the same team, sure. Yeah. Okay, now Wint, not Mint. Wint is right up top right now. Okay, he's got the arm triangle choke right now. He's looking to finish this right here. Arm triangle choke. Does he have it? He's close to having it right here. Arm triangle choke. Yeah, he's out. He's got it. He's got it. I knew Anthony Wint was going to get that. Yeah, he puts him to sleep right there. I knew he was going to put him to sleep at some point right there, man. Yeah, good squeeze that he had on him.
He just choked him out unconscious. Wow. Welcome to the big show. Anthony wins. Goes into the final minute of round number 1. Second career submission. And this guy looks like he can do it all. Taking a look at the takedown here. He goes body lock. Switches to the single, simple dump.
Yeah, so he gets the single leg, gets right on top. Great effort on this guy trying to do what he can, but man, Wint is just an incredible grappler, incredible athlete, gets the win.
Chapman didn't help either. It locked in that choke, as you can see right here. One more time.
Yeah, if you're strong, man, those arm triangle chokes help you along the way. Just like with Brock Lesnar when he took on Shane Carwin. Shane Carwin was beating the crap out of Brock Lesnar, and then what did Brock Lesnar do? He took him down. As soon as he took him down, he got the arm triangle choke, and that was all she wrote. Yup. Well, more fights ahead. More fights ahead, guys. See you in a bit. Um, Scandabigo says, flying knees and shit, great fight. Nick Suave Music says, I remember that Carwin fight. Hey, shout out to you, my man. I just actually sent you a link in this one. Yeah, bro. That was one of those classic fights, man. I remember where I was at, right? I was at a bar, and it was like 2010, and not a lot of people at the time really watched the UFC, but this one brought out a whole lot of people, and you could tell the people that came out from like the WWE people as opposed to like, let's say, regular hardcore listeners, you know what I mean, or hardcore audience. So yeah, man, great win. Great win for Wint on this one. Heavyweight division, man, is stacking up, man. So a lot of you that said, yeah, the heavyweight division is no good. I mean, think again. Scandabigo says, shoulder is out of socket. Which one are you talking about? Which fight in particular are you talking about when you say, something went out of socket? Let me know. Yeah. Yeah, man. All right. So, okay. Now that Anthony went and got that, let's go back to the WAC 100 conversation about the Tupac case. Very explosive stuff. Here we go.
Like the third grade level, shit like that. If you listen to it, he'll always repeat the same way. Same word. These niggas is real game bang. Pressing Suge about what he needed to do. Suge got scared one day. Rock got pulled over. The police knew. Turn the radio on, signal on, windshield wiper, hit this button. Fast over up gun. Rock got 25 years. Right? We ain't crazy. They know that. If you pay for the time, you get put in. You get what I'm saying? There's no doubt. Getting delayed, they said, because he wanted to sign off on the publishing of the songs. At the time, I was E1 on the publishing of the songs. At the time, I was E1 from Black to negotiate a reasonable deal to release and sign off on the publishing so they could use the music in the song. Right? Benny Boone spoke on this. So,
Suge lost the first part of the catalog. He sold the first half of the catalog early 2000, and then about 04, 05, he lost the other one. The other part of it, not paying taxes and shit like that. And it went to Hawk, and a Canadian lady brought it. Follow me. The first half was owned by Koch, which was a Canadian company. The second half was brought in an auction by a Canadian lady, who in turn sold it to Koch, the Canadian company, and they owned 100%. Probably about 2018, you guys heard Hasbro owns Death Row. That's because Hasbro came in and brought out E1. Why did Hasbro buy out E1? Hasbro didn't want the music. They wanted a cartoon that E1 owned called Peppa Pig.
Hey, so what's Snoop role? Like, I don't know. Let me tell you.
Snoop ain't got no role. He's his own boss. Snoop.
So he don't got no affiliation, nothing to do with Death Row?
No, he owns Death Row. So probably about 2021, 2022, they wanted Snoop to do something. Owns Death Row. So it has probably about 2021, 2022, they wanted a series called Streets of Compton over there, 4-part series. And they asked me if Snoop would do the voice drops. When I went to Snoop, how much money you want? He said, I don't want money. I want my masters that they have, because they own Death Row catalog. They wasn't willing to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Dr. Dre's time was up. 85, the Death Row catalog was doing $12 million a year. Right? It was doing $12 million a year.
And Diddy?
When Death Row catalog was doing $12 million a year. When Dr. Dre's contractual time was up and his shit went back to him, right at the same time, months later, Tom Wiley won in court to get all of Tupac's publishing back from E1. So now 85% of the $12 million was represented through Dr. Dre's music and Pac's music. That's when I approach Snoop and say, Snoop, now may be the time to get them an offer. They just lost Dre and Pac. This shit probably gonna do 2-3 million. You offer them a 12 million, one last dance, you can get all your masters and they'll give you Death Row. I put in with the attorney, with Deborah, with Alan Grunblatt. Snoop did the offer. That's how he acquired Death Row. It was important to him because his masters from Death Row was still there. That's how he got Death Row.
So what he really got touched when it come to masters and rights and catalogs? What he got?
Everything that you saw Snoop do at Death Row is what he got back. All the gin and juice, all the dog pound.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
Yeah, he got all his shit back on top of everybody else that was still over there. Everything he don't got is Dr. Dre and the Tupac shit. It went back to them.
And they looking for artists. They looking for artists over there.
Nah, he's in the AI and movies, and you know, he got an R&B artist over there. I think the only rapper signed to Death Row right now is Corrupt. The only one over there.
So back to the case. So far, who do you think the police are after? Like, if it's not Keefy D and who else? You know what I'm saying?
They ain't after nobody but Keefy D. They ain't after nobody else. Who else they gonna be after? Nobody else to be after.
Some people are Diddy.
Man, I think they after everybody involved. Everybody who's involved back then.
They only got one dude that told all this stuff. You don't have Diddy saying I had something to do with it, right? You know, Zip is dead, right? He gone. He ain't here no more, right? Pac dead, right? So thereafter, Suge was a victim, right? So thereafter, the nigga that incriminated himself. You said thereafter, Suge was a victim. They said he the one fired the shot. They said you said you gave the shooter the gun. Yeah, conspiracy. Get your L. That nigga 63 years old. It's over with. But I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna tell y'all this. Juror number 1. Remember I told y'all this on this day. Y'all might think I'm on some bullshit.
You're number one, the black dude with the dread. I believe that nigga is gonna cause a hung jury. The nigga that keep asking, the only juror that asks questions, when they say does the juror have any questions, he's the only one that keep asking questions. I believe he's gonna be the one to say not guilty. I'm just saying it on y'all floor. When it happens, you gonna say the nigga said it. He seems to be leaning the other way. All it takes is one. One. That's all they need.
And if we get a hung jury, then what's it looking like for Tupac?
What they'll do is they'll turn around and try to offer him a deal because it's gonna cost him too much money and it's too much embarrassment to try to charge him again. Because what new do you have? They'll probably come and try to get him a deal like take this and it's time served, or they still get a conviction. So now it goes down in the books that he was convicted of something.
You get hurt in a car accident and they give you a check that wouldn't cover my shoe shine? That's disrespect. The case connect.
I don't think they'll try to charge him again because it's like you've been having this thing in there 3 years, be 3 years this month. What else new are you coming with? I think they'll try to offer him a deal that gives him time served for the time he's done, for him to cop out and plead or something. To make the books look good. The books will look good. They solved the case. But I believe juror number one, the brother with the dread, is gonna take case up. I think he's gonna say not guilty.
I mean, you don't see how shit went down. Did they ever really give it out solving the case, or they just had their hand pushed because of these interviews?
I mean, if you got a nigga in front of you saying, hey, look at me, I'm over here. I mean, what you think they gonna do? It's a high profile case. Yeah, shit. Keepy forced their hand, bro. Keepy would have never did interviews. He wouldn't be in jail, bro. Nobody else gave them what they needed to charge Keefy but Keefy.
Wait, you said that they have one jury who said no, it's a hung jury?
It's over with. Hell yeah.
I think just think the majority,
Ain't no majority shit. If one of them niggas say not guilty, it's over with. All it takes is one. All it takes.
So that gives us some insight into Carmelo Anthony's situation.
Mm-hmm. And they got a victory. They just got that judge removed. He out of there.
I saw that yesterday, but I didn't know if it had gone through.
Yep, it went through. So all it takes is one. I could be wrong, but I'm telling y'all right here in this room today, that juror number one nigga, that's the Fred, I think he go the whole case up for the DA.
I'm looking at it too, because like, how much it is if it ain't come directly from Keefy was like already out here on the internet, and then all the evidence they have from Jump Street, like you feel like they just couldn't solve the case, and if that ain't what it was, why the fuck wasn't they trying to?
They never had no evidence. They never had a gun. They had a lot of hearsay and speculation. But when he said it, hey, look, I gave State the gun to kill the nigga. Like, I'm saying this shit. You know what I'm saying? And then wrote a book and put it in the book.
Oh, but he did a profit. All right, so look, I know he did a profit in 2008, right? So they can't charge him with nothing. He said in profit.
California.
Okay. So
remember, this crime happened in
Nevada. Is what you're saying.
This crime happened in Nevada. Different jurisdiction. See, the officers that proffered him couldn't run to Nevada and say, hey, we'll be your witness. He said this. They couldn't do that. This stupid went on the internet and said it himself. Wait, why couldn't they do that? Because they gave him immunity with them.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. They couldn't do it. And the murder didn't happen in the state of California. So now they're only able to take the stand and play the tape because he broke the conditions of the proffer. You get what I'm saying, bro? The niggas, listen. These niggas will fight you on this gang shit. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. From a month who's in them gang style books from 89 Gang members and gang bangers are some of the dumbest motherfuckers in the world. I used to be one of the dummies. This nigga's a dumbass gang member. There you have it. This nigga took some shit done in the dark and turned on the light and said, stay straight. Herman, oh y'all, my lord, look at me. I'm the one throwing piss at y'all. Nobody know where it's coming from. It's dark. Damn, where's that coming from? He turned on his own light and started screaming y'all name. You ain't gonna go over there.
All right, y'all. So we got Judice versus Chaves right now, round number 1. Here we go, guys.
Left high kick. Watch her setting that up. She does a good job throwing the body early to set that up. Tonight's live fight odds are powered by Polymarket. Trade tonight's fights live exclusively on Polymarket.
All right. Judice walking her down right now. Okay, good front kicks so far.
Judice came out a little bit. See it. She got her on the back foot. And Judice does a really good job with that back leg. But right now, you're seeing Chaves doing a good job using a little bit more efficient to the body. Look at that. In opposite stances here as Judice working the southpaw position, walking it in. Keep kick to the body. This is what you're playing too. This is what you do the best way. When their opponent kind of calms down, you can just pick her apart, keep her at range, big 1-2, goes to the head. Good volume as well. Also.
Oh, good knee right up top. Looks like she was going for a body kick, but it turned into a knee. Oh, good knee right. Okay, let me read some of these comments right here. Oh, wow. Speaking of which, hold on. Oh, wow. Judice with a finish already. Just like that, with a finish, body kick finish for Judice out of nowhere. First round finish, man. We're getting a lot of first round finishes here tonight. Wow, yeah, was she just coming off of the Serbia fight? Is that right? Wow. Yeah, let's go, man.
Straight wins with a rising flyweight prospect, perhaps a contender before long. 27 years old out of Lafayette, Louisiana, Crispy Carly Judice.
Let's take a look at this body kick. Okay. Body liver kick. That's a knockout win with a body liver kick right there. Yep. That was great, man. That was great. All right, let's hear what Michael Bisping has to say to her on the interview here. All right, let's go back to that Wack 100 reaction to the Tupac trial real quick.
And look, that nigga had moved to the state of Nevada. You in the state that got jurisdiction and you traveling to California going on the internet saying, this is what I did in Nevada. But this is going very well.
Want to end your tiring days with a breathtaking, dreamy visual feast? Meet the 5D holographic projector that turns any ordinary space into a magical deep sea or a master feast.
Was telling on all kind of niggas. Now this right here, he gonna have to I don't know where they gonna put this nigga. He gonna have to be in solitary confinement, or he gonna have to move to Atlanta. Now, this right here, he gonna have to I don't know where they gonna put this nigga. He gonna have to give up information to get to the root. You know what I'm saying? Outside of the Tupac shit. So we got to hear this nigga telling on all kind of niggas. All kind of niggas that was wondering how the police figure it out, they about to know that. Wait, so that kind of goes, it ain't necessarily the kind of niggas that was thinking. If I know State is doing some shit, you sending some shit to Florida, and I get caught up like, yeah, this nigga State, he shipping shit to Florida. Oh yeah, who's this nigga? What's his phone? They test your shit, they hear it, they call it the judge, they get the warrant. They watch you, they see it, and then one day they bump you up, they pull you over because they know you got money in the gun, right? They pull you over. And they pull you over, they pull you in. I say you doing it, brother, but this how it happens. They pull you in, they say, nigga, we got you with this money in the gun. The people that contracted the right way, they're to do what he gotta do for death row. He'll pay the homie how he pay the homie. And that's just he gotta do for death row. Don't drive the car with a check you got every month for 2,000-3,000. The biggest thing that should was paying for niggas back then, you got every month for 2,000. The biggest thing that you fell for. And three of y'all living in this condo, y'all got different chain of paying your bill. You got 3,000 in your pocket. Nigga moving beyond point when I tell you to. And that's just what it was. So he's not worried about what the street security was doing because the street security didn't take orders from Rich. That's the time they told Reggie did. Straight up. Hey, that's not how Reggie just correct me if I'm wrong, CJ, but he just said like we want the street security. He never said he brought the street security. Street security told you we work for sure. We call rules. Yeah, we know Reggie. Reggie grew up in our neighborhood. Running back. That was in the trial because I remember one part. Yeah, so Wack, so we listen to the day to make class. We don't know I know when Reggie gonna take the stand, they was gonna ask you when they was gonna ask him. I talk to the nigga every day. But what niggas gotta understand is like his legal security on
All right, so we got Mederos coming up next. In the next fight, we got Mederos coming up. Taking on Mason Jones. Is this on okay? Make sure this is on.
And on Mason fronts.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, this is a good. All right, so Mederos versus Mason Jones coming up next. Yeah, we're not too far away from the and then the co-main event afterwards. Yeah, afterwards. All right, guys, we'll be right back for the next fight. We go. Mason the Dragon Jones taking on Mederos coming up right now. So I'll tell you what I do like about this matchup, right? Just right before we head into this one, I know Mason Jones was a former C, had a few good wins, and then came back to win. Perseverance, right? Overall perseverance is the theme of Mason Jones. Now, what about Mederos, right? Where has his career been coming into this, right? 11-1-1 coming into this very good record. Very good record he's walking into this fight. Right now, tell you what I do like about this here. Let me see here. Where's Oh, okay. It's verified. Had to human verify this for the topology. Okay, so fighting out of Factory X Muay Thai. That's quite a very interesting name. Coming off of draw, majority decision against Chris decision. Austin Harbor. Yeah, he's in sorry. What was I saying about Mederos? Okay, so fighting out of Factory X. So Mederos is one of those fighters that gets into some really close battles. Okay, like as I was saying, he had a majority draw against Chris Padilla, has a unanimous decision win against Mark Chionsky, a split decision against Austin Hubbard, and prior to that, a unanimous decision. So this is all in the UFC, right? All those fights are really close in the UFC. I think he's going to be in for a very tough fight against Mason Jones coming up right now. Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough Mason Jones fight. He's had in front of him right now, but we'll see. We'll see how this works out for him. I anticipate this to be a very even 50-50 matchup. That's the way that I see it. It's an even 50-50 matchup. I don't see that going any other way other than a 50-50 matchup. So, yeah. Let's see how it all pans out. Either way, man, I'm in for it. I'm in for it. I'm down for it because Mason Jones is one of those players that.
Come on now. Come on now.
Okay, here we go. Markel Mederos ready to get it on. Let's get it on.
Seven-fight win streak overall. That includes his return to UFC last May.
All right, here we go. Mason Jones, Mederos. Good starting off in the very beginning. Scandavigo says PFL looks good. Good fights. If PFL and MVP make a deal with Netflix, UFC will have competition. My boy, I appreciate what PFL is doing. I appreciate what MVP is doing. But there will be no competition for the UFC. That I could guarantee you. Okay, the reason why there's no competition for the UFC is because what they have going on right now is a global monopoly that's going to take a couple of generations to fix. And then on top of that, you're dealing with a company that is now affiliated with the United States government, has contracts with them, right? They just look like the status quo, the most trusted MMA organization in the world. So, though I appreciate your enthusiasm for the other organizations, and we certainly appreciate and need it, rest assured and understand the UFC is not going anywhere. And a couple of good fights is not going to change that. But we'll see. We'll see. Thank you for updating me on the PFL fights, though. To be honest with you, if this was not a UFC Sacramento card, not a hometown card, I would probably be following that one. Okay, nice high kick by Mason Jones right there. Ooh. Yeah, we had one decision the whole entire night so far. Put that in perspective.
This is one of the keys I thought would be there for Jones is you've got to be able to mix up this punch just to offset the rhythm of Mederos, because when Mederos gets that rhythm going, he's so dangerous.
Yeah, that is one thing Mason Jones does not want to do is let him have a rhythm going. Oh, okay. Mason Jones is looking for a finish right here. Oh. Oh, nice trip. Nice trip by Mederos. Okay, Mason Jones is busted up already. Already a blood and guts fight that they were willing to put on each other right now. Scandabigo says the average Joe is not watching UFC at Paramount. The average Joe has Netflix and they can create mini series with fighters to sell. I think you're wrong. Wow. You know what, Scandavigo, you're right. You're absolutely right. If you put it like that, but like I said, I think it'll take a couple more years. Look, man, the money that the UFC has going on. Also, you got to take into consideration, right? They have TKO and they have Zuffa Boxing. That's not really worth anything. That's a startup company in comparison to the UFC and the WWE, right? But they have WWE. So we're looking at a $10 billion company, right? And that is the budget that they are dealing with. Now, Jake Paul got a budget. Netflix has, yeah, I can see that. I can see them. And you know what? Here's the thing, though. Okay, to hammer home your point, into entertaining the idea that maybe you're right, and again, I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong, but I don't know, man. I just think that there's just too much power the UFC has. Also, you're right. The average Joe is not going to look at Paramount that way, the way that they have Netflix. But that is the reason why the UFC is much more powerful than Paramount. You understand what I'm saying? Like, think about this, right? Paramount is less powerful than the UFC, and that's crazy to say. I'm sure that's hard to swallow, right? He says Netflix is an untapped market. Here's the thing, though, with Netflix, right? You want to know why they didn't sign the UFC? They didn't sign the UFC for the same reason why we have the type of fights we have tonight. Okay, the type of MMA fights we have tonight in the PFL and in the UFC, that's not the kind of fight that they are looking for. Like, they're not interested in those types of fights. Why? Why are they not interested in these types of fights? Well, look, it's kind of like this, right? You know how a lot of these red pill guys, they'll tell you that a lot of these women are not trying to date you when you are at your lowest point, right? They want to date you when you're a millionaire. They don't want to date you when you're working the progress. Well, these fights right here, this is working the progress of building the stars of tomorrow. And that's what a lot of people forget about these fight nights. They are trying to build the stars of tomorrow. They may not be the biggest name that was marketed, but sooner or later, they will be a big name. They will be a formidable name, but they just have to build them up. Kind of like that Fox card with Michael Johnson and Nick Diaz. And Nate Diaz wasn't even the main event for that fight, if you think about it. Okay, and then what happened after? He calls out Conor McGregor, and then he ends up fighting Conor McGregor, making 2016 a very formidable year for him. So I say all that to say this. If enough of the best fighters in the world end up going to the other organization, you know, there may be a chance that they can rival the UFC. Let's put it like that. There's a great chance that that's a possibility. You know, they'll offer something different that the other organization is not offering. So far, man, this has been a very good fight between Mason Jones and Mederos here. Very good fight. Yeah, very good fight between them right now. Scandinavigo says most people know about the UFC fighters from their clips, live streams, and podcasts, not watching the fights. Netflix will promote their fighters better than the UFC. That is according to Scandinavigo. Okay, I can see that. And then there's oh wow, he's rocking Mason Jones right now. What is this? What is going on with Mason Jones? Oh my goodness, Mason Jones is getting finished. He is about to get finished right now. I cannot believe it. Mederos ends up finishing Mason Jones. That is amazing. That is amazing. That is amazing. That is amazing. Mederos ends up finishing Mason Jones. I cannot believe it. That is amazing. That is amazing. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Man, Mason Jones is like an honorary Sacramento person, man. He trained out here with Uriah. So sad to see, but, you know, very impressive by Mederos nonetheless. Yeah, and it looked like for a second Mederos was going to. Looks like Mederos was going to get knocked out clean, but then.
Awesome adjustment from Mederos there. And then another elbow. 3 elbows in a row. He says, look, he eats the shot with the gloves.
He adjusts with an elbow, comes back and rocks him. And, yeah, it was an elbow that did him in right there. It was an elbow that did him in. Wow, man. Great job on the part of, he says, is it amazing? Yes, that was amazing, yeah. Yeah, it was an amazing, yeah.
Got the highlight reel finish he's been looking for since joining the UFC.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Mason Jones on that one, man. That was amazing. Oh, man. He rocked his head in right there. Wow, look at that. Finished it off with a hook, too, man. Amazing, man. Yeah, Markel Mederos, someone to look out for in the future. I'll be right back, y'all. Be right back. Be right back. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. All right. So what do we got right here? Yeah, man, that was an interesting little promo they had going on with Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup between Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia. Let me tell you why, right? That matchup is anti-meritocracy at its best, okay? And that is exactly what the UFC wants. They want to create an environment that is anti-meritocracy. Well, what do I mean by that? Okay, let's take, for example, Conor Benn, right? Look at his background. He comes from a rich family. His dad had already set the pave way for him, right? Because somewhere down the line, his dad had to take all the hard fights to get the championship fights, to get the Eubank fights. And somewhere down the line, Conor Benn didn't have to because he was already a Ben. Okay, the name Ben being named by Nigel himself, right? Obviously making a name for himself in his time, only passing it down to his son that got fast-tracked. Well, the reason why the UFC wants nothing to do with many of the sanctioning belts is because they don't want to deal with the meritocracy order of what boxing has been doing for years, whether it is fair, whether it is traditional, or whether it is the right thing to do. The UFC wants nothing to do with it. They got a completely different program. Okay, let me explain to you what that program is. Okay, they want to be able to determine who gets fast-tracked and who gets to slow down in terms of, all right, we need to develop you a little bit. Let's slow you down. Kind of like what they do with Callum Smith. I'm sorry, not Callum Smith. What's that Irish kid's name? Callum Walsh. It's exactly what they do with him, right? He's a great marketable kid, looks great, fights great, has an Irish background, which is even better for having, a fan base following, right? He's a ticket seller. All of these things check the boxes, right? So they're going to slow him down a little bit. With Conor Benn, they look at him and they're like, you know what? If we went through the traditional route, they're going to slow you down. Okay, they already try and slow him down under the British Boxing Board of Commission. Okay, you notice that they really try to slow him down, right? So I think it's better that, the promoter decides on how fast-tracked an athlete should be or how they shouldn't. Conor Benn, I mean, if he beats Ryan Garcia, it won't be necessarily because Ryan Garcia is getting older. It's because Ryan Garcia allowed himself to get beat by a guy like this. He allowed it. Okay, and it's the perfect time because Conor Benn has enough attributes to finish him. So Scandabigo says PFL MVP will partner with Netflix in January 2027. Is that a confirmed news, Scandabigo, or is that your prediction? Let me know. Let me know what the haps is on that. Right? Is it is it towards that way? Is it towards that way? Let me know which way that direction is leaning towards, if you can, please. That would be that would be very helpful. Yeah. So just curious to know what direction they are going in that one. Okay, so Roman Dolidze is coming up next. That's going to be a fun matchup. Let me see here. Oh, okay, so that's your pro prediction. Okay, 2027. Do they have a deal right now? Is there a deal that Netflix and MVP has? Obviously, with ESPN, they are still with ESPN from my understanding, correct? Yeah. If they are still in ESPN, I believe they are. Okay. Plausible. That is plausible. I mean, look, they already have MVP already has a deal with Netflix. MVP signed PFL. So there's a lot. You know what? There's a lot of contentious contractual aspects that they're going to have to deal with here. You know, there's a lot. There's a lot there. That's you know, that's quite confusing. So, because those conflicting TV deals are going to affect one way or the other. So, yeah. But not a bad prediction. And all right, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Scandibigo. You came up with a good idea, right? The idea is that Netflix goes out of their way to brand and market them, right? I could see that. I could see a world where that's happening. Now, the problem with all of that is will they actually do it? Because look, what makes the UFC a very successful company, as you understand, is that they are a mixed martial arts company. They are a fighting company. Okay, that is indicative of the fact that they have a BJJ league. That is indicative of the fact that they were promoting guys like Callum Walsh even before they really committed to a Zuffa boxing idea. They're a fight company. Netflix is not. What Netflix is a movie company. They are a TV series company. Okay, at one point they were a delivery, rental company. Okay, when you were like renting movies out and stuff like that, right? You returned it in the box, and yeah. But are they a fight promotion company? Well, that remains to be seen, right? It depends on what kind of people they have in their team and what type of people are they willing to bring on to make all of that happen. So, all right, we got Roman Dolidze coming up right now. Scandibigo says Paramount 79.6 subscribers, Netflix 325 million global subscribers. Huh, okay. You're onto something there. You're onto something there. Hmm. Okay. Very interesting numbers there, Scandibigo. All right. 6 hours and 28 minutes into the stream, we got RDR versus Dolidze right now. So 6 hours. Minutes. All right, and then right after this is the co-main event. All right, ground and pound by Drew Ritter right here. Very good job with these transitions he's making. All right, D. Ritter with the ground and pound. Oh, he's looking to finish Dolidze right here. Look at this. Oh, he's looking to finish Dolidze. Oh, he is looking to finish Dolidze right here. Oh, he's not fighting back. He's got to fight back. Frank Trigg is going to stop this fight soon. He's going to stop this fight. He's going to stop this fight. He's going to stop this fight. He's been in this ground and pound position for a while. He's going to stop this fight. He's going to stop this fight, man. Nope. Okay. Oh, and still ground and pounding. But he's still defending away right here. All right, so Dolidze did a very good job of maintaining himself here. Scandabigo says Paramount boxing event peak. Paramount under 1 million viewers. Netflix 33 million global average. So if I was Dana White, should I be worried? Right? Because when you tell me these numbers, I mean, yes, the UFC dominant force in combat sports right now, but that can be subject to change at any given time, right? And Dolidze is getting ground and pounded right now. Looks like they are looking to finish this fight right now. Oh, yes, there it is, man. D. Ritter gets the ground and pound finish. And this was the first round, okay? Oh, and by the way, this is a 205 fight, by the way. So shout out to D. Ritter for this one. Light heavyweight fight right here. Great job on D. Ritter. Great job on D. Ritter. Yeah, Dolidze fell right into his hands, right? Just those constant leg locks. Those constant leg locks. You know? Here's the thing, Scandabigo. This is where I think the UFC can be toppled, right? So they have more fight nights like this, okay? You see the fight nights that they got going on Friday night, UFC Sacramento versus UFC PFL, right? So obviously you're over there watching PFL, and that's probably better than UFC Sacramento tonight on paper, right? So that's why you're going over there watching that, okay? What if they continue that every week, and then as they continue that every week, they bring in, let's say, big events as time goes on, similarly, right? Bringing on big events like that. What if that happens, right? There's a possibility there. He says, imagine if they continue to go Pride-style events. So here's the thing, right? The UFC is sustainable enough to put on all these different fights, okay? They're sustainable enough to put on all these different fights on like a yearly, weekly basis all throughout the week, all throughout the year. That's what makes them a formidable mixed martial arts company, right? And then on top of it, they're always going to have more volunteers from all levels, okay? Guys that make the millions all the way to the guys that are just starting out their career. That is why they call it a monopoly, because they have a monopoly in people's psyche. right? Like imagine you're a young American kid playing American football, right? Is your dream to play football in Australia? Because they do have American football in Australia, you know, where they actually throw pigskins around, they throw on pads and helmets, just like what they do in Texas, right? But it's not the same. You want to play in the NFL, okay? That's what you're gunning for. That is where your mind of glory is at, right? Same thing with MMA. It is a UFC, and there's no deviating from that to any degree whatsoever. There's no deviation from it. So something to think about. You know, it's really something to think about. You know, what it means to have a monopoly as the UFC. Like, what exactly does that mean? So we'll find out as time goes on, of course. We will find out. All right, so let's hear what they have to say with D. Ritter here. He says, Scandabigo says, you can't tell one event from another at UFC removing 250 card. Remind me of that. What does that mean again? You can't tell me one event from another at UFC removing 250 card. Okay, so you're saying every other card was better than the UFC card, other than the White House card is what you're saying. Okay, well, reason why I have a hard time believing that the UFC is going to be toppled is because I think that whatever other companies are their MMA company, I think that's going to come secondary. Yeah, that's always going to come secondary. Yeah, that's just what I think. I just honestly believe that. I just think that it's always going to come secondary to the project that they have going on. Why? Because it's a very expensive endeavor. I need you to understand how expensive those endeavors are, right? Very, very, very expensive. Okay, to put on an MMA fight. So to do that on a continuous basis, you're almost going to have to go broke and then hope that you get some sort of viable return from it. So you are making good points, but I need you to think about what I'm saying and also from the historical context. Elite XC, Pride FC, why did they even go out in the first place? How about this? Frank Mir's daughter in the main event at the Apex. That's going to be interesting. So they're going to have a whole bunch of guys try out. Okay, this is going to be interesting. All right, cool. All right, man. Sergey Spivac coming up next. Yeah, Vitor Petrino coming up next. Okay, what's up with this music they're playing in the background here? Okay. All right, man. Yes, Spivac coming up next. Can't wait for it. I hope that round lasts for a while. You know, considering that it's a heavyweight fight. You know, heavyweight fights don't last very long, but yeah. Okay, here we go, man. So Scandabigo says also Usman proved the money is better at the PFL. More fighters will choose Netflix, more global exposure, more normal people will know you, which equals more followers and more money when they retire. Okay. Let me see here. So, Scandabigo. What did I want to bring up on this? Usman, is he re-signing to the PFL? Is that a confirmed fact? Let me know. Let me know, please, if that is a confirmed fact. Is he signing to the PFL? Drizzy Goat says, I got Robocop by KO. Boy, who you got? Anthony Hernandez, of course. You know, I'm going with Anthony Hernandez, my man. You know, Anthony Hernandez is is a homie of mine. He's a hometown guy. Yeah, I'm rooting for him on this one. But that's a biased pick. So you say round one. Wow, man, you really got him in round one. Bro, I hope not, bro. I hope you're wrong, man. Because the last thing I want is for Drizzy Goat to be dancing on me, after this, right? That's the last thing that I want. And he will absolutely enjoy it, and he will stick it in my face, and I will have no choice but to sit there and take it. Hernandez nuts, he's getting knocked out. You're so disrespectful. You are so disrespectful, Drizzy Goat. How dare you? How dare you? I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong so that I can stick it to your face, okay? Oh man, I love the banter. I love the banter. I'm loving it, man. Loving it, loving it. Yeah, loving it. Let's rock and roll. So heavy division right now. We got Petrino 11, Sergey at number 9. Ryan Spann is at number 15. Wow. Okay, Ryan Spann already made the number 15. Mick Parkin now made number 14. Okay. All right, man. So, what about this co-main event right here? Who you got in this one? Let me know. He says, Scandabigo says UFC will never match Usman's PFL money. Do you think that Usman cares about money or the glory of fighting in the UFC? Right? Because I feel like he's going to get money anyway, right? And, look, the Dagestanis, these are the type of guys that are like, not all money is good money. But then again, what makes Jake Paul more moral than, let's say, the UFC? You know what I mean? What makes that more? Yeah, he says not even close. True, true. No, you know what? That is plausible. Listen, I'm not doubting you that Usman could get paid more in the PFL. That's not a question, especially now that Jake Paul and MVP are involved. Jake Paul seems like a very reckless spender, right? And he looks like he would spend his money on somebody like Usman, right? And Usman is worth it, but at the same time, I think with the whole conversation that people have about fighter pay, I think it's fair to say that some people are a little too overrated, right? Like, meaning that they deserve, like, for example, Usyk, right? Usyk never got the payday that he got right now until he started working with the Saudis. Okay, that was where he had, the majority of his best paydays was when he was working with the Saudis. So why? Because the Saudis felt like, you know what, you deserve this. You deserve this because you are a highly skilled fighter. But here's the thing, man. He's not necessarily the most marketable fighter, right? Like, think about this. Who's more marketable between Usyk and Terrence Crawford? I know you're going to say Terrence Crawford. Who's more marketable between him and the other heavyweights he fought? The other heavyweights he fought, Joshua, Tyson Fury, all those guys, right? I think a lot of people are being overpaid. Usman Is there a chance that he could get overpaid by the PFL? Sure. Because I don't know, man. You know, there's no guarantee that people are going to go out of their way to watch his fights. But I tell you what, till this day, my biggest fight stream that I ever did, not that I don't know if that counts for anything in the metric of understanding what these guys are worth, but my highest so far was Usman. Usman versus Paul Hughes. That was the highest views that I ever got, 31,000. So Scandivigo says Usman is the biggest star in the PFL. Why would he move to be treated like shit? Legacy. Maybe there comes a point where, you know, legacy doesn't matter. They got to make it worth it. They got to make it worth it. And look, how about this, right? The Sheikh of Saudi Arabia, you know he's going to get involved in the deal with Usman to be in the UFC, right? If they really need to bring out the Brink trunks, the Brink truck, not the Brink trunks, the Brink truck for the UFC, they're going to call Uncle Turkey. And they're going to tell Uncle Turkey, hey, can we bring Homeboy over here? Can we bring him? Bring out the checks. Bring out whatever it is that we need to get this guy in here. We need this guy in here. What is it going to take to bring Homeboy over here? What do we need to do? And this is it. This, you know, if they do that, I think they're going to fast track him. They would have no choice but to fast track him. Okay, yeah, they would have no choice but to fast track him. They would have to. Because he's too expensive. What are you going to do? Have him come in there and fight Dan Hooker in his peak, in his debut? Dan Hooker is taking off that Salahuddin Parenses guy. That's going to be awesome right there. Scandivigo says, why did Mike Tyson say about the belts? They are worthless. Okay. I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because obviously that goes into this conversation with Zuffa Boxing as well, right? Dana White, he's going to have some challenges signing some people and then having those people be happy, right? They're going to be happy with the money. Like, for example, Jai Apataya, obviously happy with the money. He's not happy getting stripped by the IBF. Okay, he ain't happy about that. Okay, because this is not what he signed up for. He did not sign to lose his belt outside of the ring. He didn't sign up for that. That's not what he signed up for. So now the UFC has to answer to that once he's unhappy. But then maybe it gets to a point where, you know what, I don't need the IBF belt. You know, like I could go buy those belts. You know what I mean? Like, think about that, guys. Okay, a lot of these guys that live in destitute situations that grow up trying to move up in boxing, you know, there's rich guys out there that could buy their belts for $500 and not have to sweat a day in their life in the gym. You know what I mean? So, yeah, in that case, yeah, those belts are worthless. You know, but if you win those belts, guess what? Those belts mean something. Wack 100 bought a WBC belt from Mike Tyson at an auction. Okay, and he paid like, what did he pay for those? $5,000 for a belt that was owned by another man, right? And now, here's the thing. If that was a WBC belt from, let's name somebody a little bit new, a little bit current, right? Like Hamza Shiraz. I don't think it would be worth that much. Maybe like you'd get $1,000 off of it because he is a superstar right now, but he's not like a legendary legacy superstar to that degree. But you're right. Yes, Mike Tyson did say that those belts are worthless, and you know, I agree with him on those notions for sure. For sure, I agree with those notions, no doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt about it, man. No doubt. No doubt I'm the player that they talking about. Scandivigo says Tyson was not talking about the value in money. Tyson was not talking about the value in money. Huh, okay. Is he going into something a little bit more philosophical than that? If so, please emphasize and explain to me, what he had meant by that. If you can, please. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, okay. So we got another fight coming up right now for. Okay, so 409 in minutes. That is. Okay.
Petrino's in yellow, Spivac is in white.
6 hours and 50 minutes. Spivac versus Petrino. There we go. We got Spivac versus Petrino right now. And that is Spivac with a C, I believe. Okay. So there we go. Round number 1, man. Yeah, look how huge Petrino is. I can't believe at one point this guy was a 185er. He was a 185er, and look how comfortable he looks at 185, and matches up rather well, at least on the eye test with Spivac. Good little step, low kick right there. All right, so here we are. Tyson Spivac and Petrino. Good body kick by Petrino. All right, so round number 1 in the books. I'm gonna probably give that round to Petrino. I'm gonna give it to Petrino in that one. All right, here we go. Round number 2 between Petrino and Spivac. All right, Vitor Petrino takes him down. All right. So Petrino's maintaining top control position right now. 331, 332, 333. Scandabigo says in Islam, the ego, nafs, and the pursuit of glory, kabir, are viewed as major spiritual diseases that blind a person from truth, severe their relationship with Allah, and led to spiritual ruin. I love how you bring up Islamic texts to justify how Usman is going to sign with the PFL over the UFC. Very interesting. But ambitions of careers is different. You know what I mean? Like for example, if it's your goal to be an engineer or something like that, like there's nothing haram about that, right? But or being an engineer for like a specific company. Well, this is kind of what Usman is gunning for, right? That is his goal. So yeah, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Interesting take though on your part. Really interesting take on your part to say that. But how they conduct themselves in terms of inflated ego, that is a little bit different. All right, so still maintaining this top control position right now. He said, Scandabigo said he should go money to his family. And that's the thing, though. We don't know how much money is enough for him, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, what is enough for him may be different. You know, all right, so now, yeah, he's on full mount position right now. I told you guys I predicted that Petrino was going to win this one. You know, small man skills translating over, not the love of random fans. Okay, so here's the thing, right? obtaining UFC glory as opposed to PFL glory, right? Is that a matter of impressing fans or impressing yourself knowing that the UFC has the best fighters in the world? Because if you continue on with the PFL right now, who are you really fighting that's the best in the world that you are actually challenging yourself for, right? Who is that guy? Is there that guy anywhere? Um, yeah. Wow. Okay. Ground and pound position right now from Petrino. Yeah, Petrino is pounding away right now. Oh wow, he slips somehow out of nowhere, and now Spivac gets the best of these scrambling exchanges. Yeah, man. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. There you go. You got about 1 round left. Just 1 round left. Yeah, I can't believe they actually went 3 rounds with this one, right? These heavyweights, man, going 3 rounds. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, the corner of Spivac is telling him, "Wow, you need to get him this time." And different corners say to motivate them. Remember Leon Edwards with Usman, that famous, don't let them bully us, Leon. Don't let them bully us, son. And in this one, it's like, do it for your father. I don't know what that means. I think maybe Spivak's dad is sick or something like that, and so, or I don't know, maybe had passed away. So, yeah, that's crazy. They brought that up. All right, so nonetheless, round number 3 coming up right now. Okay, nice low kick by Petrino. All right, so still maintaining the top position right now is Petrino. Scanabigo says Usman could be the first big star of a small organization that might grow to something huge or be another fighter at the UFC. The way that you're describing it, very Fedor pride-like type of situation, perhaps. I could see that. Still, though, man, I just don't think there's anybody that's going to topple the UFC. Not in this generation, and not anytime soon. Yeah, I just don't see it, man. I really don't.
Petrino making life difficult on Sergey Spivac late round 3. Stated he was making a jail late. He's being careful to not get too high now because Spivac reversed the position on him at the end of that second round.
All right, now they separate. They got 2 minutes. Sergey Spivac is spent right now. He's looking really exhausted right now, this dude, man. They both are. You know, this is what heavyweight fight is, man. It's just nothing but exhaustion. Wow, how about this, man? Edson Barbosa reveals that he's partially blind in his right eye since his fight with LaRon Murphy in 2024. How about that? How about that, man? You know, fighting is not for the faint of heart, boys. You know, it is not for the faint of heart, man. Fighting is it is a serious sport. Nothing to be played with. But yeah, I think we are about, you know, less than a minute away from determining a winner, and I don't think it's going to be Spivac. Yeah, Petrino won this one with ease, man. All right, man. 7 hours into the stream. Yep, 4-fight win streak it is for Petrino. Petrino won this one with ease, man. Yeah, that was an easy win for a Patrizi win. Okay, let me read this one right here. It says Usman could be the first collection card of a new organization. He will get the 350 million subscribers for himself. Look, I don't know if it just works like that, Scandabigo. I'm going to be very, you know, brutally honest with you, right? I just don't know if it works like that. I really don't. Look at here. I understand the reach that Netflix has, right? I completely get it. But here's a question, though, right? Here's a legitimate question regarding the PFL. Are they a combat sports company? Okay, that is the question. That is the important question to ask. Okay, are they a combat sports company? And I'm going to be honest with you, man. You know, I'm kind of leaning towards the answer of no, right? Like they're not built for combat sports, right? They're not the type of organization that, you know, specializes in combat sports. They specialize more in live events. I mean, I don't even know if that's anything that they do, right? But it's not there, man. It's not. They do one-offs. That's what they do great. They do great with one-offs, but that's about it. Other than one-offs, I don't know. But let's hear what V4 has to say. Yeah, I wonder why they're booing him. What's up with that? Yeah. Top 10 performance for a Vitor. UFC Paramount and huge. Okay, so the uprising is about Robin Hood. Got it. Okay. Yes, there it is, man. Old Sac. I've showed you guys that area before. Been there. Yes, steeped in MMA history. That's right. That's right. Yes. Yes, Sacramento is absolutely steeped in MMA history. That's correct. Yep.
Rodrigues, and we have arrived at tonight's main event. Well, everyone loves a bit of bad blood. What fight fans have also come to love is seeing their favorites settling things the old-fashioned way, and then making each other better. After Hernandez tested himself against Sean Strickland, thought he had to regroup to rise again. And did so with the man he last
Yes. Very similar to that of Anthony Joshua, right? You know, Anthony Joshua lost to Klitschko. No, not Klitschko. I'm sorry. Usyk. And then he decided, you know what? I'm going to go and train with Usyk to get better. So, you know what, Scandabigo, listen, man, I'm going to take what you're saying into consideration, right? It's just that it's hard for my brain to fathom the idea that the UFC will be toppled by another MMA league, right? I also think there's a part of you that's a little bit biased. You know what I mean? I think there's a part of you that's a little bit biased because recency biasness, I think, is the best keyword to really put it, right? Recency bias at the idea that right now I'm watching the UFC, you're on the other side watching the PFL, and you're thinking, you know what? Maybe the PFL is a better organization. Look at this. You got Usman out here. You got the Dagestani over here, like you got in the UFC. They got top-level competition. They have an entertainment factor, right? Kind of like the Pride FC entertainment factor that I'm talking about, right? They got all of that going on. They got all of that going on, and you're thinking, you know what? There's a lot of potential in this. And here's the thing, you're not wrong. But I need you to understand something. Every week, every town that the UFC goes to, they break records. Now, I don't know if they're breaking records here tonight in SAC. Okay, I could tell you they're probably not, because the crowd out right now is they're not out in full force. Okay? I think a big part of that is, I could talk about the economy of SAC, since we are in the subject of, of Sacramento. I think there is a growing crisis that is going on in the economy of Sacramento right now, right? Like, put it this way. All the prominent people that I know in Sacramento, and believe me, I know a lot of them because I was in the car business, I was in the finance mortgage business, so I knew all the players of the town that were of any significance when it came to pushing money around, okay? Many of them were losing their businesses. I knew a Pakistani family that owned, a chain of IHOPs, right? They lost their businesses. So it's just one of those things, right? And look at the front row of the Golden One Center as indicative of that, right? There's not a lot of people that are sitting in the front row because, let's be honest about this, right? There's not, a huge upper middle class society of SAC like the way that they did in the 2010s, in the even in the early 2020s, right? It's just a different Sacramento now. But nonetheless, here we are. Anthony Hernandez, which to my surprise, by the way, is ranked higher than your boy Israel Adesanya at this point. So that's always interesting to see. Oh, what is this walkout song right here? All right, Robocop now walking out. All right, Robocop walking out right now.
Robocop Rodrigues to his second UFC headliner. He's on the cusp of serious title contention. 8 years old was when he started training in jiu-jitsu under the same coach that guided Jacare Souza to legendary status. But Gregory Rodrigues has made his highlights, Michael, with his thunder.
From what I've heard from a couple of sources, it was decided after this incident that the next time the Bloods aligned with Death Row saw Orlando Anderson, it was on. And unfortunately, that next time was inside the Museum Grand on September 7th, 1996, as thousands of people exited a Mike Tyson fight at the hotel's arena. What happened next is well known, but also somewhat misunderstood.
Oh, let me read that comment. Hold on, I didn't even see that comment. Not today, not tomorrow. Also, I said compete, not beat. Okay, compete, of course. Compete, yes. But to what degree? Yeah. Compete, okay. I can buy that. Yes, there are other companies that can compete with the UFC. But as far as full-blown beating the UFC, nah. Nah. But at least we agree to that. All right, 7 hours and 20 minutes into the live stream. We're going to title it the main event. There we go. So that's going to be in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right. So here we go. Main event. We just saw the completion and the walkout of Robocop. Well, now it is time to witness the walkout of Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. By the way, a man that I shared a card with back in 2012, right? Now, what's significant about that, when I shared that card with Anthony Hernandez in 2012, I got into it with his opponent, Blake Smead. Blake Smead got at my face saying, what's up with, the Kifa, right? Wearing the Palestinian Kifa. Like, it's not a war. Nobody's going to die or this and that. So we got into it. I shoved him and, yeah, fun times. Fun times. Scandinavigo says, it took Arabs 1,300 years to convert 43 nations. PFL MVP Netflix can beat UFC in the future. Okay, so I see what you're saying, right? We're talking about the long game in terms of what the UFC can do, right? UFC versus MVP. That is the conversation that we are talking about right now, which I'm going to timestamp. That's the timestamp conversation here, right? All throughout the night, as we were covering Anthony Hernandez versus Rodrigues, we were talking about the PFL because I believe in this same night of Anthony Hernandez and Rodrigues on August 22nd, 2026, PFL, I believe, right? Anybody on the chat, let me know what the headline is for that PFL fight. Also, there's a Raleigh Romero fight going on. He's taking on Teofimo Lopez. A loaded night of combat sports. Plus, you got Larry Wheels boxing. Who is he supposed to box? Who is Larry Wheels supposed to box? Someone on the chat let me know that before. Larry Wheels. Who is Larry Wheels boxing? RAF, by the way. There's also RAF going on. Larry Wheels is Vitali. Okay, so he's boxing Vitali. Yes, Vitali. The guy who literally just got out of prison in the Philippines because of some little mishaps, let's say, that he had going on in there, right? Okay, so this is what the U.S., right? Will there ever be an organization that is going to surpass and be superior to the UFC? And the answer, quite frankly, is no. No. At least that's for the definitive present time. Will they have a chance to do it in the future? Well, somebody in the comment section said it took the Arabs 1,300 years to convert 43 nations. PFL, MVP, and Netflix can beat UFC in the future. Okay, so that is a comment by one of the people in the chat. Scandibigo is his screen name that said that. So the long game is what he's talking about. Okay, he's saying that in the long game, eventually, the UFC will be surpassed, but not right now. See, they're chipping away at the fact that they're allowing every little fighter to sign with them. Like, for example, Francis Ngannou signing with them as a linear champion, not re-signing with them after beating Cyril Gane. And now Tom Aspinall, there's a situation where, you know what, he could threaten to go to the other side. He can easily do that. Imagine Tom Aspinall fighting in an MVP card. Oh, the embarrassment. They did it with John Jones. They did it with Tom Aspinall. And now they did it with Francis Ngannou. It's an embarrassment for their company because now they can't keep a champion. They can't keep a linear heavyweight champion. And so now they're going to have to resort to Cyril Gane taking on Josh Hockett, as which is not a bad matchup, but once again, muddying up the waters of the heavyweight division. And why? Only because there's a threat there. So they can threaten, have potential of bringing fighters to different organizations. That is a reality at some point, yes. But right now, what the UFC has is a monopoly, also a psychological monopoly in your mind, as well as a financial monopoly. Think about it like this, right? The UFC, in under no circumstances, can be beat in terms of the notoriety and the name being synonymous to MMA. People don't ask sometimes, especially casuals and people that don't train, do you train MMA? They ask, do you train the UFC? And you know, the ignorant ones will ask you this, right? Why? Because the sport is synonymous with it. So imagine you're a kid playing football as a kid. Do you imagine playing in the CFL or some sort of off-brand league in the United Kingdom or Australia? Because, by the way, they play their pads, they wear the helmet, just like they do in Dallas, Texas. They do that. But is it the same? Just like if you were a basketball player, is it the same playing in Serbia, which, by the way, is awesome and a spectacle on its own, just like Pride was a spectacle on its own. But rest assured, when you're a kid and you lace those gloves, those 4-ounce gloves, it's those 3 letters that you are gunning for. So that in and of itself is a psychological effect in people. So MVP and the PFL, that's what they have to compete with. Also, not to mention the money that they have to spend week after week to put on shows. Sure, they can be superior this week. Sure, they can have a grand spectacle, such as a Mike Tyson, Jake Paul type of fight, Ronda Rousey MMA event. Sure, those can surpass the UFC in some weeks, but try doing it 42 times in the week with 10 days to rest. It is a very difficult thing to do, and there's a reason why many MMA companies in the past have gone out. Savachi Financial says, yee, shout out to you, my man. Scandabigo says, Islam's guy crushed the opponent. Scandabigo says, Vitali. Okay, that is in reference to who Larry Wheels was fighting that night. So there it is. A night full of combat sports. Here we go. All right, man. So I'm definitely clipping that part right there. That right there would have been perfect for, what do you call it? Like a clip that I'm going to put out somewhere. In any regard, it is round number 1 right now with Anthony Hernandez. And just as we expected, Anthony Hernandez went in there cracking. He says, yee, Golden One cracking. All the SAC bosses are here. All right, man. Shout outs to all the dudes in SAC that are doing the dang thing. You know, letting them things swang. Bang, bang. You know what I'm bang, bang. Yeah. So that's how it goes. Round 1 so far, very well for Fluffy. He does it again. Looking to do a rinse and repeat cycle. Going up and down in these levels, shooting up. And there's a little bit of some elbows right there by Robocop. Yeah, man. I know that there are other events going on around the world right now, but for all the SAC guys, is really big, guys. Look, to be honest with you, I knew that this was not going to get a lot of views, right? It's not a matchup that's necessarily highly compelling, okay? In fact, I could have probably done more views, maybe just talking about, politics while all of this was going on. Nonetheless, UFC SAC is going on right now, and I wanted to pay its own individual respect. He says, everybody here. All right, man. Scandabigo says, not allowed to clip. I'm calling my little hat lawyer. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, no, I'm. It's my own content that I'm obviously going to clip. And by the way, guys, listen, I'd encourage you guys to go out and clip some of the things that I say here. Oh, Anthony Hernandez just got rocked right now. All right, he backs away after getting rocked like that. Wow. All right, man. Very good fight thus far. Okay, now back at it again on the takedown attempt. Single leg this time. And the same thing, trying to punch, but trying to go around it so that he doesn't go in the back of the head. There's a bit of some elbows right there by Anthony Hernandez. 50 seconds left in the first round. Rodrigues doing a very good job of pushing forward on Rodrigues. Rodrigues absolutely answering the call. Very big guy, by the way, but Anthony Hernandez is doing a very good job of using his wrestling skills to nullify any size or any type of attributic advantage that Rodrigues may have here. And he's doing a very good job of keeping up with the clinch position. All right, here we go, guys. We're back. Oh, no! Anthony Rodrigues is down! No! Back. Oh, no! Anthony Rodrigues is down! No! Oh, no, this is not looking good, man. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no. Scandavigo says, not allowed. Okay, Scandavigo says Ali Abdelaziz in the middle of the winner's photos per usual. The winner's photos? What do you mean? Oh, okay, because the PFL. Got it. Oh, man, Anthony Hernandez gets knocked down from that leg kick. That is devastating. That is devastating. Oh, no, Anthony Hernandez is mounted. Oh, man. Look, the size discrepancy is where this is showing up right now in this fight. This is where the size discrepancy looks really bad. All right, Anthony Hernandez with a single leg right now, coming back. Okay, showing a lot of tenacity on his part right now. Oh, man, Anthony Hernandez was just rocked.
It was decided after this incident that the next time the Bloods align.
Wow, man, Anthony Hernandez is getting beat bad right now, but is still surviving this right now. Scandavigo says Gable Stevenson won round one. What is that, RAF? Man, a lot going on right now, but there's a lot going on with Anthony Hernandez right now. Anthony Hernandez, what a fighting spirit. All right, and that is the end of it. Yeah, is that also where Henry and Marab are going to rematch as well, I believe? Wow, man. This is really exciting right now, man. Really exciting and heavy. Wow, man. Boom. Some calf kicks right there. Wow. All right. Anthony Hernandez is smiling and loving this right now. There it is. Now shooting right in there. Anthony Hernandez shoots right in. Now he's worn down. Wow, man, he's got the back of Robocop right now. Okay, now he's going to try and choke him, Conor McGregor, Khabib style. Was that with Khabib? Anthony Hernandez now with a body lock position. Looking to really drag down. Look at this. Herb Dean is smacking the hand away from Robocop because he's trying to hold on to the fence, it seems. Scandavigo says the best American wrestler versus Sean Brady soon. Who is that? Who is the best American wrestler? And who is Sean Brady taking on? Who is that? Let's see the polls right now. So, who wins tonight between the polls and Robocop? It is, wow, a little bit even, 43-43 Robocop, and then a few people pick draws here. All right, so Anthony Hernandez maintaining this single lock position right here. Yeah, Anthony Hernandez totally unfazed by all of this. Mark Haney says, Raleigh versus Theo. Who you got? I'm going to go with Raleigh on that one. Yeah, I'm going to go with Raleigh, right? Like the way that he was able to take on Ryan Garcia like that, I could see him doing the same thing to Theo, in my opinion. How far till their fight, my man? Please let me know, because after this fight is done, I'm getting off here, and I'm going to go watch this fight, maybe even react to the fight. Who knows? But, yeah, let me know. All right, so Anthony Hernandez with the up clinch positions right here. Anthony Hernandez still maintaining this clinch position right here. Okay, so I know Herb Dean is going to be looking for some fence grabbing here. Remember him warning Conor McGregor, similar fashion. And then Conor McGregor, years later, ended up mocking Joe Rogan about it. Like, call the cops, man. Like, oh no, call the cops. Like, I'm mocking Joe Rogan's American voice. It's so hilarious. All right, so Anthony Hernandez, man, maintaining a very physical matchup right now, even in the striking department now. Really walking him down, too. Right? A guy who doesn't look like he should be in this weight class. I mean, look at that. They look like a world of difference. A welterweight versus a light heavyweight. And, all right, so that is the end of round number 3. They go into the championship rounds. So you know what that means. Mark Haney says, unless there's a KO, then sooner. Mark Haney says, this is the last fight just starting now. So after these 10 rounds, then it's the main event. Got it. Okay. So okay, perfect timing from you know, the fluffy fight to end for me to go catch it, and yeah, you know, I don't think I'm gonna work that one. I just wanted to work the UFC tonight. Of course, you know, Fluffy is my boy. You know, we shared a card together. We've been around each other, been around the same people. So I'm rooting for him to win on this one. Um, and yeah, that was it, man. I really just wanted to work this card tonight, and you know what? Honestly, not the most popular card of the night, right? How do you compete with Vitaly and Larry Wheels, and then you got Theo and Raleigh on the other end? You know, it's very difficult to compete with an entity like that. So there's not Alex Hernandez, Anthony Hernandez, smiling going into the fourth round. You know why he's smiling? Because he knows that he has the opportunity to use his conditioning prowess. Mark Haney says, my bad. I was trying to steal away from the UFC fight night. LOL. I was, no, not at all. Not at all. You know what? The fight nights tonight made it perfectly. I mean, the other ones that everybody else is talking about, I'm going to have to catch later on. But this one is probably the least popular one. But you know what? I don't care. Only because, you know, Anthony Hernandez is in it. You know, yeah, man. You know, wanted to, you know, just, you know, give focus on this one, because it would have been hard to focus in on these fights while also watching the boxing fights as well, but they timed it perfectly. I don't know about the Vitaly card. I know for sure I got to go see the rest of the PFL card, maybe some highlights of it, but yeah. Oh, wow, man. Anthony Hernandez taking it. Oh, real interesting scrambling exchanges there. Ooh, oh, some heavy leg kicks right there. Scandabigo says you should view Brandrisk if you want views. Yeah. It would, huh? You know, the Brandrisk for sure would absolutely bring views. Yeah. Oh, there's a body kick right there by Rodrigues. Cyborg versus UFC fighters now on PFL. Okay. All right, so some body shots they're throwing at. Oh! Some face shots right there by Rodrigues on Anthony Hernandez, persevering on. Let's go, Anthony Hernandez. Come on, man. Come on, my dude. Oh, man. All right, so Anthony Hernandez still shooting in. Scandabigo says, why was Caitlin Vieira cut from the UFC? I did not know that. Caitlin Vieira getting cut from the UFC. I got to look into that. That is not a name that sounds like should be cut. All honesty. So I got to look into that. All right. Meanwhile, here's Anthony Hernandez shooting in, single leg takedown. And finally gets him down. No. All right, you know what, man? Maybe before I leave, I will preview Brandrisk. That's what I'll do. That's all right. Wow. So they said that Hernandez needs a finish to win. I don't know about all that, G. You know what I'm saying? I think Anthony Hernandez is winning that one. I don't know about all that. He says Jordan Burroughs now at the RAF. Okay, keep me posted and let me know what is going on. If you don't mind, please, that would be awesome. Brandrisk. When is Brandrisk on? In particular, the main event with Vitaly and Larry Wheels, or I would imagine they are not the main event. I'm assuming. Okay.
Rodrigues has been very impressive and received some punishment of his own. Rodrigues served him off the fence there while fighting the takedown. Tempting to lean against the fence because it makes it easier. You don't have to push it as hard. But this is exactly what Hernandez wants.
Let's see, what is the Brandrisk fight that is happening right now? So there's Anthony Rodriguez, there's Anthony Hernandez right now clinching away at Rodriguez.
It's impressive. This kind of this race is round 5. Many Chaves was much closer as it was. Oh, good body shot. Massive opportunity here for Rodrigues, who's fighting up 5 spots. The 6th ranked contender in Hernandez. Rodrigues has won 6 of his last 7 bouts. And he could really put himself on the short list of contenders in this division. He would come to Sacramento and turn that Hernandez. Still has more than 3 minutes to withstand this pressure, though. Crazy pace. Try to keep attacking these takedowns like this.
All right, so after this main event, guys, I'm going to do a Brandrisk preview show. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I just literally renamed the live stream right now. So yeah, hopefully it gets some views on that one. So okay, let's see here. All right, so it's going to end relatively soon. So let's see here. All right, yeah, this fight is about to end soon, man. And they said that Anthony Hernandez was losing this. I have a hard time believing that. I guess, yeah, they're giving Robocop some points here, but yeah. Scandabigo says he ragdolls Brady. He ragdolled him, is what you're saying?
He's doing a great job of that. Unofficial numbers 3 for 28 on takedown attempts. Gave punches for Rodrigues to get himself.
Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, there's a low kick right there by Rodrigues. Man, I think Rodrigues walks away with a decision in this one, but I would be very surprised to see if Anthony Hernandez actually pulls off a decision in this one. All right, so he crushed Sean Brady, and that is according to okay. So, all right. So now the main event has now concluded. Great 5-round between Anthony Hernandez and Rodrigues. We're gonna find out the winner of that, but for now, we are going to take a look at Brandrisk 15. What is the event that they got going on at Brandrisk 15? So obviously they got Austin McBroom taking on Thomas Faze Temper Oliveira. Okay, I'm a little familiar with Austin McBroom. I think he's an influencer. Larry Strongman Wheels making his boxing debut against Vitali. Okay, who weighed nearly 50 pounds lighter. Okay, and unfortunately, yeah, Gregory Rodrigues won that one. Bob Minarni. Okay, I believe he's a Nelk boy taking on Wacky Osiris. I don't know who that is. Super Hot Fire versus Supreme Patty. Gabe Silva. Okay, that's the son of Anderson Silva. Wow. Okay, he's boxing Kimbo Slice's son, Kimbo Slice Jr. Okay. interesting. Jeremy Smith taking on Kodak Red. Julian Newman versus Thirsty. Yeah, don't really know much about those people. Don't really care. But I just kind of wanted to, throw that out there as, I'm kind of interested in seeing how Larry Wheels does, especially against Vitali, right? What I'm really intrigued by that is, you know what? What is it that these two bodybuilders can offer against each other, right? Like you two are a bunch of stiff bodybuilding animals, right? Unathletic, don't have a lot of attributes, don't have a lot of speed. What is it that you guys can do? Woodley versus Kamzat RAF Moscow. When is that one? Let me know. So that's the intrigue, right? What is it that these two muscleheads can do with each other? And they have a social media following, obviously very interesting in how Vitali got arrested in the Philippines, got out. I don't know how he got out. Obviously, there was some diplomatic channels that were being met there. But the U.S. is starting to not really have good relations with the Philippines and other countries in Asia. So I'm wondering if the lack of strength in diplomatic ties between them may have hindered their negotiation towards each other in some kind of way, some sort of hindrance in that. One never knows. But Vitali is now out. Obviously, we know he's done a lot of prank streams. He's done a lot of Catch a Predator streams. He's had YG, the game, a whole list of people to join him. Myron Gaines, right, even help him out with some of the investigations. So a very intriguing character that he is, right? And he's fighting tonight Larry Wheels. Obviously, a guy that's known to be a cock by some because of his simp attitude and how he handles things. But either way, two interesting characters, right? Two internet sensation guys. That's what it is. That's what they got going on. And of course, we're always intrigued to check it out. Nonetheless, man, yeah, Robocop just won the main event right now. What does that mean for the middleweight division? Okay. Well, obviously, that means he's going to have to move up the ranks from there. I believe at this point, Rodrigues was ranked higher than Fluffy Hernandez.
Now in his home city, and looking to jump right into the team that is featherweight as he takes on the popular John Lord Silva. It's been an absolute pleasure. What action we had. Highlight reel was loaded from downtown Sacramento. For the Hall of Famers,
all right, man. So,
Brandon saying so long. Post show coming up right now on Paramount Plus.
yeah, let's watch the post show together, see what they got going on here, and then I'll progress it towards the the press conference. So yeah, man, RoboCop, man, how does he stand in this? Does he get a title shot from this? Maybe one more win should solidify him a title shot. What do you think? What do you think? All right, man. So let's do a little bit of a post show, shall we? Because obviously that all of this is part of the post show. Um, Yeah, man. They said the crowd in Sac was insane, bro. Footy. He said footy. Dean Thomas. Man. I'm a little disappointed, but you know what? I'm still proud of Anthony Fluffy Hernandez nonetheless. You know, it's always important to praise guys rightfully when they fall short, right? He fell short tonight, but he absolutely deserves all the praise in the world. Does Anthony Hernandez? Make no doubt about it. He deserves all the praise. He deserves uh, all the props, and giving him a pat in the back, letting him know that, you know what, next time, kid, you'll come back and you'll be able to get there. So, all right, man, a lot of uppercuts in the clinch positions right here. Straight punch right there by Anthony Hernandez. Good low kicks, too, by Rodrigues. He had a lot of good low kicks. We're going to go over the whole entire card, by the way, just so you guys know, right? It's going to be a full card analyze. Yeah, analyze. Full card analyzed and all. Yeah, they're playing California Love in the background. And the night is still young, too, in Sacramento. That's the beautiful part about it, right? They still kept the night young. It's still 8 o'clock. The sun is still outside. So, yeah. Yeah, so it was the body shots and the leg kicks. So prior to this, Rodrigues was number 11 in the 185 division. Now, I don't know. I guess he should move up to 6 because Anthony Hernandez is 6. But where does that put Anthony Hernandez after this? Still a high-ranked 185er, though. Very high-ranked 185er. Yeah, he went far, man. Way further than Max Griffin did. But is this Anthony Hernandez's ceiling, though? You know, or also, is he too small? Is he too small for this weight class? Yeah, is he too small for this weight class? I wonder. Scandabigo says Cejudo smashed Merab within a minute. No way. Wow. Okay, so he finally got him back. Well, there you go, man. You know what? I thought that Henry was going to lose this one only because, you know what? He had lost to him already. And I thought, hey, you know what? Maybe not wrestling all those years had an effect on him, but in reality, him and Merab are 50-50 at wrestling with each other. That's just what it really comes down to, right? They are both 50-50 with each other, even though they are two guys that don't actively compete in wrestling right now. Yeah. Yeah, Chris Weidman had some pretty positive things to say about being out here in Sacramento. He says that the weather out here is beautiful. It's sunny. You know, he enjoys being out here. California altogether is just beautiful and sunny. Look at that. Look at the picture that I have up right there, right? That's a sunny day. That's California every day, G. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Gene? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, Cejudo is better, way better. Scandabigo says. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I guess this is the time that we should end the poll. Okay. So by the end of it, okay, 8 people voted. By the end of the poll, here we are. That's the poll that we got up right now. The poll is 49% of you went for Robocop, 39 for Fluffy, and 13 in a draw. By the way, that right there is indicative of the fight all the way through. Okay, I'm talking about the fight throughout the whole entire time. That's indicative of that. Okay, because I didn't stop the clock until we had reached the end of the fight, which is now. So there it was. And then, of course, maybe there were some people that voted in between. But yeah, it was nice to kind of throw out a poll there, kind of doing something a little bit different. Okay, co-main event of the evening. Sergey Spivac versus Vitor Petrino. As exactly I told you guys, he was going to get a unanimous decision win in that. I knew that sometimes when it comes to little man skills, those are what pays the bills, right? When it comes to guys that have the skills to maneuver around weight, around size advantage that the other guy has over the other fighter. And so that's exactly what Vitor did to win this one. Rainier de Ritter did a very good job, man. Mounted a few times, good scrambles. Got a TKO finish on Roman Dolidze. Markel Mederos gets a second round TKO finish against Mason Jones. Wow, that was a real powerful fight. Carly Judice gets a TKO front kick to the body. Wow, man, a lot of good finishes in this one, right? Anthony Mint gets an arm triangle choke. Very strong, kind of compared it to the Shane Carwin Brock Lesnar fight, the way that he locked that in. Wow. Okay, another heavyweight to look out for. Jamal Emmers, 30 fight career veteran, gets a TKO victory over Larry Douglas. Shamil Gaziev gets a knockout over Kennedy. I mean, just showing his his boxing prowess, right? Just a beautiful knockout. Chris Padilla gets a technical submission over Nasrat. Literally, at the end of the fight, left him twitching. Okay, to the point where the referee had no choice but to wave it off completely, just to say, hey, we can't do this anymore. Just like that, was just switching on the floor from that choke. And it was an arm triangle choke as well. So, everybody really utilizing the arm triangle chokes nowadays, right? So what else? Marcelo Barbosa defeats Ryan Kuse in the first round TKO punch. Stanley Dorensby gets a decision over Gage Young. That was a very tough decision fight right there. Jackson McVeigh gets a TKO knee to the body and punches over Wesley Schultz. That was a very interesting fight. And earlier on in the fight, just when we thought it was going to be another women's fight that was going to go to a decision, Chanel Dyer with good Muay Thai, good combinations all throughout the fight, gets a TKO finish over Elise Reed. And that right there is the breakdown of the whole entire card. What did you guys think? We can continue on covering everything else that's in this card while we just literally went through the whole entire card. What did you guys think, man? Were there some other fights that you were interested in? What was the fight of the night for you? For me, man, it was the main event, right? My boy Fluffy Hernandez going in there. You know what, man? Win or lose, hey, listen, I'm proud of him. I think that he made a good account of himself. That's what it's all about. Going in there, pushing yourself to the very limits. Look, I still think this is not a weight division that he belongs to, but I think that is also the reason why he has a lot of high cardio, because he can operate in a way that a lot of these guys can't. Yeah, man, a lot of these guys can't operate in that kind of way. No way. They can't do it. They can't do it. It would be, very difficult for them to do so. But yeah, more on the whole main card and everything else in a second, and all the other fights as well going on. Yeah, man. I tell you what, out of the whole entire finishes tonight, I would say the Wint arm triangle submission was my favorite. Considering that you look, it's a real power man move, right? It's really one of those moves where you require a lot of strength to execute it, right? Especially if you do it in the most awkward positions. See, like, in order to execute that, you got to be in the right positions at the right time. Sometimes brute strength alone can just literally get you in there, right? Get you cinched in very easily. Reason being is because it's just how it is. Brute strength favors that particular technique. Um, First off, you got to be able to get on top. That's exactly what he did. He did a great job of getting right on top, and and the rest was history from there. Oh yeah, what about that RDR fight with Dolidze? Real good ground control on that right there. So from the clinch position, what is this? It looked like Dolidze was pulling guard from what it seems. Okay, because he was going for a leg lock. That was a big mistake. Only for D Ritter to pass guard, get his back, get a ground and pound position. By the way, as he was getting that ground and pound position, he was looking towards the referee like, I'm stopping this guy already, right? When is this stoppage, right? Sometimes a referee just wants to make sure that they got it right. Because, yeah, man, as a referee, you definitely don't want to get it wrong. Yeah, I would agree with that, right? Like, don't pull guard unless you're really hurt. But there are guys that specialize in going for guard, right? For whatever reason they have trying to go for guard. But man, you really got to have a good reason to go for guard. Okay, you can't just go for guard for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it can't just be for nothing. Yeah, man. Yeah, he paid dearly for that, though.
And he had a lot of changes.
Real dearly for that, unfortunately. But yeah,
So when you make that kind of sacrifice,
it is what it is.
what does that put in your mind as you make your walk to the octagon?
I think it puts a little extra chip on your shoulder. The motivation is probably never more than a situation like that.
Yeah, what was up with that Spivac earlier? His corner was saying to him, "Hey, do this for your father." What is up with that? Scanabigo says, "How old is Cyborg? How is she still good? Secret Juice?" I don't know what happened. I mean, did she just fight, or was there a fight in obviously I was only covering the UFC. If there's anything going on, yeah, I mean, yeah, don't spoil it for me. Let me know. Well, I'll look it up actually.
And not a lot of people know about King Mo, but to me, he is the smartest combat mind in all of combat.
Okay, so Dean Thomas shouting out King Mo. Okay, so he's all right. Yeah, I know about King Mo. Yeah, you'd have to be a real hardcore fan to know about King Mo.
I never thought he would lose when he first started MMA.
Yeah, Chris Weidman talking about him. He's saying that he has flat feet. He says that was his problem. Yeah, probably from a wrestling background, right? Very few wrestlers can transition from having this stiff, raw power, stationary raw power into, transitioning it into, let's say, elusive fluid power, right? TJ Dillashaw was one of the few wrestlers that was very good at transitioning that. Hamzat was also really good at transitioning that. But for most wrestlers, it's not that easy for most wrestlers to do that. So, all right, let's hear what this is about right here.
It wasn't all for nothing. You know, you knew Roman Dolidze
I know
was
there
go
is
blocks, right? I mean, but he did it right away.
There is a Yo Romero fight going on.
I think he felt like it was not going to get close to me. Once you got in the clinch, you go for it right away.
It puts him in a vulnerable position so early.
Yeah, real good ground and pound positions. He was throwing that Dolidze right here.
On my ass for a second, I would have been in trouble and he would have been pretty soaked. So it's a risk, but didn't turn out well.
Worked out in your favor. You both were coming up to 205. You know, this is the weight class where you have won titles, right? This is
Okay, so it's still the co-main event or whatever event that is going on in the Yali Romero card. Yeah, it's not any close to the main event yet. And then you got D. Ritter being interviewed right now. Yeah, the Mederos fight was pretty cool too. Yeah, this is. Oh, the Mason Jones fight.
He's a super tough guy, but it's the elbows. Watch this over the top. Boom, right on the forehead of Mason Jones.
Yeah, those elbows caught onto him. Yeah, he's never been knocked out prior to this, huh? I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I love how he switched it up and went to those elbows because it looked like he was kind of starting to fight Mason Jones' type of fight. And when he switched up to those elbows,
Whenever you see a fighter do that, do things to another fighter that hasn't been done to them before, it's safe to say, yeah, they're pushing themselves to another level. That's very true, right? You know, elbows aren't necessarily something that a lot of people practice in sparring because it's so dangerous, but you can do it if you have elbow pads, right? I know a lot of Thais have elbow pads that they use for sparring. It's you know, it's a great way to you know, to implement you know, elbows, because if you're not throwing in practice, obviously you're going to get really surprised by it. But yeah. Yeah, and they're talking about the Mint versus Chapman fight again. Let's see if the press conference is going on right now. Hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the new official position.
Anthony Hernandez is in the booth right now. Hold on.
I'm impressed with his performance.
Okay, first Anthony Hernandez, and then we'll go to Dana White.
Thank you very much. Well, congratulations to you. Win. First UFC victory in the books for
Here we go.
You and I were speaking off camera yesterday just about that walk and how different it might be.
Okay,
from
so it
your
looks like
stance on Dana White's contender
Anthony's
series.
walking with a
Just take me
crutch
through the first
into
walk.
I tried to be patient. Obviously, I picked my walkout from. I love
First thing
top. Fluffy, I felt the crowd
here we go.
guided you through that fight. Your leg was completely destroyed, and I feel like the crowd kept you in the fight.
Hmm.
When you talked to Michael Bisping, you said it wasn't the game plan to go out there.
So they asked how the crowd motivated him while he was getting leg kicked.
And then I knew he was a what did that feel like coming out? It was like a Rocky movie. The fluffy chants, the crowd, to have an entire arena behind you like that.
He says, "What did that feel like? It was like a Rocky chant." He said,
Absolutely. You learn something.
What's going on with the legs?
Right. This is just your first UFC fight. You said every time you step into that octagon, we're going to see a more evolved.
so he's favoring the leg, walks in there with a crutch. I assume that was from the leg kicks.
I want to work on just getting that killer mindset.
I've heard an arena as loud as
I almost so much sometimes, and I was.
Yeah, the arena was pretty loud in Golden One. They said it was like reminiscent of soccer chants, right? That was according to Dean Thomas as he points it as like footy. He says it sounded like a footy event, right? European sophisticated way of saying soccer, but yeah.
I would love to give you guys more words like that. When you go back, understand. So if you guys got power control as well, whatever you do. Which normally everything you do, right? And I was trying to make adjustments, but man, it's tough.
So the only people that are probably going to be on the press conference is Dana. Obviously, Anthony right now. Dana, I think, went before. We're going to play his part afterwards. And then Rodrigues, who cares? He doesn't speak English. It won't really matter because, it'll just be, a whole bunch of waiting on translations. And he's just going to say the same thing. Oh, yeah, I had a real great camp. It was great. Yeah, my team helped me. It was great. Blah, blah, blah. I can't wait for the next one. Oh, whoever they put in front of me. I hate that when they say whoever they put in front of me. No, it's not who they put in front of you. It's who is going to advance you in your profile in terms of your next opponent. That's the right call out. But, some guys are a little more shy than others and will just say the generic, whoever they put in front of me type ish,
And then I kind of give up. How physically strong did he feel in there?
Okay, they're asking Fluffy how physically strong did he feel in there. Okay, so they have Rodrigues in the up in the stage right now, in the booth, talking to Chris Weidman and the other people on the desk. So
How did the crowd affect you?
That didn't really affect me, you know, like when I
I was gonna ask you. So Rodrigues is saying like it didn't really affect him as much. Take me through, working through that, kind of fighting southpaw a little bit to kind of just keep yourself in that.
Yeah, basically I had such stances that my leg would get chewed up more, and I know this was his house, but pretty okay for southpaw. I mean, I'm not the greatest southpaw. I can fight both.
Okay, so he said he had to implement southpaw in this one as he was getting leg kicked. So, he kind of had to switch it up. Yeah, I'm looking at Rodrigues on the desk right now. He looks pretty busted too.
I'm so happy, in that second round, and you take all those leg kicks and get the amazing victory. So, yeah, man, that was good. I think the people enjoyed the fight. That's most important. So you go back to the corner.
They're asking while you were taking those leg kicks, is a part of you that felt like you could still finish the fight? He said he's a tough SOB. Oh, so he's saying that he was, grabbing his gloves the whole time. Wow, interesting observation there.
What did that kind of just make the confidence? No matter what, all bucks odds against that one. It was amazing, but did you expect? I mean, we talked about it so many times when you fight, just how much you can feed off of the crowd. In Florida, did you expect maybe to be able to draw that much energy off?
Okay, so Anthony is talking about coming back even after this loss, he said.
Going back to the
And so they're asking him about, yeah, he did very good on the wrestling, man. It was really good taking him down a few times like that. And many people would have thought that that guy would have been too big for him to take down. But, like what I told you coming into this, it's, smaller man skills translating over in the heavier division. Sometimes it would just be like that. Okay, I guess they're asking about the meaning of some walkout song he has going on. Okay, I think it's an Uzi Vert song. Okay, so I think that's it. I think that is all for Anthony Hernandez. Okay, let's get to the Dana White part. All right, so let's hear what Dana White. Let's hear Dana White glaze Sacramento.
Tonight, main event, Hernandez, Rodrigues, Mederos, and Carly won the other two bonuses.
So you had 10 out of 12 fights, finishes, an awesome main event, sold out crowd. Could it have been any better here in Sacramento?
It was incredible. The crowd's amazing. It was.
Okay, he said that the crowd was amazing. He said it was a fun night.
Judged the main event. How important?
Wow, so Chris Lieben was one of the judges in the fight. Wow, Chris Lieben is up in Sacramento right now.
You have Chris Lieben as a judge.
As a judge.
How important is that to bring ex-fighters?
Oh my God, what is the world coming to?
It's definitely a good thing.
What was maybe one of your favorite memories of just having?
All right, so now they're talking about some of Dana White's favorite memories in Sacramento. He says that tonight was memorable to him.
Came in on I got here third fight, and
He said he got there in the third fight.
Sounds like the main event is going on. The crowd was going crazy.
He says it sounded like the main event was going on for the third fight.
As the night went on. Obviously, Fluffy.
Hell yeah, man. Sack be putting it down, bro.
Win streak before the loss to Strickland. Where do you see just what he's been able to accomplish over these last years? Yeah, and I mean, tonight.
Wow, Dana White said back in the days he used to fly all over California, Hawaii, and where else? The South, wherever to just recruit fighters. It's crazy. All right, so they're talking about a new main event for UFC's Noche right now.
Know how good is Gaziev, but local fighters like Jose Miguel also represent Mexico. How big could that? Great opportunity. Again, like we were just talking about, Wint coming off to come in and take this opportunity.
yesterday whether UFC Poirier should get a rematch against
Um,
Gaethje.
they're talking about whether Poirier should get a rematch against Justin Gaethje.
If I did, it would be out by now. We would have a fucking commercial and we'd be talking about it.
There's not too many people in this world that are
Yeah.
fighting through it.
Hello, Dana. So, first of all, what are your thoughts about Shamil Gaziev comeback after 2 hard losses? Like, I mean, it was incredible knockout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looked incredible.
Shamil Gaziev with an incredible knockout after coming off of 2 losses like that.
You know, this place was so spoiled by all the earlier fights. They were booing the shit out of those 2 guys, and that fight wasn't that.
Man, yeah, that's crazy. They were booing the hell out of those earlier fights.
They were out of their minds in here tonight.
And one more for me, there was a weird scene from Las Vegas last week, this week, when Namofazil said the Chechen guys attacked him. They Bison Surkayev told that he didn't attack. Like
They said a bunch of Chechen guys attacked Faisal. That's crazy.
Will Bison Group have any consequences to the story?
You guys have no idea how much shit goes on in this business behind the scenes. And I said at the press conference, it's kind of a weird week here.
That's why I'm asking, because we don't know.
Dana White said, you have no idea the weird stuff that goes on in this business and all the things that go on behind the scenes.
I didn't even talk about it. You guys wouldn't even know it. He didn't talk about it. We handled it, behind the scenes. And
he says they handled it behind the scenes, and that's what you do. You keep it shut, you keep it moving.
Happens every day.
He says lots of crazy stuff happens in his business every day. He's right, man.
Question going back to last week with Dyer going into that 5th round. I was just curious, like you said, you wanted to you would have liked him to go out there and annihilate, the Chapman in the 5th round.
I didn't say I would have liked him.
Okay, so they're asking Dana White about what should have Ian Gary done,
Worked your whole life to get there.
In seizing that opportunity.
Do all this great work, which I thought I literally said to Hunter, when the first round started, Islam had him up against the fence and was holding on to him, I said, if this is a game plan for 5 fucking rounds, Islam's going to be in big trouble in the 5th round. And I thought that Ian Gary did good work leading up to the 5th round, and I'm assuming that was. A fucking nice guy when that 5 minutes.
He's making fun of him for being too much of a nice guy.
To try to fucking finish one of the greatest of all time and have that belt wrapped around your waist. From then on, you get greatest of. In my opinion. Whatever you want to do. You have 5 fucking minutes to win. That was my. From then on, you can tell Islam you love him and how great he is, and you shake his hand and hug him and take pictures with him or whatever you want to do. You have 5 fucking minutes to win. That was my point.
Because 1 punch is all it takes. He puts his lights out.
Good. Good night, guys. And thanks, Sacramento. You guys are awesome.
All right, so that was Dana White and basically how he felt about the whole Ian Gary situation. So, yeah.
some respect on Jamal Emmers' name.
Yeah. What else? Is there Rodrigues? Rodrigues should be up soon. Okay, yeah, here's Rodrigues right now. All right, let's hear what Rodrigues is talking about here.
Strike right to the jaw of Larry Ann Douglas and gets the knockout. Put some respect on this young man's name.
Man, yeah, Jamal Emmers, man, with that knockout.
37 is very young. That's like a child. He is a baby. Yes, it's a very young, but also it's his first
All right,
round
let's hear.
So everything
Rodrigues.
seemed like it was set up for you to come in here and lose in Fluffy's hometown. You won the fight. How does it feel? And have you ever been in front of a crowd that was so against you during a fight?
Yeah, that was amazing, man.
Didn't give up on himself.
I think I can ask him for more. It was a battle. Hernandez is a tough guy, and fight with the crown against me. Proven, and then I put my name high up the division, and yes, I'm very close to my goal to be champion of the division.
The way the crowd motivated Fluffy, did it also motivate you?
They're asking him the way that the crowd motivated Fluffy. Were you motivated the same way?
It's a part of the game, you know. His hometown.
Says it's part of the game. It's his hometown.
I was ready for it, you know. When the people start like, you know, like screaming for him, that was good. That was his
Said when people were screaming for him, that was good.
At the end of the day, now the people is gonna fight with me. It's gonna be him, right? And man, I'm so proud of myself, and I want to thank you again to make these amazing battle. I think I fight one of the toughest guy on that division, gas machine. I just proved to anyone.
Yeah, he said that he's one of the toughest guys in that division, being that he's a gas machine.
And it was fight of the night. You're in a wheelchair. He's on crutches. Have you ever left the octagon feeling the way you feel right now?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We give your life, man. That was He said we're gonna kill each other. That's what we did. But yeah, man. I'm so happy, and I think we put it on a show, and that's all about. I think the people love it. And I'm so happy with the result. I'm so happy.
Yeah, he said that he's very happy with the result.
Keep climbing that division, and like I said, man, I'm go for more, and I'm right close to my goal.
And last one, you called someone out in the octagon. What do you want to say to him?
Yeah, Dricus Duplessis, I think.
Okay, so he's calling out Dricus Duplessis. All right, I like that, man. You know, that's a decent call out right there, Dricus Duplessis.
I'll talk with the UFC, and we'll see what's gonna happen.
You were attacking his leg, and especially in that second round, I felt like you were able to knock him down as many times as you wanted. When did you notice that you kind of made some damage, and how important was it for you to kind of keep attacking his base?
Yeah.
All right, so we got Shanghai coming up, and then that's Umar Nurmagomedov and Song Yadong. Ooh, that's a good one. Paris, that's a fun one. Perenci, Saladin, Perenci, and then Hooker. And then Silva and Delgado, September 12th. Okay, so I guess that is a UFC Noche card. I guess that's the new fight that they have going on.
The way, find a way to hurt him and to win. So I'm glad, man. I have all the skills I needed to fight anyone.
He says that he's glad that he has the skills to fight anyone.
To that point of that division, how surprised were you that he was able to continue to go the distance after that?
Yeah, he's a tough guy, man. He's a really tough guy. And but I was expecting a fight like that. Like, I respect him and how tough he is, how he can like absorb the punches and the kicks and keep walking forward. And I was really surprised, but I kept my mind on place. Henry, Vicente, and David, and Luis. When I went to the corner, they keep my mind, focusing on the strategy. And then I'm glad that I keep listening and keep going. But yes, man, I'm surprised. He's a really tough guy.
Was there ever a moment?
He said that he was really surprised because he was a tough guy here.
Every moment, man. He's a tough guy, but I'm a Robocop, man.
Yeah, he says he's a tough guy, but I'm a Robocop, he said.
But he's a danger. He's everywhere.
He can punch it, he can grapple, he can keep in pressure. But man, I put it on my pace. So much going on. I was calm. It's really hard. Sometimes I was in the bad positions, but I climb up and keep put it in the game, keep put it in the show, and find a way to get my win.
Do you remember or recall when that
When I started kicking, I hit my leg as well. I said, I'm gonna break my foot, but I was keep
really
kicking.
showed out for their people at the UFC. And that to me might have been the one thing that
People really love the crowd in Sac tonight.
I took a lot of positives from that. I was able to
Robocop coming here in his wheelchair, putting him up into a chair so he's not stuck in a wheelchair the whole time. His head is going to be down. It was close to happening, guys. You would have loved it. But that's right. The momentum swings back and forth, back and forth. You know, you thought Fluffy was going to get the finish. Then you thought Robocop was going to get the finish once he started hitting the legs. It was just a super entertaining fight. And it was
On the
so
third round,
Robocop, especially how good Fluffy is and how good he
back
is
to the corner.
and there was a lot of question marks.
This center told me, hey, we're gonna go to the championship rounds. And my mind was, hey, I was in this position before.
There's the
And
wheelchair
I'm
moment. I
here
can't
again,
believe we were
but I
rolling
will
on
do
that for
different.
Robocop.
I'm not gonna
But listen,
Oh, Robocop is in a wheelchair as well, man.
didn't feel like anything inside the octagon.
Wow.
Adrenaline wore off.
Yeah, he said that yeah, he's in a wheelchair and the adrenaline wore off.
finishing, that was like
On this card, they had opinions on everything.
in that second round. I think
All right.
That personally has been very good.
Yeah, Megan Oliva says it's a city that's been personally good to her because she dated Joseph Benavidez, a training partner of mine. So, you know, that's what she was referring to.
Of this card, and it was they got their money. I thought, man, he's still here, but in the other way, I said, okay, no problem, no, I don't need to finish it. I have a lot of rounds to keep on. I can't get it too straight because I couldn't finish it. I think that's part of the game, but he hit me good sometimes. He hit me really good. I felt.
All right, yeah. We'll be in China next week. Okay.
Something like that. I think in the second round, he hit me really good. I was back in the cage,
blood pressure,
and then I
it's a
just,
little
I'm short the punches, and the round's over. So okay, I need to,
All
recover
right. So what is
and go back. So we have 3 more
my man
rounds.
talking about here?
But yes, man, was a war, and that was a good fight.
Yeah, when you
I'm gonna watch this. I need to watch it many times.
you will enjoy watching.
He says that he needs to rewatch this
But when you hear a number like
because he said that this was a war.
takedowns, like, was there anything specific that you had worked on camp or that you'd seen in footage that you were able to be so successful against the takedown offense?
Yes, I want to thank you, Luis, my guy.
He's
Yes.
thinking of one of his friends, Luis.
Presenting the new official social media partner of UFC.
What is that? No, threads. Oh, okay.
He couldn't. Nobody can take me down. And but I trained so hard for this fight. I have the best guys by my side. I have him, I have David, I have Vicente, I have Imavov, like I said, Jason Jackson. I have the guys, Logan, a good wrestler. I have the best wrestler on my team, and
He said he has the best wrestlers on his
I
team.
felt his power right in the beginning when he shipped me and said, "Oh no, you're not gonna hold me on the ground, not at all." But he couldn't try it, and I said, I'm gonna still here. I'm gonna defend him, and I'm gonna still punch you and punish you.
And then I know going back to the first couple questions there, you had said you want the Judice fight next. Potentially.
Oh yeah, he said that he wants the Drickus fight next.
Hamzat Strickland rematch or
Which if would a win like that, kind of puts him up there.
like, are you not looking backwards anymore?
Yeah, why am I gonna look back? You know, this kid is number 6, I think, in the rank. That's
That's
guy.
right. Yeah, he was number 11 and he beat rank number 6.
Good fight. Or even Hamza, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen to the division, but the division is changing. And then I wanted my place right there.
Yeah, because I think
Yeah, he said that the division is changing and he wants his place right there.
And some guys are just, the division's tied up or the opponents are tied up, and he's like, you know what? If I have to, I'll take a guy below me. But you're pretty much, it sounds like you're going to stand firm on this. You know, I want to fight like Rodrigues or
Yeah. I love it what the UFC does. They did an amazing job. Hunter, Mickey Maynard, Dana.
He says that the matchmakers did an amazing job.
I don't need to rush. I'll take my time. I made my call. I'm gonna.
He said he doesn't need to rest. He'll take this fight whenever.
great fight. Congratulations.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. So there's Robocop right there, limping, walking out. Yeah, I believe that's it. What else? Yeah, that is it. That is it for the Octagon tonight, guys. What's going on with the Oh wow, Lopez and Romero are fighting right now. Okay, I guess we could cover this right now. Yeah, while we're here, why not, man? So what is this? We are like now in round number 3 of this fight.
He doesn't care about money. He doesn't care about fame. What he cares about, titles and legacy. He wants to be a Hall of Famer and knows
Okay.
a win tonight will really help his cause going forward. There's a lot of people, Sergio, that just don't believe in Rolling. It's not like the Ryan Garcia fight was a bit of a fluke.
There's no luck in boxing, and you got to give Rolly Romero a lot of credit for hanging in there after getting knocked out not once but twice, and picking up a big strap and getting a big fight like this. It wasn't a coincidence. As you can see, that Teofimo blocked that right hand, that big left hand by Rolly Romero, and he's listening to his
541 minutes and 2 hours. That is wow, man. We're in the 9-hour mark of this live stream.
He knows that if he falls off balance, he's gonna be susceptible to that right hand of Rolly Romero.
And you can see Rolly being patient, trying to time it with that left hand. Trying to take advantage when Teofimo ducks in.
Sometimes when he does duck in, he exposes that head. We saw it when Sandro Martin knocked him down a couple of fights ago.
Shakur Stevens had a lot of success taking advantage of kind of leaping style of Teofimo. And Rolly's reacting to every feint that Teo throws at him, Sergio.
No, but it's not just Rolly. Both of them are.
All right, here we go, man. We got this locked in.
I can tell you right now, he's more than a puncher. He has good instinct. He has a good twitchy counters.
The crowd reacting to everything that Romero does. They're waiting for him to land one of those powerful shots that he's known for, but Lopez, for the most part, has avoided. Well, I think it's safe to say Lopez looks miles better than he did against Shakur, but that may have to do with the fact he's not fighting Shakur.
I think that's 100%. Shakur Stevenson is virtually untouchable at 140 pounds on him. That's the jab downstairs. That's aiming at that midsection. That's going to be the target all night. And this is the type of fight that a lot of people thought was going to happen. It wasn't going to be the slugfest that people expected. We're seeing a back and forth.
Okay, there we go. Move it like that. Here. Okay, good. Now we got
This would be a chess match so far. Things look like just that.
All right, so now that is round number 3. So we're basically walking into round number 3 right now in this fight. And I figured, hey, why not? Let's just get in here and cover it.
Fernando Vargas Jr., Amato Vargas. Where's Emiliano? Oh, Jorge Linares.
There he is right there.
Jamal Charlo.
Yeah, the Raleigh Lopez live
DJ Flores in the house.
Yeah, this is going to be the live coverage.
Jorge Ingrid Hospital.
And Jorge Masvidal is up in there. Okay.
Well, so far, this just feels like Teofimo Lopez's fight, Sergio. Would you change anything right now?
No, because
All right, so we basically covered everything right now. We are just now covering this for now.
he hasn't thrown more than 2 punches because Rolly's waiting to punch in between the shots. So right now, it's very responsible performance, technical performance by Teofimo Lopez. Guys like Rolly, you can't throw combinations with. They're just too strong, and they take too many chances. You have to Q's and Q's. See that? Look, that left hand right there, that's Gio respecting. It's quick, it's strong, and it's long.
Yeah, but Rolly's got to win some of these rounds, doesn't he? He's got to do more than just wait and hope Lopez makes a mistake.
Yeah, very good movement on the part of Raleigh so far. Yeah, Raleigh's showing some really good movements here.
Amateur fights, and he's fighting a 2016 Olympian, a 2-division world champion, someone that just a lot more experience.
And Sergio, you're talking about Rolly Romero's a 20-1 underdog. He's the champ. This is almost a pick-up fight. Usually he's more aggressive. He's pushing fighters back. Right now, he's just sitting back trying to land one shot.
Yeah, that is what it seems with Raleigh, right? He's just kind of sitting back on his shots right now.
Only one champion is in there. That's Teofimo Lopez. You got a title holder and a 2-division champion.
A title holder and the 2-division champion is what this matchup is about right here.
Lopez looks like he's in the zone right now, Chris. Are you sensing that? I think he's fighting a distant fight. I think that jab has been a good weapon for him. I don't think Rolly's been outclassed yet. Teofimo's done a ton in there. He's not landing a ton of power shots in this round.
No, that's by design. That's by design. He's going to keep it like this. There's that check hook. There's that check hook. That's the only thing that Teofimo needs to watch out for. Keep that right hand glued to the right side of your face.
The crowd trying to urge Rolly in to try and do more, but he let Lopez off the hook, man.
And don't stop having fun. The thing about Teofimo, he thrives on rhythm. He has to have rhythm.
Yeah, they said that Teofimo thrives off rhythm, they say.
Good body shot there by Rolly. You'll feel good doing that.
They're asking him, do you feel good doing that?
Listen to me, okay? That's the only way you're going to win is if you let your hands go.
He said the only way you're going to win is if you let your hands go.
See, only one shot was thrown right there by Teofimo because he knows that Rolly's waiting to check him with that left hook right there. If that punch would have landed a little bit more clean or landed a little earlier, it would have had more effect. But Teofimo's athleticism, his footwork, was able to catch him before he was able to get all that power behind it.
Back up. You can hear the trainer basically telling Rolly, these one shots at a time aren't going to win you rounds. You got to let your hands go.
Yeah, Raleigh is getting a little hesitant here in this one.
We're in round 5, scheduled for 12. And again, it's Lopez pushing Romero back.
That's the first 3 punch combination thrown by Teofimo. And as soon as he threw that punch, brought the right hand right back to the
Explosive shot right there.
Teofimo knows exactly
Yeah, he definitely has to throw more punches here, man. This is not looking good.
Around yet, Chris? Yeah, I've got a 3 rounds to 1 in favor of Lopez. I gave Romero first round. I would caution you guys that these rounds are close. Rolly does need to throw more punches. He does need to follow the instructions this mouse allows. But I haven't seen anything special yet from Lopez. The vast amount of his short shots have been coming off that jab. Fight statistics, Lopez has landed 4 jabs, 3-1, and 1 more power shot than has Romero.
Good left shot from Rolly right there. Oh, yeah, he busted Lopez open up with that one. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, he just rocked him. Oh, my goodness, Theo is going down. I can't believe it. He's going down. Okay, that's a slip. That's a slip. Oh, wow. He absolutely rocked him, bro. That is crazy. Raleigh absolutely rocked him, man. Wow. Wow, man. Teofimo is busted up right now. Yeah, the corner of Raleigh is saying, yeah, we needed this, bro. All right, now going into the 6th round. Going into the 6th round now. Now the crowd is yelling for Raleigh.
Let's check in with Malik Scott. What do you say, Malik?
First of all, I'm seeing Rolly doing exactly what I think will be best for him, and that's staying patient, staying behind his focus, not actually going to go chase.
Good combinations by Theo right here.
Down again because everything he do offensively and defensively, his lead hand is down. After he have the lead hand is that. And that's how Rolly was able to get the right hand in. He still hadn't learned his lesson with that lead hand from his fights with Shakur and his fights with Barbosa when the right hand was getting through.
Yeah, Romero seems more patient. He did get dropped once and rocked twice. I told y'all Raleigh would change the fight at any moment.
Good bounce background though so far from Lopez, but he's not getting caught with that counter shots. He's doing enough to win these rounds. Would you like to see Romero be a little more aggressive in this round after the success he had in the fifth, Sergio? No, I think if he gets more aggressive, he's going to give Chapman more openings. I think he's doing the right thing here. I think that's what the strategy of his. That left hand is so dangerous that it can be a jab or a shot.
Yeah, very unorthodox style and yet very patient on the part of Raleigh Romero. Scandabigo says, Raleigh boy losing. Yeah. Driggy says, you were on Hernandez's nuts and he lost. Scandabigo says, Dana really wanted Islam to lose. Larry pulled a bicep, no contest. Dang, bro. He looked composed and ready. He was beating up Vitali. Wow. Okay. Larry versus Vitali fight. Okay. Cyborg won. That was a violent woman fight. Okay. John Dong, shout out to you, man. He says that was a good fight. Yup. I'm not seeing any of these new comments now. Okay, now I'm seeing these comments. Sorry. Yeah, protest is going to KO Islam as well. Drizzy Coach says, okay. Okay. He said God will give me the strategy when I get in the ring. Very interesting take right there. We're on number 7 right now. All right, very good on Raleigh. He says, what did I tell you, Robocop? Yup. And you called it again, Drizzy Goat. Oh, good shots right here. Yeah, it's called inactivity. Yeah, 32 seconds left into the 7th round.
that three-punch combination is Lopez. He's got a guy running away from him. No, in this round it is, but the whole fight he's been doing this time. He's been fighting this way the entire time. There's a four-punch combination all over to the body. Good stuff.
Yeah, you think Raleigh's losing though? And that gave Raleigh a 10-8 round. Rocked again by the left hook. Man, Theo sucks. Raleigh getting mad. He can't knock him out. I have a feeling it might be Theo that might end up winning though. All right, so round number 8 right now. They say Raleigh isn't a boxer. Yeah, I mean, he's unconventional, right? And you know what? He does come from having a judo background, interestingly enough. Uh-oh. A little bit of lagging in the stream right now. Come on now. Okay, let's go with buff stream. Buff stream usually does it. All right, here we go. Looking for the stream of that right now. He's more of a Deontay Wilder type. Like he looks for the one punch knockout, right? Yeah, that's how he caught uh Theo earlier. He caught him exactly like that. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not getting any reception right now from the illegal websites. So yeah, not getting any reception from these sites. Maybe they cracked down on it. Maybe that's why, guys. I think that's probably a reason why. They just cracked down on it. They're like, yeah, we're gonna stop everyone's fun from free pay-per-views that they should not be enjoying. They should not be enjoying free pay-per-views. How dare you? That's a federal crime. One of them things, isn't it? All right, we're back. We're back to round number 8. Okay, now we're in round number 9. The last Brandrisk fight was a sick KO. Oh, was it really? Oh, how did it end? I love how you guys are giving me some updates on the other fights so that I could give some news on it as well here. I really appreciate that one. All right, less than a minute to go in the 9th right now. He said he dropped dead. Dang, bro. And who was fighting Austin McBroom, right? Was Austin McBroom the one that got knocked out or his opponent? The corner of Raleigh is yelling instructions to him in Spanish. All up in my ear speaking Spanish. The tall dude. So the tall dude was the one who got knocked out, is what you're saying? All right. Round number 10 out of 12 rounds. This is going. And. Okay, you said and. Yeah, very patient on the part of Raleigh, right? A very patient style of fighting he's going for here. Good jab right there by Raleigh. Very good jab. Good shots by Lopez right there. Overhand right. Yeah, Teofimo was hurt in this fight, man. Oh, all right, man. We're at round number 11 now. All right. Here we go. Round number 11. Good jab exchange between these two right here. Damn, scorecards got Lopez up. One minute left, and we got the final round. Swing and a miss. Give it about 30 seconds, a little under 30 seconds. All right, so that's the end of round number 11. Now on to the 12th and final round. All right, 12th and final round. My guess, I'm going to probably go with Theo winning the whole thing, but you never know. Let's see it through. We're going to see it through, and then we'll call it a night from here. All right, so 140 left into the 12th round. Yeah, watch this. Watch them give this to Lopez. Just based on the activity alone. Even though we know that Raleigh won this one, with boxing, you never know. You never know how they're going to decide to score something. Ten seconds left into the 12th round. And onto the distance they go. Mark Haney says, Raleigh didn't do enough in my opinion. I agree. Mark Haney. I 100% agree. I think that this is going to a judge's decision um on the part of Lopez. No doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt about it. He didn't do enough, and he, activity level wise, activity level wise, yeah, he didn't do enough. Yup. So 9 hours and 36 minutes into this live stream, and we are predicting that Lopez wins by decision. That is going to be our prediction. But you never know. Wacky things happen in boxing. Mark Haney says Larry ripping his biceps on Beyond is hilarious to me. Everything that Aiden Ross puts on is a shit show. LOL. Yeah, and you know what? Obviously, they're not the most technical sounded fighters out there, right? But that is the lore of it. That is the reason why. Well, I mean, not the lore for me. Obviously, I chose UFC and Raleigh and Lopez tonight, right? Those are two serious fight events. You know what I mean? But there are people out there that look for stupid stuff like that. They're into stupid stuff like that, and there's a lot of low IQ people out there too. So yeah, Theo took it. LOL. Yep, indeed he did. And with that in mind, guys, that is the best way for me to go and exit out on that one on such a long live stream that we had going on here. I suppose, I don't know, man. Since I've already gone on for 9 hours, right? I guess we can just push uh 20 more minutes. I'm sure it doesn't hurt. We could have a little bit of 20 more minutes of a little bit of some bantering and and whatnot. Okay, I guess we could do that. Make it like really 10 hours into it. So all right, so we got Lopez winning right now. Let's hear what they got to say to Lopez about this. So let's see, is the crowd booing? Um, are they happy about it? Was Raleigh the hometown favorite? No, not the hometown favorite. This is in Vegas. I would assume this is like neutral territory for everybody. I want to hear what Lopez is talking about here. He says, thank you, I got some work to do. Okay, a little bit humble on his part to proclaim that. Okay, that's a good message. He's saying it's not about losing, it's about not giving up. Yeah, man, just like this live stream, I was really struggling with this live stream today, but I didn't give up. He said that it wasn't going to be easy knocking him out. Said he got right back up. Yep. Well, all right. We'll just call it quits. F it, man. I can't stay on any longer. But all right. Like and subscribe, guys. Been a good night. Lopez wins. Robocop wins. Brandrisk was a Brandrisk, as the name advertises. In S show. RAF was on tonight. A whole list of different fights on tonight. Man, it couldn't have gotten any better than this. But yeah, great message on Theo. Right, never give up. Hard fights. Same with Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. Hard fight. Uh, did some good, but it is what it is. All right, don't forget to like, subscribe. See you in the next one. Inshallah.